morning, everybody. All right. Made it. All right, I am here. I am queer, which we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about being queer today. No singing. Listen. Okay. I feel like, did I bring up everything I wanted to bring up? Check. Okay, let's talk about it. Okay, so the last couple weeks, we have been very focused on gender and feminism and politics and philosophy and ethics and relating to one another. And I just want to say that this is such a personal topic, and it makes sense that a lot of us would feel personally attacked, upset with how we're being perceived, maybe even seen, but maybe for not even the right reasons, which is a little ironic. It also makes sense that we're figuring out that a lot of the people in our lives whom we thought we had more connection with, overlap, or shared ethics with, maybe don't share those ethics. And so that's the hardest part of, I think, any community effort, is we have to remember the community efforts come in relation to closeness. So again, you can be a person who has a closeness, relatability to the bubbles you interact with. Maybe your closest friends are here, your neighborhood is here, and your political community is here. Now, maybe you might say, yeah, but my political community feels like much more important to me. Actually, let me color code it. So maybe you're like, this is my inner circle, this is my neighborhood, and this is my political community. Okay, so political community, neighborhood, and family. Let's just say that, something like that. Okay, family is subjective, but there you go. Well, maybe you recognize that actually, even though this is all true, man, I really connect with my political community a lot. Like, I love my family, but man, I feel really seen by my political community. And maybe you're like, so realistically, my political community and then my family, because, you know, we're just blood related, or they're my chosen family, but there's issues, but I unconditionally love them. And then maybe you're like, but I really care about my neighbors, but, you know, I'm not the closest to my neighbors. Okay. Or maybe you're somebody who's like, actually, I feel the closest to my neighbors, my community, my neighborhood. I am from that neighborhood. I rep that neighborhood. The neighborhood is the most important thing to me. Okay. And then you're like, and I love that neighborhood because of the politics. So my political community impacts my neighborhood, which I rep for. I love. They're my favorite, like they're most important thing to me. My family, who actually doesn't live in proximity of my neighborhood, though I love them, they're on their own journey. And when I think about direct community impact, honestly, my family's good. I don't have to worry about them, which is why I pay attention to my neighborhood and my politics and then my family, and so on and so forth. Every single one of us gets to decide our relationship to this chart that I just created and did not realize I was even going to talk about. Girlies, I did not even plan this, but look how good that turned out. Okay. And what I'm trying to say to you is, when I think about everything I'm doing in my life, this is how my brain works. Maybe it's because I'm autistic. Maybe it's because I'm a philosophy girly. This reminds me so much of like when I try to talk to people about the levels who don't get it. Sometimes I just wish they would understand that it's not like their area of understanding. When I talked to Britt Hartley, who we're going to talk about today, when I talked to her about the levels, I feel like her philosophy brain, whether she thought they were good or bad or whatever, she just like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. It's like, yeah, I think if you are in the bubble enough, you're going to get it. Right? Like I have some people even in my life, like my siblings, who just like really don't get the levels. And if anything, they're really upset about them because they think I'm trying to say I'm better than them, even though I am very much ethically better than them. Okay. The same siblings that won't hold the predator brothers accountable think, you know what I'm saying? They're just angry. But the irony of the levels is not to actually be better than other people. It's to have a level of humility about your relationship with existence, yours. So it's kind of ironic. But that's why when I tell it to certain people, they just go, oh yeah, I get it. Versus other people. That's why philosophy can feel so personal though, and politics especially, because it is impacting your real life. or it's making you very uncomfortable with the reality of facing yourself. So a lot of the discourse we've been having with the biphobia conversation is around a philosophical misunderstanding. Honestly, a mishandling, really, of your own understanding of what you're fighting for. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. I also wanted to feature, because I thought this might be interesting. Let me see here. So let's see. Hold on, pausing. I did want to get, you guys can't hear the noise, but I can. I wanted to get another person's opinion that wasn't exactly on TikTok like that. And so Regency made a video about the biphobic conversation, and I thought we could kind of listen to him talk about it. He's a gay man, and I like him because he's not on TikTok. Like, I'm not on TikTok either, like, meaning we're not creators on TikTok. I've never seen his videos come up on my feed in this discourse, you know, and it helps to have that opinion as well. So I thought maybe we could watch it. It's not a very long video. And I thought maybe we could use it to also have larger conversations about this whole thing, because ultimately it's not as simple as people think it is, but it's not as complicated as people are making it. But nothing is more complicated than being self-aware. So all of those same things are true at the same time. And that's the hardest part of any of this discourse, okay? So first, before we really jump into it, that's my morning monologue. Let's watch this TikTok from my Discord, and I want to utilize it in this conversation as well. So check this out.
Ain't no male loneliness epidemic. We're in a male weirdo epidemic. A lot of you niggas are weird. Weird as hell. And not in a charming and endearing type of way. Y'all are weird in a scaring the hoes type of way. Y'all don't know how to speak to people. And y'all don't listen to other people when they speak to you. Y'all don't know how to socialize. Y'all don't even understand basic social cues. Y'all don't even understand the word no. And anytime you hear that word, you throw a fucking temper tantrum like a goddamn 4-year-old. Because you haven't matured emotionally or mentally since high school. You got the same personality you had when you were fucking 12. And you think it's a huge mystery as to why no one, especially women, want to be around you? Come on now. Come on now. Be serious. Be serious. It's time to grow up. Man, there ain't.
Okay, so obviously I don't know this person. I don't know their content. There's a lot of layers here, calling women hoes, maybe some ableist language in there. There's a lot to parse out. But actually, one of the comments on this video stood out to me the most. They said, and here's the comment. Let me bring it up for you so you can see it. And they're mean too. Like, what the fuck? Bro, they're mean. Bro, they're mean. I was thinking about this. Like, you're mean. But not mean like in a mean girl way. I mean literally mean. You get defensive and start throwing around insults because you can't handle a declaration or observation. Like, there's something layered here about the meanness you jump to, because, you know, but here's the thing. It's a defense mechanism to protect themselves against the observation because they don't get it. And I actually see it in the biphobic conversation as well, where, like, because people aren't getting it, they think you're insulting their intelligence. And so they start going, oh, you're throwing around insults. So they throw around insults, but they're not getting that your original declaration was an observation. And so there's a confusion here about when are people stating something because they're observing it, and when are people stating something because they're meaning to be mean and insult you. Okay. I had this situation happen with my brother. And he's definitely one of the brothers who, he tries to play all sides. He tries to, like, kind of make everybody like him, which means he never has an ethical point he stands on. Okay. He called me up, and you know when your little brother calls you up just to hear themselves talk, it was kind of that energy. I was like, hey, bro, what's up? And when my family calls, we kind of speakerphone it. That's just how it works. So, like, they knew they were in a group call. It wasn't just me. It was my partner, my brother. We're talking on group chat. Okay, so he has an audience. And the audience is older than him by a lot. Okay? By enough. Okay? And so we're listening to him, you know? And we're like the married couple who's just like, listen to my single little brother rant about dating, right? He goes, He goes, hear me out. I go, okay. He goes, what if the consent laws? I was like, He goes, 25. I was like, age of consent, 25. He goes, age of consent, 25. And I was like, why? And he's like, well, I've thought about it for 2 minutes, but hear me out. What if it just like, because people are stupid, you know? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, yeah. Okay, so that's how the conversation starts. Mind you, and I love my little brother, okay? But like, just hear me. So he starts yapping, and we're listening, or just like, okay. Eventually, the conversation goes everywhere, like just everywhere. He starts talking about my levels. He starts reminiscing about memories that didn't happen. I was like, that did not happen that way. He goes, didn't it though? And I was like, no, that did not happen that way. And he was like, okay, well, anyways, like I was saying, I was like, So then he's talking about how he's like very considerate of women, and like our brothers are crazy. You know, we're kind of like throwing shade on our brothers because our brothers are predators. Okay. Then eventually the conversation becomes about my parents. And this is the part that people miss. This makes sense. Trust me, this is all connected to men being mean and men being socially inept. It also comes back to you being defensive over your parents. I know this sounds crazy, but stay with me, because who the fuck raised you? So then the same brother that said age of consent should be 25, by the time we get down to holding our brothers accountable, he's like, okay, but like, do they even have victims? And I was like, yeah, bro, they have current victims. He goes, they have current victims. Like current victims? I was like, yeah, current victims. And then he starts naming the victims. I was like, so you do know the names of the victims? He goes, yeah, but that was like a long time ago. I'm like, there's not a statute of limitation on ethics. There's no accountability, no moral, like ethical stance, like nothing. I gave you the easiest. You're the one calling me up talking about age of consent should be 25. Well, these people were kids. What do you think? What do you think the consequence of his great thought was? Nothing, because he didn't think about it. Okay, so we start getting heated. The conversation gets heated, right? And he starts talking about the levels. He starts saying like, oh, so much for being like a level 5 dude. So much for being enlightened. You can't even have a conversation. He goes, what do you want mom and dad to do? What do you want them to do? I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe stop inviting the boys over. Like nothing fucking happened. Maybe stop like celebrating these boys' milestones of bullshit because like they never took accountability. And he was like, yeah, but like you're all the way in Croatia. First of all, why does it even matter? They act like I abandoned the family when they family. Okay. I said, listen, I love you, but like nothing about you insulting my work or insulting my intelligence is going to change anything. You're not actually getting this conversation. He's like, oh, so I'm not the one getting in the conversation. I was like, no, listen, you're literally not getting it. How could you on one side of your mouth talk about, oh yeah, they're predators, make fun of them for going after teenagers, you hate these, and then sit there and say no accountability? Now, my brother is not unique in this, because the defensiveness isn't just holding our brothers accountable. It's losing contact with parts of the family, the parents. Like, look, I'm not talking to my parents, right? And I told my parents, you guys know, I gave my parents a very strong rule that when you're ready to have this conversation, and that's why he was calling, because he was like, hey, are you going to like talk to mom and dad? I was like, no. And he was like, I was like, not until they are ready to have the conversation about the brothers, right? So what's the rule I put down for my 65-year-old parents? 66, about to be 66-year-old parents. I want to hear from you. I love you. Call me when you're ready to have this conversation about the boys. Okay? 2 of your sons specifically, we have to talk about. What do they do instead? Wish me a happy anniversary and say we love and miss you and hope to see you soon. And I'm like, hear me out. Hear me out. These are grown-ups. My brother's grown-ups. Everybody is grown-ups. But you see the thing about my family, this is what I was saying yesterday, nothing about my family is unique to the rest of the world. I used to believe I couldn't save the world unless I could save my family, and then I had to realize I was never going to save either. So when I see a TikTok like this that says like, oh, you guys are weird. No. Everybody is weird. Everybody is fucked up. It's not just weird people who can't read social cues, or everybody is fucked up. And so it's this narrative of like, oh, if we just point the finger at the one social thing you're doing, that's weird. But this is why predators hide behind looking normal. Because if you see my family, very put together, nice cars in the driveway, beautiful home, everybody has stable living, stable jobs, but behind the curtain, and that's what I'm saying, we think weird looks weird, but the real weird is the actual fucked up thing that's happening, which is why neurodivergent people, goth people, underground people, gay people, we've always said like our weird is not a dangerous weird though. And the fact that you're equating our dangerous or our weird with your dangerous weird is the thing. These are the same people who look normal, who don't have tattoos and blue hair, who like get to live in the world looking, you know, quote, safe. But then every conversation turns into. So again, I would be very cautious in how we have these conversations. Yes, do I think neurodivergent people are like neurotypical people in the sense that they also need to signal safety to everybody else? Yes. But I would be very cautious with the way that privilege plays into normal privilege, like looking normal, being perceived as normal, being perceived as not a threat because you're standing in the normality of it all. And this plays into, this actually does play directly into this idea of queerness, being queer and being LGBT and being different and being, so look at this all connects. So there's this conversation happening where, okay, I got this comment. Look at this. It says, not all trans women are queer. Okay, I said that in my video. They said, okay, thank you, for real. I'm a trans woman and no shade to queer women at all, but I'm not queer. There's more to it than I just feel than just being trans. I've not met a gay trans woman who I wouldn't say was queer, but lots of trans women who are straight are really just regular straight women. If you're into that world, you'll know what I mean. I feel so seen. Oh my gosh. Okay, first of all, I love that you feel seen, and respectfully, I did not mean it as a compliment. Respectfully, when I said not all trans women are queer, I meant it derogatory. Because here's the thing. You might personally not be queer, but then what are you adhering to? Okay? Political queerness and philosophical queerness are important staples of keeping the queer community alive, of keeping the gay people alive, keeping the trans people alive, keeping non-heteronormative people alive, you know, keeping little boys who are gender nonconforming alive, you know? So I'm not saying it as a compliment, but the fact that you heard it as one makes sense because we live in a world where that's a real experience for a lot of trans people. Cat Black has a whole series on it, right? Being queer is not trans, or being trans is queer, or being queer. Like Cat went on this whole series about how she's not queer. Again, you personally being queer is different than saying I'm not queer politically or philosophically as a way to separate yourself from the LGBTQIA community. And I understand because I know a lot of Cat's argumentation has really been around like, if I'm the same as a cis woman, then what's the difference? But here's the thing. Eventually, right? Eventually, cis people don't even exist. Like cis people exist the same way trans people exist. They're not different. So the only difference is the social language we're using. Queer is a social language. It's a social language to explain a personal relationship with self and a political social relationship with self. Okay? So when we have these conversations, I just think there's like a deep, deep confusion about how we're using these words, all the way back down to you're being weird. Like you're being weird. Like, yeah, you are being weird. Okay? You are being weird. But also weird derogatory or weird not derogatory. Same thing with like not queer derogatory or queer derogatory. Okay, so just for documentation's sake. Okay, and again, I like Cat Black. Hey, I just want to say this out loud. A lot of fucking people are coming for Cat Black right now on TikTok, and every single one of them are fucking wrong for that. Okay? You're fucking wrong for coming at Cat Black that way. The way you're saying she pulled the ladder up behind her, the bullshit they're saying about Cat on the internet, these young fucking kids who were in their dad's balls before they even had a chance to see oxygen, Cat Black was already here. Okay, she was already out here fighting, putting her face out here, getting dogged by the internet, getting, you know, fucking harassed by the internet. So just FYI to all these, especially white queers getting on the fucking internet and having think pieces about Cat Black, you don't understand Cat Black, okay? And it's really fucking annoying to see people say that shit. Yes, have Cat and I disagreed? Barely, but yes, okay? And it's really pissing me off the way people are saying this. Again, Cat personally is not queer, and I see and I validate that. Absolutely true. Politically and philosophically, I hope that she embraces it for the sake of our community. But here we go.
This video by saying this. Most of people's reaction to or rejection towards me saying that I'm not queer is based in this idea that I don't accept the premise of their gender essentialism, right? So you believe that because of how I was born, I am queer by definition. At the core of what you believe, my birth is what defines me as queer. Now, this is strange to me personally because when I think of people I know who are queer, people I know who especially cling to queer as an identity label, it's usually for reasons other than the circumstance for which they were born. Typically, it has to do with their relation to gender and sexuality, right? Now, because I accept myself as a woman, because I'm not transphobic, because I believe that trans women can be monosexual, because trans women are, by definition, not inherently one sexuality or the other, and because gender and sexuality are not the same thing, right? I don't accept the premise that, by definition, a trans person is queer.
Okay, I just want to say, Kat, in my opinion, for this whole series was being really obtuse and reductive about her understanding of queerness. So that's where we've only ever really disagreed, Kat and I. Like that, this whole arc she was on was really pissing me off. But that's fine. Like that does not make me less of an ally to Kat as or a friend, not a friend because we don't know each other like that. But ally meaning like fellow creative. I don't know. But I don't like the way people are coming for her on TikTok. It's bullshit. But I made a video over on my Burke commentary channel called When You're Gay But Not Queer. And this is why I don't love Kat saying she's not queer, even if she isn't personally queer. I wish she would specify that. I wish she would specify, I am personally not queer, but I am queer according to like the world I'm in the queer bubble. Because look at this part of my video. Okay, this is my video.
These terms did not exist when I was a kid.
Do you fuck with them or no?
With what?
The terms.
No, I think half of it's fucking stupid. But no one wants to ever say that.
Will you get in trouble for saying it?
I don't care anymore.
You're beyond.
The fact that Jeffree Star was one of the queerest fuckers I ever knew my whole life, like a queer in a reductive sense, and then won't even embrace that now. You know what I'm saying? And using it as a grift is so funny. Yeah, he's not philosophically queer. He's philosophically a grifter. Okay, but Jeffree was always, I used to see Jeffree on MySpace when I was in high school. He was always perceived as queer. And he even used to identify as an alien. You know what I mean? So when we have these conversations, it's like very specific. But I will say again, queer is a very specific word. It's multifaceted, y'all. It's multifaceted. And I feel like we're forgetting words mean more than one thing. And I feel like that's the crux of this whole thing. Weird can mean good or bad. Queer can mean personally or politically or philosophically, right? It can be a slur. It can be other things. Okay. So again, like when we have these conversations, it's very important we specify it instead of doubling down and just saying like, I'm not queer. I'm not queer. I'm not queer. Okay. Can you please specify in which way you are not queer? Because you're confusing everybody.
I never cared. Yeah. I've been canceled 10 times. You guys talk about cancel culture all the time.
And they're going to target those men, believe it or not. Token gay people think that for some reason the conservative party are going to. This is past Brittany talking. Brace them. I know the Blair Whites think, oh, but they're cool with me and I'm trans.
Charlie Kirk was an icon, and that's why they took him out. Charlie Kirk said what he said, he stood on it, and he built something off of it, and that's what these people could never, ever, ever do. And that's part of why they're so foul, ghoulish, and demonic, even in this moment. I see a lot of people having to preface their condolences for his death if they can even muster it up. I see people having to preface it with, I disagreed with every single thing he said. No one asked. No one gives a fuck. Shocker, but no one gives a fuck about your opinions.
They would say I'm hateful. They would say I'm a bigot. They would say that I'm a xenophobe. Those are the contentions
but
that I get.
Based on what things that you've said specifically?
I believe that transgenderism is a mental disorder, as it was, diagnosed in the.
So you don't think any people are like born, quote unquote, in the wrong body?
No, I don't agree.
No?
I think people might think they are.
An icon.
But at the end of the day, in order for these people to embrace you, you have to also throw your community under the bus and or be self-hating.
I'm a lesbian and no longer feel safe at gay pride events, and that is fucking sad. Pride events used to be about actual love and diversity and inclusion. Now these events have become completely political. We are expected to think, act, and vote a specific way. Imagine if I wore this MAGA hat to one now. The people that do agree with what I have to say and know who I am and want to come up and take pictures with me won't because they're afraid of being ostracized, shunned. I honestly used to look forward to these events every year, at least like a few of them, I would get to meet a ton of you. I would get to potentially make new friends and not worry about being followed home by crazy leftists. And I truly do wonder when this demographic is going to fully wake up and realize that they are being completely taken advantage of. And a lot of people have already, I'm not gonna lie, some people, a lot of you watching. When will these people realize that they have become the bullies that they've always hated. They are now the ones who shun people for being different, for thinking differently, or for simply believing in something that they don't agree with. Pride should truly start being called its exact opposite. Shame.
Community that I was naturally a part of because of the way that I was born. Okay, pause. So you guys can go watch that video if you want to watch it. I'll link in the chat. Okay. Let me just say this. Okay. Let me read this comment. It says, hey, I appreciate you admitting you and Kat were both still wrong. TERFs harm all women and don't deserve to be coddled. No one is seriously advocating for any harm, but a stern tone towards those who have literally harmed our women is appropriate. I did not say that in my video. So this is what I'm saying. We all are misunderstanding each other. And I don't know if it's because we're all fucking being obtuse, but Kat is misunderstanding people. They're like, wait, are you not queer? I don't get why you're doing this. Well, using words like, I feel straight in safe spaces because I pass. Okay, Kat, we all do. Relax. Like, it's a braggability that she said in her. We've covered this in details. I don't have to cover this again. Okay, same thing with my video. I never said in my video that Kat was wrong. I never said I was wrong. I said we were coming from a different perspective than Drew because of the way that we make content, which was right, but different. Okay? This is the timestamp they gave, basically. Like, she really sat there, and she, being Drew, said, I'm not even going to give you an inch. Okay, queen. Okay, queen. That must have been hard. I think we underestimate how hard it must have been for Drew to make this decision in many ways. But nowhere in that video, and maybe I'm wrong, did I hear her even attempt to coddle the feelings of those women, even though I think there's a place for it. So even though I think there's a place for it, hello? Even though I think there's a place for it, hello? What do you mean? I'm so glad. Thank you for admitting you and Kat were wrong. I did not say we were wrong. I did not say we were wrong, homies. I did not say we were wrong, bros. I literally said, even though I think there's a time for it. And listen, this person is like, no one's actually advocating for any harm. That's not technically true. Let's talk about it, okay? Let's talk about it. So here's this comment that I got. I had to block this person. Look, if you're watching I saw you were a subscriber, but I have to block your shit from my comment section because, bro, you can't say this shit on my stuff. You know what I mean? Like, because you don't even understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, respectfully, okay? You said TERFs would defend pedos and Nazis and people who think women shouldn't have rights if they're transphobic. And they gave JK Turfling has defended rapists and pedos and Nazis and men who hate women just because they're transphobic. Just this week told her audience sexual harassment isn't okay if the person you're harassing is trans. So I'm going to be nice and say a good TERF is a dead TERF. Okay, guys, killing TERFs just adds to the femicide statistics. You know, like advocating for killing women to protect women, to protect, you know what I'm saying? So I had to block this person because, like, you can't be advocating. This is what I'm saying. Like, stop advocating for death. Stop advocating to kill people who you perceive as evil. Because, like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? And that goes for anybody. We had this whole conversation yesterday with wanting to kill sexual predators. You guys are obsessed with killing people. And then you go to sleep going, I'm a good person. And I get it. I've been there too. I had to deconstruct my need for violence because I was raised in America and I thought violence was the only way. And that's not the same thing as marginalized people standing up for themselves. Look, I'm not going to tone police Drew Afawalo. Do I sometimes think she says things that I wouldn't say and I don't do in my work? Yes, but I'm not going to tone police her given her position of vulnerability in the world. Okay. And for a lot of people, they look at Drew as like this privileged woman who got ahead. And I just see her as an exception to a rule in a society that would reject her typically. You know what I mean? And by the way, for all the people saying that Drew, hold on. Do I have a video of this? Hold on. I think this is the video.
Have we?
Yeah, I think this is the video. Look at this. Hold on.
Lost the plot so much? Are we so dysregulated, so discombobulated?
Oh, no, not this one. Wait, not this one. Hold on. Wait, do I not have it? Is this? Oh, that's because these aren't my videos. Hold on. I was like, wait, this is wrong. Oh, hold on. It's because that was Drew's page, not my page. I was like, wait, this can't be it. Hold on. I think it's this one.
I'm going to take this.
Yeah, look at this one. Sorry.
opportunity to go on a little bit of a Marxist rant, and this is informal, and the last
Just wait for it.
thing I want is for the conversation to totally like devolve into like an argument about communism or Marxism. But that said, this is like a really good opportunity. The classical Marxist position on identity politics is that it is a useless endeavor because it is this kind of liberal frame.
Mind you that none of these women talk about biphobia, homophobia, have even started to use these words. And all of this discourse, nobody was talking about frameworks outside of patriarchy, but they don't even understand how capitalism plays a role in this. And except to say that Drew Afualo is making money off her fans, which is the point of this video, which I want to talk about.
Work that like divides the working class via cultural and like individual identities rather than uniting them. In practice, what identity politics does is actually assimilate everyone back into the dominant power structure rather than actually moving the needle on any of the issues at hand. From the moment I got on TikTok, I could see this coming. Not because I'm a genius, but because I'm a well-read Marxist, and this is a very predictable and demonstrable thing that happens. I've talked about it on and off. I've mentioned it in some of my videos on occasion because like the obsession with identity is kind of ruining our ability to do anything. It's ruining our ability to like consume media and to talk about media. There's all sorts of facets of it, right? So just to restate it, identity politics reassimilates everyone back into the existing power structure. Drew's part of that is the financial part. She makes money doing what she does, and she specifically makes money off of queer people on this app. She has kind of like a parasitic relationship to queer TikTok because she gets them on her show and she makes money off of having them on her show. Like you're always going to see her with Caleb Heron and like these other sort of staples of queer TikTok. And most times that's fine because we understand that influencing and podcasting is a business endeavor that people profit off of. Like we kind of get that. But this is the pitfall, right? Like identity politics is also a money-making endeavor on this app. These two things are merging, right? All Drew is doing here is feeding back into the power structure in that way. She was never going to push back on this because it threatens her access to the queer community on this app. It threatens her money and it threatens her fame.
Are we talking about Drew Afualo, who has 8 million followers? Do you think they're all homosexuals? Or do you think she primarily built an audience of women, most of which are straight and very mad at her right now? The straight Drew fans are coming for her right now. They are a majority of the literal population. Drew would literally make more money if she appealed to straight women who were offended over this whole discourse than not. This is what I'm saying. They think trans people have power. They think trans people are running the internet. They think like LGBTQIA people are the dominant force in the world. And I'm saying they're not. Drew would literally make more money if she just focused on women as a classification than any specific variation of woman. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are they thinking? Okay. And this is why I say, like, it's annoying to watch people who go, I'm really well read in Marxist theory, da-da-da-da. Listen, okay? You are missing the psychology part of life. This is the same conversation about, like, don't get married. It's only beneficial for a man or a woman or da-da-da-da. Are you guys forgetting we're horny fucking monkeys who just want to fall in love and have babies? Like, you're forgetting the human part of all of these conversations. The human part is what maintains the systems because the systems exploit that human part of us. You're doing this thing where your brain is like, oh, the system. The system understands our psychology in a way that we don't even understand it because conservatives have been able to co-opt like protecting kids as one of their slogans, as if the rest of us aren't protecting kids. And now it's a dog whistle. When I hear people who say like, oh, I want to protect the kids, I go, are you conservative? Because it's been co-opted by the right wing, which sucks, but that's what they do. Because they understand, it's like, oh, you don't want to protect kids? And now it becomes a weaponization, okay? So you got to be very careful over this idea. It is true that identity politics isn't enough, but that's why intersectional feminism takes account for that. That's why you can incorporate it into your Marxism or socialism or communism. It's why you can incorporate it into your other frameworks. We have to have an understanding that it's not just one or the other. Like, our identities matter because we're living in a world where that social expectation is really real based off of those identities, okay? But you are more than being a gay man. You are more than being a whatever insert identity here. Yes, I agree. But that more than doesn't mean it's still not important. The same way it's important that you're a woman and it's valuable that you're a woman and we don't want to take that identity away from you. And also you're more than just being a woman. You have to be both things. Okay, so for this person to be like, I'm so glad you realized you and Kat were wrong. I did not say that. Kat and I were not wrong. We were right to consider the feelings of these women who, yes, some were TERFs, and to understand the pain and suffering they are going through when it comes to patriarchy. Because again, in case you guys all fucking forgot, okay, hold on, I gotta get my brush, okay? This is us. Okay, this is us. Here we go. Woo, look at us. Okay. Whoop. Okay, patriarchy is the dominant force, okay? And it trickles down in a bad way, and it impacts women and queer people who some happen to be women, and it compounds the weight of the burden onto our shoulders and then crushes us until we're dead. Okay? We need to focus on the fact that, yes, women under patriarchy to survive patriarchy end up internalizing patriarchy and misogyny and inflicting it on people that are, quote, lower than them on the hierarchy, and they need to fucking work on that. But just a reminder that patriarchy will remember to crush all of us in the process. We're all going down together, girls. So again, you know, trickle down bigotry, exactly. So I just want you to remember when we have these conversations, like, you cannot advocate for killing TERFs on my channel and not just say you're advocating for killing women, because that's what, say it with your full chest. I want to kill women. Don't come on my chat and say, oh, I just want to kill TERFs, Brittany. The best TERF is a dead TERF. Okay, so just say women, because that's what a TERF is. And then you can have that conversation with you and your feminist God. Okay, because what are we talking about? Okay, I don't want to kill anybody of any gender, anywhere. No one should die. The government doesn't have the right to kill us. Our neighbors don't have the right to kill us. Nobody has the right to kill us. We don't deserve to die. Okay? Anyways, this plays into something I want to clear up because I think this is important. It's not about defending Drew Afualo. It's about how fucked up this whole discourse is and how Drew should definitely stay out her comments. Listen, I'm a much smaller channel and creator, and I've decided to stop interacting with my comments, except for members, basically, because the world is too on different pages. We're just not on the same page. We can't even have the same conversation. So then I saw something happen where I was like, Drew, what are you doing? And everything Drew will do will be weaponized against her. That's why I know you guys are so bad faith, because you're not doing 2 seconds of research before you make think pieces about how Drew is disgusting and supporting bad people. And oh my God, is she like supporting this man? So a bunch of women came out, and I'm not going to highlight them, saying Drew's evil because Drew's supporting these misogynistic men. She's in his comments, da-da-da-da. But then somebody in good faith was like, hey, Drew, do you know about this guy? Because I don't know if you guys know this, Drew might not be chronically online enough to know. So shout out to this lesbian who was nice enough to be like, hey, Drew, do you know about this?
Hey, don't get mad. I have a question. Do you remember this person?
It's not homophobic to acknowledge the fact that not all lesbians are built as lesbians.
I hate this fuckboy. When I first saw him, I was like, cool. I like a guy with earrings. He seems very gender nonconforming. I like him. Listen to him for 2 seconds, and I was like, fuckboy, misogynist, bullshit. This man is so egotistical. He just wants everyone to just worship him. He's had the worst takes ever. I hate his fucking shit. And this is the man who Drew was in his comment section retweeting his video. But let me just stop you there, because I know you're saying, oh my God, Drew didn't know. And I had a feeling she didn't know, because there's no way she knew this man's content and was supporting him, okay?
As the other. If you claim to be a lesbian and you only date studs, I don't have the authority to take your lesbian card, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, yo, like, somebody can if you are pulling up with a young MA, I'm like, okay, you like dudes just a little bit. You're not going to get with something nearly identical to a man right in front of my eyes and tell me, no, I don't like men like that. Like,
It also said this.
What 2 studs dating each other would actually be would be essentially a straight relationship for the both of them. In that instance, it's like they're still a woman, right? Because again, like perception-wise, they're still
so
a woman. Like,
stupid.
yeah, I'm a woman, but
I swear he's trolling. I swear he's either trolling or he's philosophically evil.
they're dating like this masculine man presenting
I just think he likes to hear himself talk and he wants to go viral.
individual. So woman dating a man, straight.
And this.
As a man, why are you as another man speaking on lesbians, not our space, bro? Then whose space is it? Okay, because I'll tell you what, they need me right now. The most important thing for the lesbian community at this moment is that my voice be heard. Y'all try your best with this agenda to silence me, but I know what I'm talking about. When I say I could pull a lesbian, I don't mean I think I could pull a lesbian. I mean I could pull a lesbian.
I hate him. He's the worst. He's literally like, whatever his intention is, it is causing more fucked up shit for the world. Okay, and just a reminder that Drew's sister's a lesbian. The queer community is very important to Drew. Okay? Right? Chat says 1 retweet equals an endorsement. Yeah, it does. On the internet, yes, it does. So be very fucking careful who you're retweeting. That's why I retweet nobody. I reblog nobody. None of you get my endorsement. You can all go fuck yourselves, because I'm not taking the chance that you show up on my TikTok to see who I've retweeted or whatever just to find out that something. This is why I don't do none of it, because
Okay, like I know this. Like, if they go with a super stud where like things get confusing, you know the type of person I'm talking about, there's likely a man out there. Yeah, you know, they might be like, oh, like...
It's all crazy, right? Like, why are you in women's conversations? So then my question, this is the question, do not get mad at me. Do not get mad at me. Why did I just see this?
So Drew says, thank you for this, for real. I feel like I'm going insane, no worries. And then he said, you're all good, queen. Don't worry about the crazies.
I don't know. Seems kind of counterproductive to me. And I'm not trying to be messy or anything like that. Maybe a little. Maybe I'm being a little messy. But I'm going to call out bullshit like that when I see it. That's why I originally really liked Drew, is because she would call out misogynistic men. It's a bad look.
So then Drew showed up in the comments and said, oh my gosh, I've never seen these videos. I actually have never seen any of his content before. I saw his video defending trans people. Thank you for showing me. Lesbian said, you're welcome, because I'm over here like, wait, my eyes must be deceiving me. Here's the problem. When you are being piled on by the internet, be very careful that people aren't going to use that as an opportunity to boost their own channel. I think he used that as an opportunity to boost his own channel. And what did I tell you about these men who are pro-trans? Being pro-trans isn't enough. Being pro-trans isn't enough. So just like these women, these straight women on TikTok who said they're pro-trans, but threw trans people under the bus the moment they felt threatened, these pro-trans men will do the same thing. They'll be misogynistic and pro-trans, and these other women will be biphobic and pro-gay. Do you see what I'm saying? So be very fucking careful at the way people utilize your prominence in order to gain some sort of credibility. And the worst part is he probably feels so validated that Drew commented on his video. Do not even do this. Do not even do. That's why I say, okay, even listen, I don't know. If people are going to be nice to me and shout me out, that's great. Thank you. I am not endorsing you. You might like me, but I don't know if I like you, because a lot of you and I do not share the same values. So even if, okay, people shout me out, even if you have creatives, like creators that are like, oh my God, Brittany, like this person I watched shouted you out. That's great, girl. I might hate him. I might hate her. I might hate them. So like, just because, you know what I'm saying? So just, now Drew did on her unrepost his video, which I think is important. But see how I see Christian Divine up here? And I'm like, ugh. But then here's the thing. It's like Christian, you know, sometimes he has good points, but you know, overall, that's the thing. It's like, look, you know, I think Drew is just trying to reblog anyone who's pro-trans. But again, that bar is in hell. Like, being anti-Trump and pro-trans isn't enough. It doesn't tell me anything about your values. Even though it sounds like it should, right? Isn't that the irony? It sounds like it should tell me something about your values, but it doesn't. So again, when we have these conversations and we're using language the way we do, I just want us to all remember we're using language in different ways. To close this section out, let's hear from Maluk, one of the greatest philosophers on TikTok.
The bravest transition I made in my life is not gender. It was loving people again. I've been shown so much cruelty. For a long time, I felt angry at the world, bitter. And then I realized that the people who were harming me were harmed themselves by something greater. This thing, patriarchy, you might have heard of it. It's really buzzkiller. It did this horrible theft of our wonder. When we were kids, we were alive with wonder, and then patriarchy came in and said, no, 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 no. You only exist as a vehicle for other people's ideas of who you should be. And then people began to learn that the only way that they can receive affection and attention is by disappearing themselves. The men who are sending me vitriol in my comment sections, they're doing that because they want to be loved by masculinity. They're doing that because they want to be loved by straightness. And those things will never love them back. Those people are not my enemies. My enemy is hatred itself. My enemies are not people. In fact, I'm on the side of people always.
Always.
To be on the side of people always is a deeply controversial position today.
It is.
The
It is.
techno-oligarchs have precised their algorithms so well that we no longer see each other as human beings. We've been designed in our minds to see each other as enemies, as props, and not human beings. And what a spiritual life makes me do is look at everyone that I've been taught to fear and judge and hate and see myself in them too.
Yeah.
The bravest.
I think the biggest pushback I ever get back with my content, like I did yesterday, was you can't wish death upon people. You can't want people to get tortured because that's you. You are other people. And that's why I take this this is why Alok's philosophy and my worldview overlap so significantly. That's why I really like their content. But look, like they're popular in their own way, but they should be bigger. But they can't because like the controversy of living so authentically as themselves is such a threat to the status quo that in order to even get success in the world, you do have to play to some part of the system that is large enough to support you. And I think even with Drew Afawalo, to be honest, like the gender war dynamic of her content creates a virality because it's a lot of anger and hatred and bitterness. And I don't blame her for building a platform on that content. I don't blame her fans for having that like cathartic feeling of when she talks bad to men, because a lot of the men she talks bad to are a lot of misogynistic men. So it's like, it's very cathartic. Would I build content doing that? No, obviously. But of course it's going to crave virality for her. It's much closer to the larger status quo, right? I mean, than somebody like Alok. So I just want to say, like, pay attention to even my content and pay attention to the biggest like conversations I have with my chat, and note that it is often over the Britney's advocating too much for love, Britney's being too soft, Britney's like so anti-violence, like Britney's talking about how we can't kill pedophiles and I don't get it. Like, why is Britney saying we can't do this? Why is Britney anti-prison systems? And it's because the most radical form of philosophical practice that I have ever found was living in the most present moment and recognizing that everybody on this planet is the same as me. That their life is not less than my life and my life is not less than their life, that they matter just the same. And I don't want to be tortured or murdered, and I certainly don't think they want to, but also I don't want you to live with that memory. I don't want you to live with the memory of you torturing someone to death. You know, because we have this theory of like, oh, we should kill the pedophiles. Who's killing them? Are you willing to kill them? Are you willing to go kill people? Because I'm not willing to kill people. So now you're saying, I want people to die, but I'm going to make somebody else do it. And that's kind of how I feel with animals. That's why I don't eat animals, because I'm not willing to kill them to eat them. And I'm not going to make somebody else do it, especially when you learn that PTSD and suicide happen in slaughter homes because the workers are tortured by what they do to those animals in order to get you your In-N-Out burger. Okay. So with that said, let's watch. Oops. Hello. Come back. No.
What is so great?
No, don't leave me. Hold on. Give me a second. Hello? Thank you. Okay, let's watch this video because I am very curious about Regency's thought on the biphobic situation with straight women. He's a gay man. So I would love the input from him just to see if we could learn something, which I hope we do. Let's watch this together. I'm excited.
It's time for us to have a conversation about a certain B word. Oh, no, not her. Love her. I'm talking about another B word who's gotten a lot of attention lately. Yes, the B word we're talking about is the B in LGBT, bisexual, because it seems like we might need to have a little conversation on what bisexuality actually means and how biphobia is still clearly running rampant in today's dating culture. Hey guys, what's up? It's Emergency and welcome back to my channel. And today we are talking about the biphobia discourse that's seemingly been everywhere in online dating spaces, because there have been widespread conversations online about the implications of straight people saying that they don't like dating or straight up would not date a bisexual person. And those who say they're not comfortable often cite their reasoning as a harmless preference outside of their control. A preference, you know, that somehow has nothing to do with outside influence or stigma, or could potentially inform or influence decisions, outcomes, and outlooks on people outside of that attraction. Right, because the first thing we need to make clear is that attraction does not exist in a vacuum. And the root cause of why we are or are not.
Chet said off topic, so feel free to ignore it, but I wonder how to shift from everyone is me to I mourn the pain as if it were my own, to more grounded or less self-centered way of feeling compassion. Well, compassion means to suffer with. So you're deliberately making it about you, so you can imagine the pain. Most people are not doing that. Most human beings, we're animals on a planet. The level of taking it away from yourself is incredibly hard. The most people, I think, would be more apt to remember that it could be them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not imagining it's them ever. That's why they're not being compassionate. That's why they're not being empathetic. Because they say they are, but like they're not putting themselves in that person's shoes. They have no idea what it means to embody the belief that that could be you, but not you, the ego. Like you, your body, you, your mouth, you, your eyes, you, your senses, you know? And so that's why I say, like, they're not imagining it. They want you to suffer the way they're presumed to suffer. So when I say, like, everyone is me and I am you and I am, this very Eastern philosophy. Do you know what I'm saying? It's Eastern philosophy to say we are all each other. It's the epitome of humility to say that it's not me, it's that us, that we are each other. Just like I am a tree and I am a rock and I am an animal and I am everything. Right? So that's how I mean it, if that helps.
Interested in certain people is largely informed by more macro, social, and intersectional factors. Okay, yes, this is the bisexuality video. First things first, we actually need to get on the same page about what bisexuality actually means. And according to GLAAD, it's an adjective used to describe a person who has the potential to be physically, romantic.
Ooh, the potential. Because you know why that word is so important? Because a lot of the accusations by men we're getting is that they're horny, they won't be committed, they'll be promiscuous. But just because you're into a gender doesn't mean you're into all the genders. Like, it's the potential to be.
And or emotionally attracted to people of more than one gender. Not
I'm sorry,
necessarily
the person of the gender you're attracted, I meant. Not that you're going to be into all people.
at the same time, in the same way, or to the same degree. And according to Gallup, about 5.3% of all US adults identify as bisexual. And the share of young adults who identify as LGBTQ has increased with each generation. And all of that is likely due to an increased awareness around sexuality and negative attitudes around queerness generally decreasing. And this is partially why continuing to discuss these topics is so important, because there is a direct correlation between openness and decreased stigma. Because I know that stat said 5.3% of the population are bi. We all know that that is a vast underrepresentation. Because were you ever personally asked what your sexuality was by Gallup? And if you were, would you be honest? Right. Okay, so with this information in mind, why are we getting so much backlash over straight people not wanting to date within this community? Well, the current discourse is focused primarily on straight women's feelings towards bisexual men. So much of this video will be informed.
No. Not their feeling. Well, is it their feelings towards bisexual men, or is it their thoughts around bisexual men that has informed their feelings? Or their feelings have informed their thoughts? Yeah.
Through that lens. However, we will touch on a larger discussion as it pertains to gay men, lesbian women, and straight men as well, so don't you worry. And I already know what some of you are going to say, because I've seen a lot of you say it for other people talking about this topic. I know that I'm a gay man and need to stay out of women's business.
This is what you need to do. You need to stay out of women's business.
But as it relates to this conversation, and as we're going to get more into later, our attraction is informed by the society around us, and problematic thinking around sexuality ultimately sets everyone back, especially as these systems of oppression are intersectional. So this does impact all of us. And let's make one thing abundantly clear before we get into the rest of this topic.
Maybe it's the feelings come from the underlining beliefs around you in culture, which get created into feeling, which then get pushed out into thought. So basically the idea is that you exist. Okay, so the idea is that we exist, okay, and society birthed us, and so it pushes us forward with their thoughts, and then we push forward with our thoughts. Okay, so now we've created thoughts that become actions. Okay, but like the thought is given to us because like that disgust response people have against homosexuals, it's definitely given to us by the world. And then we have to unlearn it. That's why you have to unlearn so much of what the world has given us. Like the world really makes us bigoted, huh?
Is a difference between being biphobic and homophobic and having preferences that are rooted in biphobia and homophobia. And additionally, despite what the internet's going to tell you, we can't really dictate who people should feel attracted to. However, we can challenge ourselves to unpack how and why this attraction is formed in the way that it has. So when you comb through the discourse on this topic, an aspect of the conversation that sticks out the most is, are the reasons given for not wanting to date bisexual men? And I feel like I've personally seen it all. Like I've seen hot takes like bisexual men are inherently more promiscuous, they're feminine, or they might be just secretly gay. I actually have a whole video on that if you do want to check that out. But there's a general assumption that because bisexual men sleep with people of different genders, they must have an unquenchable thirst and appetite for sex, and are just more likely to be lustful and, potentially carry more STDs, which first and foremost, what are you even talking about? Like, I feel like a lot of that is just kind of projection and just stereotypes and assumptions. And it really makes me agree with this one tweet here that says, refusing to date someone simply because they're bisexual is in fact biphobic and homophobic. And it's okay if that's your preference, but that just means that your preference is biphobic.
I think this is part of where this conversation, which comes up very frequently, gets so lost in translation, but you don't have to do that. But what I will say is the reason why people say that it's rooted in biphobia and homophobia, that you don't want to date bisexual men, is not by erasure. It is that it's an implication of promiscuity in that stance.
Yep.
Because conflating sexuality with sexual negligence is in fact deeply problematic and just continues to perpetuate the stereotype that a man who sleeps with other men is inherently and automatically dirty or untrustworthy. And the origins of this misconception can be traced back to, well, the beginning of time, but like particularly during the AIDS crisis of the 1980s. Because when the disease initially started spreading across America, it was originally called GRID, gay-related immune disorder, within specific scientific spaces, which, I'm sorry, what? Like, even saying that out loud sounds absolutely crazy, because what does gay-related even mean? Like, when I think of gay-related, I think of, I don't know, Ariana Grande, Lady Gaga, Gary's workout classes, I don't know, like a douche, but like a deadly disease? No. And if you know your history, then you know that the United States government was slow to act on this growing issue because there was a belief that it only really affected gay men. So to the general public, it wasn't that much of a priority. And if you remember back a couple of years ago, we saw a lot of the similar rhetoric when things like Mpox came out, with its outbreak primarily affecting gay men, and so not many people really cared.
This is the problem. This whole conversation didn't occur with any of this knowledge. Like, we were talking about it, but this is why I love these videos. He's so well researched. But like, we have to remember that nothing just popped into existence. Like, your opinions about gay people, where'd you get that information? Who told you that? Right? Like, who have you been listening to? And this is why I say with everything you do, it doesn't matter. It's not about attacking the groups of people that are bigoted. It's about asking, why are you bigoted? Like, why do you think you came to that conclusion? And then that's why introspection is so hard, because you have to ask yourself, why am I so bigoted? Why do I feel this way? My little brother, the one I told you about in the beginning, he goes, you do this thing, Brittany, where like, you're describing like what a 5 is, but bro, that's so fucking condescending, because it's like, duh. Like, duh. Like, that's like fucking everybody knows that. And I was like, yeah, okay. So logically, you're like repeating what I said back to me, but like, you have to embody it. And he's like, oh, okay. But like, that's like fucking 101 stuff. I was like, okay, well then why the world this way then? If it's so fucking duh, then why the world this way though? Why your life this way though? Right? Like, and so that's the problem, is like, we do this thing where we're, like it requires an immense amount of humility to see. That's why I say, guys, like, we're all the problem and we're also the solution. Okay? It's really hard and it's active. Every day you have to do it. You can't just do it one day and not practice it for months and be like, I'm still this. Like, no, you still, before enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water. And after enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water. Like, you still have to go about your day. You still have to introspect. You still have to meditate. You still have to do so much.
Scared. Luckily, that time we learned a little bit from what went on with the AIDS crisis, and we're actually able to do something before it got more serious. But like, yeah, we've seen something like this in our lifetimes as well.
As soon as we find out who you are, trust you will be dealt with. Period.
In July of 1982, the CDC renamed the disease Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, or AIDS. Once more research came out confirming the disease affected broader populations outside of the gay community. And I would say that the name makes more sense, not only because it's not blatantly homophobic, but it indicates what the disease actually is. But despite the name change, the damage had already been done. There was already a social stigma around same-sex relationships prior to the epidemic, but prejudice was only furthered by the treatment of gay men during this time. The discrimination was so severe that landlords were actually allowed to evict gay men based on rumors or assumptions about their tenants' health or sexuality. And since the Americans with Disabilities Act was not passed until 1990, victims had very little legal recourse against these discriminatory practices. The assumption that a man who slept with another man posed a threat to others is what allowed the marginalization and isolation of this community to persist during the AIDS crisis. And today, that same stereotype exists, which is why the promiscuity and unclean angle that people bring up when discussing why they wouldn't date bisexual men is so problematic. And sorry, not sorry, if we really want to wake it up, let's actually address that argument statistically speaking. Because y'all love to say that gay and bisexual men contract HIV at a higher rate. Well, actually, you're wrong. The CDC recommends that gay and bisexual men get tested for certain STDs, including HIV, every 3 to 6 months in comparison to straight men, who are encouraged to get tested at least once in their lifetime. Let me say that again. Once in their lifetime. And if that statement didn't send shivers down your spine, I'm gonna need you to run to that clinic and get tested ASAP.
That's crazy. And people will say, oh, that's because gay people get in more than straight people. Again, guys, gay people don't all have, not to be so reductive, but like anal sex. Not all people engage in any sexual activity at all. Like, it's crazy that straight people are literally encouraged to never get tested, never use condoms, never use birth control, never engage. And a big part of that is religion. Because in patriarchal religions, heterosexual couples are meant to have babies. And you can't have babies if you're busy being paranoid about testing and birth control and all these other things. So it absolutely plays into this. You know how many people I ask just for fun, especially Christians, right? I'm like, do you guys get tested? They're like, why would I get tested? And I was like, they literally think it's like a gay person thing, getting tested. And I'm like, they think it's like sex education will make kids want to have sex, that testing will make you want to have sex or something. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, you have to be careful about who you're hanging out with, because again, don't even take it for granted, or don't take it for granted too that gay people have infamously more probability of getting tested, because you still have to make sure that every gay person you meet, you recognize them as one person you've met. So you could meet a person who doesn't get tested. Like, remember that I contracted an STI by somebody who said they were on medication and they weren't having an outbreak and they were in a safe space. And I was stupid to believe them because it was so obvious in hindsight they weren't taking their meds. It's like so obvious in hindsight they were not being safe. Like, in hindsight, it's so obvious they weren't thinking about my safety or theirs. Like, obviously, right? Versus I, now that I have it, am very cautious. I'm very aware. I document everything. Every time I think I have an outbreak, medication, condoms, whatever I need, I'm very meticulous because I don't want to unnecessarily give it to my partner. You know what I mean? But like, that's because I care about my partner and I care about our sexual health. And so of course, if you're having sex with somebody who says they care, who says the big things, because this person, they would say all the things like, oh my God, testing and condoms and medication. They would always, so just because they're saying they do it doesn't mean they do either. This is why you have to like really trust yourself. But this is also why when we're younger people, these are the things we learn as we get older. You know, we learn as we get older, like who to trust, who not to trust. And then ultimately we could always be lied to. And we could also, you know, you're not at fault for falling for someone's lie, but you know.
And when it comes to testing, I think that straight men need a little bit more smoke for how little on average they get sexual health screenings. In a study by the NHS, heterosexual men made up only 23% of ordered sexual health tests in a public health tracking data set. Conversely, straight women accounted for 51% of tests ordered. And the study notes that gay and bisexual men are significantly more likely than their straight counterparts to get tested, with 1/3 of straight men reporting never visiting a clinic for an STI test, which is 21% of women said the same. And finally, straight men reported only getting tested once they actually experienced active symptoms or reported new partners, meaning that they may have already infected their female partners by the time they were tested. It's important to remember that it's not just your own health at risk. Almost every STI that we see in women that come into the clinic have been acquired from a heterosexual male partner who has the infection but might not be displaying symptoms. And even when it comes to sexual health and taking care of that, things like PrEP and DoxyPEP are also common in the queer community, which only decrease the likelihood of contracting things like HIV or STIs. So the girls by and large like to stay safe. So to my straight girlies out there, really truly stay safe out there. And to my straight men watching, shout out to you, definitely do get tested. And with that being said, the assumption that bisexual men are more likely to spread STIs is just that, an assumption, with deep roots to homophobia and misconceptions of unsafe practices in same-sex interactions.
Equating calling out homophobia to SA is insane. Are we well? And I've even seen a lot of women defend this mindset saying like, oh, well, I don't want to date bisexual men because I don't want to date effeminate men, as if those two things are all the same. I literally pointed out in my video how I feel like I, as a gay man, can tell off first glance that Noob is attracted to men to some extent, but a lot of women, especially the ones who claim to not want to date bisexual men, would not be able to had he not been open about his sexuality or very obvious in his expression of his sexuality. Therefore, being feminine or possessing effeminate qualities.
What they really should say is, I don't want to date a liar. I think like we have forgotten to really say what we mean. We don't want to date liars, abusers, rapists, bigots, fascists. Like, we have forgotten that what we don't want to date is somebody who's unsafe. Because really, the root of all their fear is lying. They don't want to be lied to. They don't want to be cheated on. They don't want to be deceived. Me neither. Me neither. So we should get back down to the root of what we really don't want in a partner. We don't want a liar. Okay? Lock in. Rise Again with the super chat, thank you so much, says, as of 2026, we straight men have never been femmer. And thank the stars. What a blessing. The one blessing men have given us is them embracing a little femme. Okay? Thank you.
Or the lack thereof, to a certain extent, is not the issue.
Though I will say, I don't know about never been femmer, because men in history have been more femme, I think. But I don't know. I feel like men have definitely been femmer, but I will take it.
And speaking of same-sex interactions, it seems like some of y'all want to be the new Dia Whisperers so bad, because the way that y'all insist that all bi men are just secretly gay and scared to come out, like what's going on? Well, actually, I do know what's going on, and for this, I do gotta give some partial lashings to the girls, because I know for a fact that there are plenty of anecdotal examples of bisexual people claiming bisexuality for a time before actually discovering that they're gay, or people that are just gay.
No, listen. Because chat said, I don't know. A lot of the women said it was a no-go. It didn't seem to be connected to lying. Yeah, but listen to their reasoning. They didn't want a man who was secretly going to want other men. They didn't want a man who they felt like they weren't going to be good enough. Basically, they're saying they can't trust the man not to be lying, because if a man says like, you're good enough, you're all I want. Okay, first of all, we also forget I think at least 80% of relationships are bullshit. Like 80% of you that are actively dating are definitely settling. Respectfully. And I think that makes sense in a world that's like, I mean, I had somebody today in my chat. Oh my God. Somebody today wrote this. Hold on. And this is it's on my other channel. Hold on. I shared it with my Discord. They said, hold on. They said, girl, we're settling because rent is high and we have to survive. We don't have time to be in love. We're just out here struggling. Then move in with your best friend. Move in with a roommate. Move in with a grandma. Why are you dating a man, letting him inside your fucking body, girl? Because you're out here surviving. Like, where do you live? Okay? Again, this is patriarchy. Patriarchy makes the economy hard enough to force women into marriages that were never meant for them. That's literally patriarchy. And I'm saying, be a fucking activist and start saying, fuck you, patriarchy. We're gonna build coalition with our girlies, our gays, our theys. Okay? Like, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem, is that patriarchy is making it harder. Dismantle capitalism, dismantle patriarchy. That's on purpose. They are making the workforce harder for women, so we settle with these men. And I'm saying, move in with your friends. Do you not have friends as well? Are you saying it's harder to find, it's easier to settle with a man you barely trust in order to get your rent paid than it is to find a friend to move in with? And I get it's hard either way, but one of them isn't fucking you, God forbid, raping you at night. Not that your friends can't rape you. Not that your friends can't rape you. Okay? But to me, I'm sorry. If you have, I just feel like it's, you know what I'm saying? There's something, many things have gone wrong where the best solution is moving in with a man who's not going to be safe. Do you know what I'm saying? That's just like something like, this is why I say systems. I'm not blaming you, the individual. I'm saying systems. This is why we have to dismantle systems, okay? With peace and love.
All along, using bisexuality as a cushion or like a couch to the reality that they're gay to other people. Like, I can admit that I did that when I first came out. I did come out as bi first, and then later came out as gay because I did.
Oh my God. I'm just kidding.
Come out as bi first because I was scared of what people would think.
See, I don't care. Like, I don't care. So what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care. Oh my God, billions of people on the planet and at least 1 billion of us did the same thing. Oh no, it just means we're not special. It just means like your story has been done by other people. You're not alone. And also you're not special. Great. Love that. Okay. How many of us are bisexual married to men? How many of us are lesbian first, bisexual later? How many of us were this? Who cares? Great. No judgment, girl. It's a journey. Okay, love that. Hilarious.
And there was some respectability that I got.
I think the only part that's sad is the idea that the person you're with doesn't know themselves well enough, so they overpromise a future with you. That is the scary part. Is like being with somebody, you think you're in love. This girl is going viral on TikTok right now. Let me see if I have it saved. And she's devastated because the partner she moved in with, the partner she thought she was in love with, did I save it? No, probably because I didn't want to bully her. She seemed nice. She basically married a man who she thought was a man. He ended up being a trans woman. And sorry, I'm going to mix up the pronouns because she kept calling him a him. It was confusing. But you get what's happening, okay? Anyways, the problem is not that the wife is now trans. And she even said that. She doesn't care that she's trans. She's devastated that she doesn't want to be with her anymore. So she got married. And in the middle of the marriage, this person not only transitioned, but said, I don't know what I want anymore. That's what's hard. They were willing. They were like, I love you. You're my best friend. I'll stay with you through transition. I'm okay with that. And they were like, well, I don't know if I want this anymore. So my partner and I, because we just celebrated our 3-year wedding anniversary, okay? What we do is we update each other every day. Every day. How do you feel today? Do you love me? Are we good? Anything to report? Do you want to tell me anything? We do check-ins. And then we have more hardcore, deeper conversations once in a while where we really check in. Like, how's our future looking? Are we locked in? Are we on the same page? Is there any area you feel like we're growing apart? Do we need to spend more time together? Should we have more date days? You know, because you can grow apart. We're so high compatible, but we could still grow apart. So we're always working on it. You know what I mean? And we ask each other all the time, because we're multiple letters in the LGBTQIA, what's our future look like? Do we, you know, how do we want to identify? What words would we like to use at home? Like, how would you most like to be seen? You know, all of these conversations that are very important to have, I don't think people are having. So what they're doing is they are getting married and overpromising, but I don't think they mean to overpromise. I think most people innocently, forgive me, go into marriage just thinking, and then they all end up in a divorce because we're not trained by society to have deep and profound conversations during dating, nor in our marriages. You know, so I do think that I am advocating for something that is unorthodox, but I think should be the norm. I think it should be normal to have deep and profound conversations before dating. While dating and in your marriage. I don't think it should be expected, though it can be the exception, that you don't talk in your marriage, you know, that you're not sharing ideas and talking about values. And, well, we're just not there yet, you know?
Of course, internalized homophobia from saying that I was still attracted to women, but that...
And thank you guys for the congrats. I appreciate it.
Of course, was not the truth. And that is something that does happen and does, in fact, contribute to the whole narrative around bi erasure. So again, I understand why people do that out of like safety and stuff like that, but also it is doing harm to the bi community and contributing to the situation that we're in right now. However, for people assuming that that's the case all the time is the embodiment of bi erasure. And if you're unfamiliar, bi erasure is when people ignore, deny, or dismiss evidence of someone's bisexuality.
Exactly, Chad. Don't take your connection with your partner for granted. Definitely. And Chad said I have to remind my partner that he can talk to me and complain without worries about me blowing up 100%. Also, like our backgrounds and the way we were in past relationships and, you know, taking it with such good faith, like such good faith, like every question, everything, and saying out loud, oh, I think that hurt my feelings. Like the way you phrased that actually did hurt my feelings, and being like, I am sorry. I love you. I'm so sorry. You know, really being there and just like, you know, just really caring about the person in front of you.
To insist the fact they're either just gay or just straight. Like you've definitely heard the sentiments before, like, oh, he's just scared to come out the closet, or she just hasn't had the right D yet, or they just want to be greedy. And when people make statements like this, it presumes that bisexuality is a temporary phase or just an interim to coming out.
A bi man is a gay man. You can call it homophobic if you want, but
nothing. What you said was homophobic. End of story. A bisexual man is a man that goes both ways. That doesn't mean he's automatically had sex with either gender. I'm a bi dude with a girlfriend. Does that make me gay or does it make me straight? If I didn't tell you, you shouldn't answer for me.
Like, no, because why do some of y'all...
Why he's so angry? Why he's so angry, though? Like, why he... Do I sound that angry? He sounded so angry. Okay.
Act like this is some kind of episode of Scooby-Doo where you gotta like rip off the mask of a bisexual DL man who's just gonna be like, oh, you got me. I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling straights. Like, what? Because the argument that bisexual men are actually just DL contributes to a culture in which men might not feel comfortable expressing themselves, or not even just men, but like bisexual people as a whole, just not being comfortable in expressing themselves. Because in a way, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like the concept of being DL and the nature of DLness the concept of DLness is a direct result of homophobia and biphobia. Like the only reason people are DL is because they're afraid of coming out, of the repercussions of them coming out. Because it's either not safe or acceptable to just be gay or to just be bisexual. And again, I'm not gonna get too into the weeds of this because we have a whole video unpacking DLness and how men are DL and you're just homophobic. So I really recommend you check out that video for a full deep dive. But generally speaking, for men who exist outside the binary of being strictly gay or straight, their sexuality being invalidated might make it harder for them to be open about it in the first place. And just to be clear, I'm not talking about circumstances where someone purposefully misleads another person about their identity to like increase the chances that they will date or sleep with them, because that isn't really the vibe either. But ultimately, it is the responsibility of each individual person to unpack their own complicated feelings around coming out and living their truth.
Listen to that again, please.
Ultimately, it is the responsibility of each individual person to unpack their own complicated feelings around coming out and living their truth. And
it is up to everybody. And that's why I say, like, if we believe in informed consent, there is an, okay, again, when I socialize in different bubbles, I don't bring my ethics into every single bubble. So as an example, what's a good example? Okay, if I'm in a conservative bubble, like if I'm visiting my family, and aunties and uncles or grandparents go to hug the kids, I don't stop them and say, ask the kids for consent. But when I go to hug the kids, I say, Auntie Brittany wants a hug. Are you in the mood for a hug? Can I get a hug? And they go, Auntie Brittany, not right now. I don't want a hug. I go, okay, you let me know when you want a hug and I'll give you a big hug. And they go, okay. And then they'll come to me and be like, Auntie Brittany, I'm ready for a hug. Or sometimes the kids don't even ask. They just come and run up to me and they're excited to see me and they give me a big hug, right? But like, I'm not going to push that on the bubble because I know it's not the expectation. But let's say I had a kid, my kid, and my parents were over. I would practice out loud with them. Like, oh, do you want a hug? Like, do you want a hug? And then my parents can say, oh, that's so silly. Why should I ask them for a hug? And I would say, that's a really great question. It's not that you, the grandparents, need permission to have a hug. It's that we're telling the child that they are allowed to reject hugs from other adults, just like you taught me when I was younger. Because my parents did tell me that. My parents used to tell me, which is so funny, that if somebody hugs you and you don't like it, tell them no, right? But if I rephrased it as asking the child first, then it's woke. And so I think sometimes it's kind of funny a little bit the way our parents did try to protect us because they knew people were predators out here. They knew. They told us, they're like, if you get an icky feeling from an adult, you don't have to touch them. Okay? But then that's what that is. We're teaching kids consent. That's why we're doing that. They just don't like the way that it sounds because then it sounds too liberal or some shit. I don't even know, you know? Chad says, what do you think about the ethics around being out? I'm exploring this right now. Like if it's immoral not to be out because it reinforces heteronormativity, like coming out, like the practice of coming out as if gay people have to announce they're here. Is that what you mean? One of my friends, if this is what you mean, I have a story about this because one of my friends' kids, we were over doing game night one night and my friend was like, oh, hey, so-and-so wants to tell you something. And the kid goes, and I know this kid a long time. He was like, I'm gay. And I was like, oh. And the dad was like, we're not going to make a whole thing out of it, though, because he doesn't want to. And I was like, oh. So no potty? I was like, so no parade? No party? And it was like, no. And I was like, okay. Thanks for telling us. That's so nice. Happy to hear that. And then I was like, are we really not going to have a party? Because, like, yes. I'm from a generation where we throw a party. We throw a gay party. But fine. I respect it. Okay? The world is healing. Kids just get to be gay. But, you know, I was like, okay, if you don't want a gay cake, if you don't want to listen, okay, fine. If that's what you mean, I can see it in either way. I can see it in either direction. Look, I am a big party celebrator. So if I had kids and they were like, I'm gay, I'm like, do you want to have a party? It doesn't have to be a coming out, but do you want to have a party? Like, do you want to like throw a gay party? It might just be fun. You know, given the world we live in, because remember, we still live in the world. So there's like, the government is literally trying to take away our rights. So I feel like it's still appropriate to have a coming out. You know what I mean? But if you don't want to have one, you don't have to.
Not wanting to date bisexual people does not necessarily create the issue of DL culture on its own. However, it definitely is a large part to it because the homophobic and belittling language people use around why they don't want to date bisexual people can contribute to the larger issue, which is why understanding the power behind words is so important. When we assume that bisexual men are just secretly gay, there is typically an undertone that their attraction to men makes them less masculine and by default more feminine. And the implication here is that gay men are inherently effeminate and gayness and masculinity are mutually exclusive, meaning that they can't exist together, which again, is not true. So not only has homophobia entered the chat, but it looks like misogyny is right behind.
And by the way, this impacts straight men who want to wear purses, want to have glitter, want to show up the way they were. What's that guy we covered from Streamer University who was literally all decked out, all femme, all fashionable, and he had the audacity to make fun of what's his name for being a diva. Whatever that situation was, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about here? It's like, just be who you are. Just be who you want to be, bro. But like, obviously, every single thing, like, I don't think people understand it. Like, people don't understand how impactful it is because I do think, and this is the problem with online discourse a bit, and I love the internet, but you guys have to remember to take this to your real life. You have to remember to apply this to your real life because, you know, again, there are a lot of people actually, hold on, I saw this TikTok. Let me show it to you. And I think it... Tonight, we really getting nasty. Smooth, hot, nasty, I'm nastier. Julie, I'm the... I don't know what's happening there, but I love dance videos. I watch a lot of dance videos of adults. Only the adults. Okay.
The problem with
look at this video. I really like this. But I have some thoughts.
Dating discourse online is that it's The problem with dating discourse online is that it's perpetuated by the chronically single, and it's used as a means to distract people from the fact that they are lonely. Because of the dating crisis, we don't have a lot of actual juicy dating stories. That's why the voice notes guy took off, because it was real. But that only happens once in a blue moon. So people create these hypothetical boogeymen to reject because they don't get to reject actual monsters in real life. This discourse is nothing but the fantasy of having options wrapped up in safety protocols. When I talk to my friends who actually date, they talk about their lived experience, but my chronically single friends tend to talk about monsters trying to get in their hypothetical pants. Monsters that they did not even know about until a fateful midnight scroll. If we were to stop talking about these monsters today, the silence would be so loud that the loneliness could not be ignored. The problem with
Okay, there's something about this that's true, something about it that's not true, but I think the most important part that might be true is conservatives used to do this to me when I was younger. They still do it in debates now, where you will give a scenario and then they will give a scenario that like is not going to happen, or is like rarely going to happen, or like isn't related to the scenario you're giving. And you realize like, hold on, what's happening? And a big part of it is like, I don't know. Okay, when I was younger, girls, I was on Tumblr, and the author of Fight Club was taking a Q&A, and somebody wrote to him, and I wanted to be an aspiring writer at the time. I wanted to be an author, and I was writing all these books, but it was clear because my writing mentors were like, you haven't experienced this, have you? And I was like, no, I don't have it. And they could tell. This is why representation matters. Like when you write about something you don't know about, to the people who have experienced it, they can kind of tell. Like, and when I say experienced it, I'm exhausted already. I hate explaining this to people because it feels like you're going to the depths of my brain. That is so much. It's okay. This is going to make sense, but you got to understand it. Okay. If I write about sex, this is the crux of all of these conversations. Okay. This would be easier if I was talking to a person, because then I could have back and forth with a human and you guys would get it better than me just explaining it. But if I say, I wrote a book about sex, and somebody reads it and goes, oh, you've never had sex, right? And I was like, no, I'm a virgin. This happened. This is a real story. They go, you know, the funny part about you writing this happened. I'm telling you a real story now. They go, the funny part about the story, Brittany, is you said that you guys had sex and then you rolled over and went to bed, right? I was like, yeah, what else do you do? I'm a teenager at this point. And they go, well, people talk. And I go, what do you mean? They go, after sex, people stay up and they talk. They do the dishes, they do dinner, they get up, they go about their day. And I was like, you guys aren't just having sex and rolling over and going to bed? And they were like, not typically. Maybe some people, for sure. But typically, like, no, there is cuddling, conversation, maybe a shower. And I was like, oh, and that's true. I think almost every single time I've ever had sex, we did not just roll over and go to bed. Sure, there were times that happened, but most of the time, most of the sex is happening when there's still plenty of hours in the day. Okay? So when I say I wrote about sex and this person said, I can tell you're a virgin, they're saying this one type of sex is obviously I didn't have. They're not saying I didn't also have this type or this type or this type, right? So what happens is there will be a group who says, oh, well, I can't tell that Brittany's a virgin because what she describes my sex life. I do just roll over and fall asleep, right? But the person who was reading it was in the first group. So they knew I hadn't had sex because it didn't make sense to their lived experience, right? And they were correct. I was a virgin. This group here that identified with my story would be incorrect and probably guess that I wasn't a virgin. And this is all of the communication era that's happening in all of this, in every discourse. When I say something is true or something is an experience you relate to, all the people go, oh, well, that's not my experience. Okay, then I'm not talking about you or your experience. But the dilemma is like, they want it to be all or nothing. So when people say like, do you think being a drag queen has to do with sexuality? I guess for some people. They're like, oh, so for all people. And I'm like, I guess for some people. And they're like, so for all people. And I'm like, that's an agenda. That they have an agenda. So then what people do is they double down and they go, actually, drag has nothing to do with sexuality ever. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. It's not, I don't know. Maybe. Like to say that it wouldn't is maybe it, I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean cross-dressing? Do you mean something else? I don't know. So what we do in our language is we have to like, and this is why I say the difference between like a nuanced conversation, guys, and a non-nuanced conversation is the nuance. The nuanced conversation allows for there to be a diversified way to do drag. The non-nuanced conversation is drag is never sexual because you're fighting oppression. Okay? And that's the dilemma with all of these conversations. You remember the comment I highlighted earlier that said, oh, I'm glad you admitted you and Kat were wrong? No, Kat and I were nuanced. Drew was not being nuanced. Drew, in her position, she wasn't allowed to be because she was just protecting trans people. As gender fluid, technically trans people, Kat and I were allowed nuance. But Drew's a straight woman. She's a straight cis woman. So she couldn't have the nuance because her positioning wasn't, she had to hold the line. Exactly. The nuance is the gray. The nuance is what creates the complicated part of the conversation. So, right? Okay. I do think though, going back to my Tumblr conversation, my Tumblr story. So I'm on Tumblr and somebody writes, this author, and says, hey, I'm writing a book. I'm in my 20s. I'm writing a book about adventures. And he goes, how about this? How about you actually go live out your 20s and have adventures, and then you can write about it in your 30s? And me being the autistic girly I am said, yeah, what am I doing? And I stopped writing and I fully went and lived my life. And I had a shit ton of adventures. And these are the adventures I tell you now. And now I really could write a book because I really did that shit. I lived my life. I went and I did it. I didn't write about it. I didn't dream about it. I fucking did it. I did the drugs and the sex and the rock and roll, and I traveled and I did all of it. I did all of it. Okay. And that was the point, is like, I was so busy writing about it, I forgot to go do it. And I do think a lot of people on the internet, they're making think pieces about experiences that they've only read about. And I do think there's something to be said about experiencing it and then having the wisdom to look back on it. So again, I think this is what I'm talking about when we talk about eras of our life. Okay, let me draw you another picture. So here's what happens. And this is the dilemma. This requires some sort of, this is hard because this does require you to kind of reach a, what's the word I want, guys? A milestone, right? Okay. First of all, that cigarette emoji made me want to take a, oh, so good. Okay. So, how do I even draw this fucking out? Oh my God. Okay. So there's you and you're in your 20s and this is the path journey for you. You're going to hit your 30s and your 40s and your 50s. Okay. How do I draw this? And while you're going on this journey, you have to make a decision if you're going to do it or if you're going to write about doing it. Okay. If you do it or if you write about it, while you're doing either of those things, your wisdom is either growing or declining. So I can't tell which one is going to get you where, but the goal is to gain the wisdom to make good decisions. Right? So the hope is as you live your life, the wisdom is on an upturn. Okay? The dilemma is which path is going to get you there? Okay? Is it going to be doing the things? Are doing the things going to get you? Or is reading about the things going to get you? Or probably not. Right? Probably not. It's probably going to look like this. If you just read about life, probably this. But if you read, or if you doing life also involves reading about life, obviously, because if you're doing life, you're educating yourself. Okay. You're actually doing the things. Because remember, there's a difference between people who make TikToks about reading books. And then there's the difference between people who read books and then make TikToks. Like there are people who make think pieces about books they've never read. And when I come across them on TikTok, I'm always shocked when they're like, this book was written then. I'm like, ooh. And then they go, I haven't read it, but I'm like, how dare you waste my time? How dare you make a think piece about a book you haven't read? Okay. So again, the goal of this is to live your life plus gain wisdom. So by the time you get to your 50s and 60s, you're actually a wise person and not just a 65-year-old who hangs out with 20-year-olds and goes, hey, what up, kids? Hello, fellow kids. Okay. Because that's not the goal. Hopefully. Okay, hold on. I'm scrolling up. Chad said, I like the word perspective because everyone has a different perspective of their experience. Yeah, everyone has a different perspective. And even more than having just a different perspective, we have a different depth of perspective. So remember the voice note guy, the one lady that was going really famous, the Kaczynski girl. She was like, I've had these experiences and that's why this. Yes, but you had the experience in a stunted way that didn't allow you to also have the wisdom. Your perspective is stunted. If you actually gain the wisdom and do the work and still deconstruct, then you realize the voice net guy is a bad guy. But you're not going to know that. Also, do not take for granted the concept of being young and being on the right side of history, because the moment your life gets hard, you're going to become bigoted. All of these young people, they're like, oh, I already know being trans is wrong. I'm 15. You could be a transphobe one day. You don't know because you haven't been tested. If you were young enough to be on the right side of history because your privilege put you there, which it did, then there is a good chance you're still going to be bigoted in big ways. So do not take it for granted, right? Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. Scroll. Okay, let's go back to the video.
And you're tugging at that wig as well.
Like,
let's do something
whoa! Okay.
mutually exclusive, meaning that they can't exist together, which, again, is not true. So not only has homophobia entered the chat, but it looks like misogyny is right behind her tugging at that wig as well. Like, let's do some quick math here. So man plus man getting it on equals feminine, and man plus man getting it on equals bad. So if we take that and carry the two, that's implying that feminine plus getting it on with a man equals bad? Huh.
I was never good at math, but I think that's correct.
And if you were bad at PEMDAS in school, like me, I get it. But let me break it to you this way. If a man has sex with another man makes him feminine, which in turn makes him less desirable and is shameful, have we not circled back to the very definition of misogyny against women?
The craziest thing to me about straight women who don't want to be with bisexual men is you ask them their reasoning and they will tell you things like, I don't want to be with a man who sucks dick. I don't want to be with a man who bends over for other men or is into being penetrated. I don't want to be with a guy who has guys in his sexual history. But like, what does that say about you who also does all that stuff? Like, you suck dick, you bend over for men, you have men in your sexual history. You're telling me you find it degrading for a potential partner of yours to have done this stuff, but you do it?
And again, it is no secret that we live in a deeply patriarchal society, one that tells women what to do, what to feel, and how to act. Oppressive expectations are placed on women to perform a particular way to be accepted, respected, and chosen by a man. Historically, and to a certain extent currently, women were reliant on men to give them a certain lifestyle. And there was a time when women weren't allowed to work, go to school, own property, even open their own bank account, which made finding a strong masculine type to provide literally a requirement and not a choice.
You need to accept that the women in that conversation are going to interpret what you're saying as force. You have to be comfortable with engaging with that. They're going to interpret it as force because women who are straight, well, all women really, exist in a culture that is constantly trying to coerce them out of the things that they want.
Yes, chat said, is it internalized misogyny? 100%. And it's a fear of, this is why that person who wrote me, I just told you about, who said, Brittany, we have to settle for men because like we can't afford rent. I hear you. That is your survival brain talking. That is the part of your brain that's like, I need to survive. And I hear that. But that's why we build coalition. It's why we build community. It's why we have friends who have shared values, because some of our friends are going to need roommates, and better to live in those situations. Okay. Or you need to start hanging out with people that can get you to that next step in some sort of like, out of your circumstance to the best of your ability, again, through collective means, and get people into jobs where they can pay their rent, and then fight a system that is making it hard for us to pay our rent. Because like, yeah, but I don't want you to feel like your only option is being with a man, because that is literally the option patriarchy is trying to force you into. And then you will get pregnant. 40% of pregnancies are unplanned. You are bound to be that 40%. Okay? So when we have these conversations, I just want you to know, like, you know, I want people to have more options. I really value options.
Constantly. All the things that they say that they want or they need or would require, they're discouraged from feeling.
Because society's definition of masculinity is inherently linked to sexuality. And it's unsurprising that for some women, a man being bisexual automatically excludes him from embodying the hyper-masculine traits they have been conditioned to seek. And when we talk about toxic masculinity, sexism, and women's oppression, there is a natural inclination.
And look, and I will say this, and I mean this so respectfully, it's difficult because, you know, the worst part is, it's hard because I just don't see myself as the exception, but I know there's some intersection at play here. Obviously, I'm white, I'm perceived as a woman, all these things. But I don't, like, I have a high school diploma, right? I'm thinking about going back to college. I'm thinking about getting my degree. I'm thinking about it, you know, but ultimately, like, I can't afford to go into debt for it. So I have to either save up or get some sort of figure out how to pay for college. But like, I don't have that money, you know what I mean? I don't have the money to go to school. So I'm thinking about it if we can get the money, if I can save up, if we can live really frugally for the next like 10 years and I could finish school. But even so, right, I don't think I'm the exception. And yet, like, over the years, it's taken me a long time, but I found a way to make sure that I am safe and I can live alone. And that's what I want for people is I want you to recognize, like, you deserve to feel safe when you go home at night. And maybe I have to remember, it's hard because I, you know, like, I just don't feel that smart. Generally, like, I know I am, but I'm not like that smart. You know what I mean? Nobody's really that smart. But I think what I do have and what I recommend for everyone is building community with people. Like, in my 20s, I lived with so many gay people. I lived with so many friends. I lived with like community. Before I was living with boys, I was living with girls. I was living with my friends. And so I'm like, we should talk about friends. I was renting rooms. You know what I mean? And so again, like, I don't want you to ever think like you have to find a partner. I just feel like partner should be the last thing we're thinking about. It's just so not important. It's important emotionally, but it's just so like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I want you to know that you are more than being partnered always and forever, even when you are. You know?
To say, well, who set that system up? And in many cases, real. But it's also important to remember that women can also perpetuate aspects of the same patriarchy that oppresses them. The bias some women hold against bisexual men is rooted in the same patriarchal, misogynistic beliefs created.
Wait, sorry. Chet says, but what if you want passionate, committed love too, not just friendship love? Great. But you're not guaranteed it, and you don't know when you're going to meet that person. You know what I'm saying? Like, great. But like, you can't the only thing I can control is whether or not I work in a career and I get an education and I do my best to fight the economy. I can't control whether or not somebody loves me. I fall in love with that person. We meet each other. Like, I can make friends a lot faster than I can find a person I like enough to live with and love. You know, if you're doing high compatibility, if you're doing settling, then you can find a man easy. Just go on any dating app, pick one, you're good. Okay. But that's not what you want, right? You don't want just anyone. You want the person. You want the person you're going to do life with. And in that case, there's just no guarantee you're going to run into that person. Okay. So I'm not going to wait. I don't know if you want to wait, you know?
To subjugate them as well. And unpacking those beliefs becomes even more important as these systems of inequality are all intertwined. And this is such an interesting conversation because I feel like a lot of straight women think of themselves as allies to the LGBTQ community. And in fairness, a lot of them are. Like, shout out to y'all. Yes, I love my girls and I love my girls. But with peace and love, your allyship card might get declined if you claim to love the girls, love the gays, and then go on to spew out some homophobic and biphobic talking points when it pertains to bisexual men.
Sometimes there's this dynamic between straight women and gay men that I find insane. And I'm going to bring this up because the conversation around straight women not wanting to date bi men really made me start thinking about this. It reminds me of straight women who will have a gay friend, and let's say they go out somewhere to party. Once there are straight men in the vicinity of the straight woman, she will completely disregard the gay friend that's a boy.
And again, I've seen the discourse online. This is not a conversation to convince someone to date outside of their preference. Rather, it's an invitation to think critically about how that preference was formed in the first place and the impacts that it can have outside of just your dating world.
The discourse and conversation around this idea that it is biphobic or homophobic for women to say that they would not talk to or date a bi man is particularly fascinating for me because I think at the root of some of the pushback is this idea that oftentimes groups that experience oppression believe that because they experience oppression, they also cannot be perpetrators of oppressive actions and forces.
And a little exercise that I like to do whenever the biphobic conversations or any other intersectional conversation likes to come up is by intentionally viewing the intersectionality of the issue by reframing biphobic talking points as if they were any other form of bigoted talking point. Like, for example, imagining every biphobic take was replaced by a racial one. Like, if a white person were to come out and say, I just don't want to date a black person because they're black, we would understand that their aversion to dating black people is the product of racism. Otherwise, what would have taught them there was something wrong with dating black people solely on the basis of their blackness?
If I said to you that my preference is to date other white people because I'm only attracted to people who are intelligent and well-behaved, anyone with sense would know I'm racist. If a person of color then rightfully told me I need to unpack my racial bias, are they coercing me into a relationship? Am I being asked to unpack a racial bias so that in the future people of color have the opportunity to date me rather
Now, Kat Black did have a response to this, and I think this is different than the response that she was saying. But she was saying if you told a black woman, like, imagine that if somebody didn't want to date a black woman, man, person, whatever, they wouldn't care because most black people are dating black people because of proximity. But this is different. This is saying I don't want to date a black person because XYZ traits. And then I wonder if that differs. Like, I wish I could ask Kat, like, or I wish she was here in this moment. Like, does that differ for that input? Because we forget that people are dating within proximity. And so I could see why, because black women were saying specifically, like, what does that matter? What does that matter? I don't date white men either. I don't date them anyways. And I was like, oh yeah, if they're not even dating white men, this isn't going to click for them because it's not their lived experience. But I wonder if they said, because of these traits, if it would make a difference. I don't know.
Could it be that I live in a society alongside people of color, and if I've said that I believe people of color are inherently poorly behaved and unintelligent, that might show up outside of my dating preferences?
And a critical point to expand on here is that yes, who someone chooses to date is a deeply personal choice. However, those choices do not exist in isolation. If you have negative beliefs about a racial group and wouldn't date anyone from said racial group as a result, we can reasonably assume that those same beliefs manifest themselves in other interactions outside of relational dating with people of that race.
Whether or not bi men are attractive, spouting a lot of stereotypes around that are homophobic and that are biphobic. And so I'm asking people all the time when they have preferences, whether it's colorism or ableism, right? Whatever the preferences that they espouse, I'm asking people all the time to actually sit with what shaped those preferences, just like I have been tasked with and constantly am reiterating back to the fact that I had to sit with it to ensure I was not showing up and perpetuating oppression through my decision.
And don't get me wrong, racism is a very complicated subject steeped in nuance and historical context. I'm not suggesting that the systemic inequalities racism produces are an apples to apples comparison with sexuality. I'm saying that the logic used to explain the issue with one problematic take can reasonably be applied to
Again, this goes back to a logic, like having an understanding of logic. So if someone says like, oh yeah, like we watched the EDP documentary and he was like, I'm not a pedophile, I'm not into kids. But if you're 16, and I was like, we have to contend with the reality that a lot of people think 16-year-olds are adults. And I'm saying, I really don't know the last time you talked to a 16-year-old, because God knows I do not talk to them, but they look like babies. Like, okay, pause. This is what I'm talking about. You know how I said earlier, people are putting out think pieces about a not lived experience? I think you're not talking to teenagers, because if you go on and you watch teenagers talk, it's like, how are you fucking this thing? Like, how are you talking to this kid in any gross way? But I think they don't imagine it. I think they have an image of a kid in their head that I'm like, who are you imagining you are talking to right now? It is literally a child. Maybe this is why community was always around each other growing up, so you could actually interact with kids and realize like they're kids. But then that's why it was so insidious. Like, that's why it was even worse to have adults go after kids, because you are talking to kids. You are engaging with kids. And the fact that you are interested in a kid is so weird. Like, it's so weird, bro. That's why I think it's so off-putting, because it's like, something like that. But yeah, chat says people literally forget what it's like to be a kid. Well, especially if you're peaked in high school and you're in an adult body but thinking like a teenager, it might feel that way, of course, like that way as well. Like where, yeah, chat said they're imagining the 25-year-old actress who plays 15 on TV. Oh, I'm telling you right now, media fucked us all up. Media fucked us all up because Gossip Girl, fucking WB, all of those actors were in their 20s. They were 10 years at least older than the kids they were playing. And I think it just fucked us up. You know what I mean? Chet says, don't you think patriarchy have become a catch-all term? No, I only think people think that if they're stupid. Respectfully. Sorry, listen, I'm trying not to be mean. You only think patriarchy is a catch-all word if you don't know what patriarchy means. Yes, if you don't know what patriarchy means, you could be using it as a catch-all word. You know what I mean? Yes. But patriarchy is a framework that impacts everybody globally. So if you're using it literally, which in this community we are, it's very serious and very real. If you're in another community where you don't know what patriarchy means, yes, you're using the word incorrectly. So I'm sorry, that was a lot. Sorry, I've been having a week with trolls in my chat, okay? It means something. Capitalism means something. These words, when we're talking about the frameworks, in this bubble, in this stream, it means something. It's serious. And it's not a catch-all term, you know? So yeah, okay. But yeah, if you're watching a streamer misuse the word and they're like, everything is patriarchy, everything's patriarchy, but like, no, literally everything is patriarchy. It is. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's not funny. Everything is patriarchy. It's really exhausting. Everything is white supremacist. Everything is capitalism, and it's fucking killing all of us. We're literally drowning out here. You can't pay for groceries because of these institutions. Your kids are suffering. The world is suffering because you guys are seriously thinking that they're just funny words. They're not funny words.
Understand another.
You're telling me that you've met a man and he checks off every single one of your boxes. He's smart, he's funny, you're physically attracted to him, he has a well-paying job, he's goal-oriented, like every single thing on your list, this man checks off. But then you find out he's bisexual and all of a sudden, you're no longer attracted to him, you no longer want to date him. Mind you, just 4 syllables ago, you were attracted to him, he was marking off everything, he was your dream guy. It's only because he's bisexual that now you're no longer attracted. And you want me to believe that that's not rooted in biphobia or homophobia.
And we can extend this thinking to men too. If a man raised with all the male privilege and implicit bias his heart desires said that he has never made choices consciously or subconsciously that are the result of misogyny and patriarchy, we'd understand that he can't just choose to separate his actions from the context he was raised in. Like when you're born with certain privileges like straight, cis, or male privilege, they will manifest themselves in your thoughts or actions unless you actively do the work to interrogate and challenge them. Because I feel like either with this generation or just with like this age of being online, people are so afraid of being labeled as problematic or having their actions actually mean the things that they are. And what I mean by this is that people will go ahead and say biphobic, homophobic things and then be afraid or feel shocked when people call those actions for what they are, because no one wants to attribute those things to themselves. It's similar to like how white people will say something racist or something racially insensitive and you call it out for being racist or racially insensitive and they're like, no, I'm not racist. I couldn't be racist. Like, I'm an ally. I get lunch with my black friend Wanda every week. Like, girl, we get it. Multiple things can be true at once. You can really love your girl Wanda and get in lunch with Wanda. And at the same time, you also can hold very racially insensitive or racist beliefs. And the same goes for this. Like, yeah, you could want to party with the gays. You can want to hang with the gays. And you have to acknowledge that your dating preferences, if you're in...
Wait, what does that say?
Yeah, you could want to party with the gays. You want to hang with the gays. And you have...
This is the thing with issues like homophobia, racism, misogyny. We live in a society influenced by these ideologies. So there are things we have to continuously unlearn. People can't accept that they're influenced because they think that means they're inherently a bad person. Yes, but you're a product of society, and the moral things to do is to reflect on these influences and improve. I think that's what it is. Look, your feelings are hurt, and that's so valid. You're afraid I'm calling you a bad person, and I'm saying there's no such thing as a bad dog, even a dog that bites your hand. There's no such thing as a bad person, but for reductive reasoning, we call them bad people. But what you actually are is harmful. And you are causing harm. And then what you have to have is the people who are calling you out. You can't listen to every person calling you out. You have to trust the people calling you out. So you must unlearn what society has taught you, but then you also must trust in the people that you allow to judge you. Look, if you guys try to hold me accountable, I will take it into consideration, but I do trust some people more than others. Like there are chatters in my chat that I trust more than others as viewers of my content because I can tell they're really getting what I'm saying. Some of you, bless your hearts, you know what I'm saying? But some of you, I'm like, okay, if they came to me and said, Britt, the ones that I really feel like they're getting it, I'd be like, I'm listening, even though we're strangers and even though I don't know you, I know you enough through chat that I could be like, okay, I'm listening. If my sister came to me, if my brothers came to me, if somebody came to me, sure, I would do similar things where I'm like, you don't get me like that. I love you, you're my brother, but no, you don't get to criticize me like that because you don't even know the difference between a drag queen and a trans person. Your opinion doesn't matter. Next. And then there are certain siblings I trust more than others to give me input on my action. Okay? And that's the part. Okay? So it's like you also have to be careful because yes, we live in a world where people will call you out no matter what. Actually, you know, I think one of the things I've learned as a creative who didn't know how to handle people calling her out who are being bad faith is now I think I can handle it much better now. But remember that for a time in my career, I had a whole debate bro bubble spamming my comment section with like, you're a horrible person, you're a cult leader, you're an evil person. Am I supposed to listen to them? Or do I say, hey, your perspective can't matter because of where you're coming from? Like, I can't hear you, right? Like you're in a bad bubble. And then who do I trust instead to check myself? There are people in my community that I'm like, hey, you guys good? Do we have enough boundaries in this community? And look, we've put down so many boundaries in this community to keep it safe, but I had to discern as a creative who to listen to. And trust me, it's not going to be fucking the debate bros communities. Okay. I am not going to have these creepers, these pedophiles communities in my chat calling me a bad person. Right. So remember that.
to acknowledge that your dating preferences, if you're intentionally going out of your way to avoid bisexual men because they're bisexual, that is biphobic. And no one's hopping into your dating life and forcing you to sit down and date a bisexual man, but you got to own the fact that you got some biphobia, babe. Like, again, sorry to conflate it to race, but I feel like that's like the easiest way to kind of understand where this is coming from. It's like the whole thing of like wanting to know when someone is racist versus like having someone almost like lie to you or like pretend that they're not and then you find out later. There's a lot more respect than people would know how to move if you just were like, yeah, girl, I'm biphobic. I'm sorry, but like that's just who I am, because that's what it's giving. It sounds crazy and it sounds outlandish because no shade, it is, but let's stop pretending it isn't what it is.
Every human being has fear. Every human being has implicit bias, whether it's because the systems of oppression have trained us to be fearful or confused about people that we don't demographically align with, or we've had negative experiences with individuals that we don't identify with. At some point in time, we develop belief systems that are not rooted in fact, but instead are rooted in fear. This is just a result of being a human living inside existing oppressive systems. To act like we're above these systems as individuals is not realistic.
And an important element of this conversation.
Discord's bringing up the hot take: the bad feelings and shame associated with worrying about being a bad person is latent Christianity within the culture original sin, repackaged into secular society, specifically relating to them not being able to hold on to the fact that they have done something that could be considered homophobic. And also, we are biological creatures on a planet, and we do rely heavily on the tribe. And honestly, knowing who you are safe with is like number one, and these women don't feel safe with us. And so I think that's important. The question is, why don't you feel safe with me? Look, if a Christian doesn't feel safe in my community, that could make a lot of sense. The question is, why don't you feel safe in the community that ultimately will protect you? But I get it. I don't think if I was a Christian, I'd feel safe in my community either, but not because my community would kill them, but because my community would constantly argue with them, right? So like we are just like biologically wired, I think, to obviously form community, which is cool. I like that part about being a human. And yet we still have to pick and choose where we feel safe in our communities, like being seen and understood, because we are like human beings are very bad in numbers. That's why I say mob mentality is the end of like rational thinking. But like the mob is scary. And that's why even when people like in smaller communities, like that's why I don't want we have to be careful about piling on, or we have to have somebody who says, okay, hold on, let me be the mediator, right? So I agree. I think partially societally, they're really afraid of like going to hell or being ostracized or being seen as immoral, which is why I think it is interesting that Andrew Tate can get out here and say like, yeah, I fuck kids. And then people are like, I love Andrew Tate. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he brags about fucking kids. So how are you afraid of being seen as a bad person? So this is what they do, right? To expand on that idea is they tell themselves, oh, there's nothing really wrong with it because they're 16. They change the goalpost. They go, yeah, fucking kids is wrong, right? That's wrong. Oh, but she was 16? Oh, she was 15? Oh, that's not a kid, bro. What is it then? What is a 15-year-old? You think a 15-year-old is an adult? To clarify, what's an adult? Right? Yes, age is arbitrary, but like, what do you think that is? Okay. So again, and even if Andrew Tate came out here at 40 years old and said, I like fucking 18-year-olds, I'd be like, you like fucking teenagers, bro? That's fucking weird. That's still fucking weird. It's a different kind of weird than fucking kids, but it's a related layer. Right? So again, when we have these conversations, it's like people change the goalpost for what's wrong and why it's wrong. And then they can justify their actions so they don't have to do any of the work because, you know? And look, that's why I say the most rebellious thing you can ever do is get ready to lose everything. Not because you're foolish or ignorant, but because you're ready to stand on all 10 toes for what you believe in. And that's hard. Because I don't want you to, if you're autistic and taking that to a literal extreme, you have to also survive under the systems at play. So don't literally Diogenes it up, you know what I'm saying? But just, you have to, that's where philosophy comes in. It tells you to evoke wisdom in making the decision of when to stand on 10 toes. Okay?
That I want to address is the fact that straight women are definitely not the only people who have problematic viewpoints when it comes to bisexual discourse. Like, straight men, let's wake y'all see up. I think biphobia manifests itself differently between straight men and bisexual women than it does with...
Ooh, I love this. The original is your booze mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. Ooh, that's good.
Straight women and bisexual men. Because don't get me wrong, they're both problematic just for different reasons. Because I feel like men by and large feed into the fetishization of same-sex relationships between women by eroticizing them and over-sexualizing women's attraction to each other.
We need to talk about the fetishization of queer women. Too often, women's sexuality is framed as a fetish for the straight male gaze. We see this in mainstream media, adult entertainment constantly, in which they hypersexualize queer women and their relationships. An example we see frequently is the threesome proposition. This depicts queer relationships as inherently erotic. It also frames female queer relationships as open invitations for male voyeurism and participation. This is rape culture.
And of course, this isn't to say that every straight man feels this way about bisexual women. There are obviously some who would be totally normal about it, while others would be opposed to dating bisexual women.
I also don't date men that think bisexual women are going through a phase, or that, ooh, that's hot, my girlfriend's bisexual. I also don't date men or want to be with men who fetishize or sexualize the idea of me with a woman. Because that is biphobia, that is fetishization and objectification. So be careful when you're dating these straight men. Make sure you ask them, like, do you think it's hot when two girls make out? And be like, what do you mean by that? That's also girls. And I feel this way about straight women who fetishize gay men. I think you guys are weird. I think you're weird. I think you're weird. I think you're just the same. I think you are objectifying gay men. I think you are, you know, what you masturbate to in your house is none of my business most of the time. But like you taking it to the public and getting so crazy over boy love, like to some extent, you need to chill. Look, I love me some Yuri on Ice, but also relax. I didn't even finish it. I should. But like, get over it. You know what I mean? Like, stop objectifying gay men. You know what I mean? It's weird. You guys are fucking, you need to work on that. Okay?
Possibly for problematic reasons as well. But when it comes to general attitudes, there is a palpable hypersexualization of women who date other women. One Reddit thread questioned why there seems to be a discrepancy between how bisexual men versus women are perceived, noting that it tends to be a turn on for most men while a turn off for women. The responders shared their takeaway on this phenomenon, noting the HIV epidemic and demonization of gay men and men that engage in sex with other men is one reason for sure.
Okay, hold on. I just want to do a social thing. So you know how you chatter, you asked us about patriarchy being a catch-all. Now you're saying don't take offense. Patriarchy versus polyandry. Which do you find less appealing? Okay, first of all, I'm going to block you. Okay? Because here's the thing. One, nothing pisses people off more than saying calm down. And nothing pisses people more off than saying don't get offended. And then you say something offensive. Or in this case, obviously just trolly. Because what is that question? Which do I like better? Patriarchy or polyandry? Like, polyandry, like, what are we talking about? Why are you asking me? They're not even related. Like, why are you asking me this question in this context? You know, like, if you want attention, go look in the mirror.
I was younger, I remember people teaching women that gay is bad and causes death. On the flip side, straight men sexualize bi women's sexuality, and instead of fearing it, they see it as an opportunity to live out a fantasy that is kind of pushed on guys. Gay women and women engaging with other women is generally more accepted and considered acceptable, although neither is treated as equal to someone who's straight. Another person saying, I can only speak on the men's side, we as men are told that having multiple women at once makes you more of a man and cool. And another person saying that as a bisexual woman, all straight men I've ever dated and told got excited because they thought it would mean that I'd totally have a threesome with them and another woman. The commenters pretty much echoed the sentiment that basically boils down to women's bisexuality not being taken seriously.
And by the way, bisexual women fall into this trap as well of wanting, I remember I told you guys a story really quickly. A girl wanted to date me for the summer because she wanted to wear a girl like a purse because her boyfriend was on base or whatever. And I was like, girl, I'm not a purse. And like, that's the thing. Like, women do it too. And they need to unlearn patriarchy as well. And we all do. And internalize patriarchy. Like, we all need to unlearn our bullshit. We all need to unlearn our bullshit. Okay? And that's the thing. Like, look, I'm not going to write off all women or even all men. Girl, I think this is the mistake people are making. I don't write off all men. That's ridiculous. Like, I was watching Public Offender yesterday live on TikTok, and the debater was like, there are women who think like all men are this, and Offender's like, no. He's like, no, they never said that. I never heard a girl say that. And he goes, no, they do say that. And he goes, no, I never heard that. And I was like, that shit is so funny to me because Offender is like in that bubble where he's got to, again, you can't allow nuance in the bubble he's in because if you give them nuance, they'll take an inch and drag you. So him being like, nah, I never heard a woman say that, not once. I was like, it is cathartic. I couldn't do the work. I couldn't do it. My nuanced brain won't allow it. But let me just tell you this, I get taken advantage of. This is why I don't debate people, because if you give people an inch, say, sure, there are women who think all men suck. They go, see, that doesn't matter though. Misandrous doesn't matter. Misandry doesn't matter. The fact that they think misandry matters is because they're focused on this. They're like this. So you can't in those debate spaces give any leeway. But that's why I don't like it, but I love to watch it. I love to watch it. Offender did great yesterday. It was so funny. But anyways, all of this to say, Why did I say this? Hold on.
and men and other women. The commenters
Who said something? What did I say? Did I say something? Oh, bisexuality and dating women, dating men. So just, okay, it's not the bisexual. It's not that you're dating a bisexual. It's that you're dating a person. And people don't have good values.
pretty much echoed the sentiment that basically boils down to women's bisexuality not being taken seriously and men viewing it as a quick pathway to fulfilling their own sexual desires. And if there's anything straight men are good for, it's centering themselves on women's experiences. Like, hello? It's a woman-loving woman relationship. Like, quite literally, like, why would a man be there?
Why would a man be there? Why would a man be there? No, it's actually pissing me off. Oh my God, it pisses me off. Why would a man be there? Why do you want to be there?
And due to misogynistic views about sex, a lot of men simply don't think same-sex relationships between women count in the same way that it does when a man is involved. It's like the patriarchy runs so deep that some of them don't see other women as real competition to the relationship because they're the only real option.
The crazy part is that straight men hold the same exact beliefs about bisexual women as y'all claim lesbians hold about bisexual women. The only difference is that the beliefs that they hold benefit them, or they see a benefit to them, and it's not a threat to who they are, versus lesbians where it is not a benefit.
Men tend to be centered on either side of the spectrum. Bisexual men are either just secretly gay, while bisexual women are actually just straight. And this way of thinking is scary because it invalidates the autonomy of bisexual people. Like, no matter how we slice it, we always still somehow come back to a man. Like, a man is always there.
I am feeling like I want to die and that this is complete torture, and I don't know.
It says bi girls secretly like men, bi girls always cheat with men. You either are straight or gay, or between. Biphobia isn't real. All in quotation marks.
What I did to somebody to make me sit here and do this, and I just don't think it's nice.
And other letters within the leg booty community have gotten in on the discourse as well. Some lesbians have chimed in saying that their desire to date other lesbians has to do with the intersectionality between a woman being oppressed on the basis of gender while also being oppressed on the basis of their sexuality.
Difference between being a lesbian who has a preference for other.
Yo, this lesbian right here, she's so funny because this is lesbian lifts. And first of all, I always wondered why she TikToked shirtless. And recently someone's like, why are you shirtless? And people are like, wait, are you shirtless? She TikToked shirtless. And she says it's because I'm relaxed in my home and I'm also shirtless. I hate that answer because there's no way you didn't put thought into this. It is very interesting that you've socially decided to TikTok shirtless. Are you just showing off your tattoo? Is it because it doesn't matter? That's why people thought she was a trans man. So then people thought she was a man. It's sort of like misidentifying her gender because she's shirtless on TikTok, which is only socially acceptable by even the terms of service if you're a man or have a double mastectomy. You can be a woman who's had a double mastectomy and be shirtless on TikTok. But that's why people thought you were a man. And that's so funny to me. This is why I'm saying gender is a performance. It's something we signal, and it's also something that's internal. Because internally, she's like, I'm a girl. And everyone's like, oh, okay. We were confused. And that's why I think this stuff is so funny. But anyways, what was I going to say? Fuck, I missed what was I going to say? I was going to say something else, but I lost it. Oh, well.
Lesbians and a straight.
She seems nice enough, you know what I
woman
mean?
refusing flat out to date any bisexual man for homophobic, biphobic reason is, first of all, straight women are not oppressed based on the fact that they are straight. They are oppressed based on the fact that they are women, but not because they're straight. Lesbians are oppressed based on the fact that they are lesbians and oftentimes women.
Now, if you can't tell, I, in fact, am famously not a lesbian.
You need a pee!
So I can't fully speak to the nuance of how lesbians feel about dating bisexual women and the intersecting identities at play in those dynamics. However, as a man, I have noticed that some gay men worry that bisexual men are just using them as an experimental phase before going on to marry a woman. As I mentioned earlier, there are...
I mean, people worry about that with race as well. People worry about that with body types as well. Oh, am I just like a fat girl you're dating for the experience? Oh, am I just a black person you're dating for the experience? Am I just an XYZ insert here for the experience? Like, look, I think we're all afraid of being tricked, lied, deceived. See, we're afraid. We're literally afraid that someone's just using us for our bodies. Oh, they just want to fuck. That's why I make a man wait a year. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to wait a year though. Damn. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't, philosophically, you shouldn't do anything out of fear. Fear is truly the thief of joy.
a subsect of gay men who come out as bi first to often soften the blow before fully coming out as gay, so there is a feeling that bi guys are possibly just in denial. And it's really sad to see because the call really is coming from inside the house. It is interesting though because it's basically the exact worry that a lot of straight women have, just like in the reverse order.
For me as a dater, I'm kind of like the path of least resistance, where I just don't want to deal with too many conversations and too many problems. That's why for me, I was like, have I dated men with no jobs? No.
Also, guys, all these people you probably recognize because I've showed them on stream, but just a reminder, we're nobody. Even me. That's everybody. You know Rush Limbaugh, okay, the conservative radio host? Everyone always said, why does everyone listen to Rush? He is nobody. Because we like it, don't we? I know this is contradicting. I shouldn't say this because that's what my job is. But the truth is, like, none of us are qualified. Almost nobody is ever qualified to talk, and yet those are my favorite people to listen to. I love listening to the most random people give me their thoughts. I'm like, oh my God, who is this person? They work at Walmart? Perfect. I'm gonna watch 10 of their TikToks. This guy sitting in his car with a construction vest? Perfect. I'm gonna watch 10 of those TikToks. And it's just a reminder that the discourse is being created by the same 50 fucking people we keep showing all their TikToks, you know? And so just remember that our government, all these people, they're just people. And yet we give them so much power. They literally change culture. That's why I'm saying, hey girl, it could be you too. All these people that changed the world, they were just people. They were just people. So remember that. Remember that the world is made up of just people, and just people get amazing things done. Wow.
No careers, no college education, no money, non-Asian before? Yes. Has it presented some problems in conversations? Yes.
And just to lay down the law in my regime, since you're on this channel, for me, bi equals bi. Like, I don't think it's fair to assume that someone is actually just gay or straight, or to deny the existence of their identity. Like, if anyone knows how difficult it is to have your sexual orientation question.
Oh, that's what I was going to say about the lesbian lifts. I'm sorry. It's a bullshit answer to say, oh, I'm just in my house topless because I like to be in my house topless. Talk about not introspecting. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean that you're just in your house topless? But why? Oh, what, I can't be comfortable in my house? I mean, you could also be masturbating in your house, but it doesn't need to be on TikTok. The question, like, talk about lack of introspection, but this is somebody who people go to watch, like, their latest hits. Like, their latest thoughts on, like, discourse about politics. That's what I'm saying. You guys are not thinking. How could your answer be, oh, I just like being topless in my house? Like, what? Like, it's an interesting question. Interesting. They have the Palestine flag and they're Jewish. The Star of David in their bio. Interesting. I don't watch them like that, but they're everywhere on my feed. But I don't understand how they thought that wasn't interesting that they're topless. Like, I'm talking about where is the understanding? I don't know where it is. But the point is, okay, I don't understand how we're not picking up on the fact that a lot of these people aren't even, this is the discourse I got into the debate bros. When I was giving my opinions about Destiny, remember? And I was like, yeah, he serial cheats on his partners and he's a bad dad. You guys shouldn't take advice from him. And people were like, I can't believe you said that about him. They're like, what does his personal life have to do with his work life? I was like, they overlap? Like, yeah, sometimes your work life and your personal life don't overlap. But in his case, they do. You know what I'm saying? So when we have these conversations, it feels like, why are we taking advice or listening to people who don't even understand that you're never making a decision in a vacuum? Your decision to show up topless on the internet is interesting. We would like to know more about that. Can you tell us why you're doing it? I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, by the way. I'm saying, oh, interesting. Can you tell me more about that? And then to just be like, oh, I'm relaxing in my house. See, that makes it sound like you're a perv or something. There has to be a better reason behind it. That's like saying, if you found out a man was TikToking naked, wouldn't you stop watching him? Because I would stop watching him. The only reason lesbian lifts doesn't bother me as much is that they're queer. But even so, it kind of bothers me because I'm like, are you queer? Is this like a queer statement? Or are you just being like, is there something weird happening? Also, I don't watch a lot of TikToks of men shirtless though. If the man is constantly shirtless in a TikTok, I almost always block. Because like, unless you're at the gym, what are we doing? Because like, you have to meet you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a vibe. There's a vibe.
Question. It's the LGBTQs. Like, so perpetuating that onto others is actually nasty work. And I think with this whole thing, there is room for reflection and introspection across the board. Whether you're gay, straight, lesbian, woman, man, anything in between, we are all impacted by living in this society, and we are not immune to the messaging we internalize. So if you've made it to the end of this video, I'm sure you're wondering, so what now? Where do we go from here now that we've dissected and unpacked it all? Well, it's not as if attraction can be necessarily controlled or changed after one YouTube video. I mean, you can try, and I'm sure that's what Fox News loves to say. Yeah, but unfortunately, one YouTube video is not going to do all the work for you, which I'm sorry if that's what you were expecting. But yeah, no. The conversation around not wanting to date bisexual people reveals far more than an individual's dating preferences. It's a mirror to the ways that biphobia and homophobia impact our assumptions about masculinity, attraction, and trust. And we all have a right to our own boundaries and choices in relationships, but it is worth asking where those preferences come from and whether or not they're influenced by stereotypes or lived reality. When we're examining these biases, we're not necessarily trying to police attraction, like that sounds crazy. We're more so trying to recognize how prejudice can subtly disguise itself as just a preference. Because dating is complicated enough, and maybe the real green flag here is having the courage to question our assumptions rather than judging others for who they're capable of loving. Because at the end of the day, I promise you, bi people are not the boogeyman.
Let me tell you, let me share you the link to the video. P.S. guys, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen. Okay? You said being topless is mask and she's not showing nipple, I don't see the issue. There is no, okay. If I said to somebody, yeah, chat says, could you expand more because I'm confused on why that makes you side-eye. I don't usually notice or care if people are shirtless. Their TikTok doesn't read as inappropriate. Okay, it's not inherently inappropriate at all. It's actually inherently neutral until I ask you why you're doing it and you don't know. Now I'm like, you're doing a very socially different thing. You are literally doing the social faux pas and you don't know why you're doing it. If you were doing the social norm thing, then I'd be like, okay, but you're doing the social faux pas thing. This is weird. You're talking about feminism, patriarchy, and politics while shirtless. The fact that you don't know why you're doing what you're doing is the red flag. You know what I'm saying? Right? Chet says you don't like Rush Limbaugh anymore though, right? Girl, don't ask stupid questions, okay? Don't piss me off. Chet says, oh yeah, it's the apparent lack of social awareness. Absolutely. Because like that's the thing that I'm like, that's the thing that I think is so interesting about people signaling safety is like, I don't know why you're doing it. And do you know why? And then it's like, if you don't know why, what else are you doing that you don't know why? Like, you know how we sit there and we don't know why people don't ask for consent or people don't think about it? You're not even thinking about why you're shirtless on the internet as a woman? You're saying you understand patriarchy and you're not thinking about the reason you're shirtless on the internet as a woman? You're sitting here talking about misogyny and you haven't put more than one thought into the reason you're shirtless on the internet as a woman? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So you've never even thought about patriarchy. So you've never actually thought about misogyny. So you've never actually thought about systems of oppression then. Okay. Cool. Like, it's like maybe you have in a very superficial sense, but like, so it's like yesterday we were talking about abolishing prisons and white supremacy. Everyone thinking that means we're going to let serial killers run wild. Like, this is why people are saying you're starting to sound really conservative on the internet when you're telling trans people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and go make $20,000 to pay for their teeth. You know what I mean? It's like, what, did you guys all forget that we're living under fucking oppression over here? Did you guys all forget we're living under capitalism and that jobs don't pay us for healthcare, for shit? And that it would take months to even get that shit handled? Do you know what I mean? I was like, what is that? Right? Chat says, I worry if for lesbian lift specifically, they're just sick of answering the question because on Instagram, she def has said she does it because of it's gender affirming. Oh, that is not the reason she said on the TikTok. That's so interesting. Wait, now, because gender affirming would have been a great answer. But that's not the TikTok I saw. Then I was like confused. Wait, maybe I didn't understand it. Hold on. Now I kind of want to watch it. This is what I'm saying. I form opinions based off the information people give me. And yes, I generally don't care. But it just stood out as like really weird to me. Like, what do you mean? Okay, hold on. Let's play a game. Let's find it.
This is why misandry...
Actually, hold on.
So I want to address these. I want to talk about the flip side of the coin when it comes... Sorry, I'm at the gym right now and I'm being inundated with comments telling me that I am mansplaining. I am a cisgender woman. I am a cisgender woman. I think I understand what it is like to be a cisgender woman. But you all are seeing a butch lesbian and denying me my womanhood in the comments. And people are also saying this about Fightmaster, that they are mansplaining. And I think it's because people think Fightmaster is a trans woman. I'm sorry to bring up assigned sex at birth language, but Fightmaster was assigned female at birth. I don't know, this is crazy. It is making it more difficult for me to take you all seriously when you keep misgendering me and calling me a man. Because the amount of comments that I've had to delete, the amount of people that I've had to block who are calling me a man, you're not making yourself look better. I gotta go back to my push day. This is crazy. Sorry, I'm at the gym right now. This is why misandry-centered feminism will never work, because you all are becoming the misogynists that you... Let's have a chat. Let's breathe. So I want to talk about this trans. I think the most important takeaway from all of this, in my opinion, I'm sorry, this was your original comment. What you are saying. Good morning, I'm about to go to the gym and I'm having. You guys do know that you don't. Did originally come out. If this is my. So I've gotten a few comments about this and I'm going to play this clip. If this is my legacy, then so. I want to talk. TERFs are currently trying. It is always. Y'all, whenever I see a stranger struggling to carry something heavy, in the myriad. This is a first for a hate comment. Why do you feel bad for me? I love my new look. But thank you for your concern. I love my tattoos. I love my piercings. I would tell you that standards of professionalism are built off of white supremacy, but I don't think that you're the type to care about that. Also, I'm lucky enough to be a personal trainer where our standards of a trans woman named Rihanna. No, I did not play rugby. My dad chose violence. I had this video from a TERF come across my For You page and I wasn't breaking news. The bear is now in. Just got home from the gym.
Whenever I see a fuck, where did I see this TikTok?
How does people get more upset when you misgender their baby? Genuine question. Nothing makes me want to. Genuine question. Why are so many of you so fascinated by the fact that I am shirtless? Yes, I am shirtless all the time when I am home. Unless, of course, I have to be on a meeting or I have to leave my home. My shirt's off. Because guess what? This is my home. I can free tit in this house if I want to. Also begs the question, would I receive this question as often as I do if I were a man? Stay tuned for more at 11.
What is that TikTok, guys? What is it? What do you mean? What I asked is, of course. What do you, that's the TikTok. What more, that's the whole context. What does that mean? What do you mean? Why are we fascinated with the fact that you're shirtless on TikTok? Because you just admitted you're comfortable at home, so you're shirtless. Yeah, I'm also shirtless at home. I'm not shirtless on stream. I'm also shirtless at home most of the time. I put on a shirt for stream. You know what I mean? Like, I want to, can I have more, I have so many questions. Like, are you meaning to say that your TikToks are personal and intimate and actually you're letting us into a part of your life that is like very much not professional? That's what I'm saying. And then why does it matter if, like, what do you mean? Why wouldn't we ask this question if you were a man? Because societally, like, men are shirtless and that's fine, but also weird. You know what I mean? So I'm not judging. I just have so many questions. I just don't understand the logic. That's what I'm saying. Like, how are we talking about understanding patriarchy or misogyny, but you don't know why it's weird that people think it's weird that you don't have a shirt on? I only thought, okay, I thought Lesbian Lifts was making a statement. I thought the no shirt thing was like a political statement, but it's not a political statement. So now I'm like, why are you doing it then? Why are you being weird? It's weird. Because it doesn't make any sense. Because if you want to talk about consent, like, if I flashed my boobs on if I flashed my boobs on stream, would that be a consent violation? Or would you guys be like, no big deal? Because men can take off their shirts during stream. Like cis men can take off their shirt during a YouTube stream. I cannot, because I have breasts. I would have to get a double mastectomy to be able to do it. And I'm saying, in the social context of that understanding, if I started doing it and it wasn't a political statement, like a protest against the TSA or the terms of service, would it not be fucking weird? Because of the whole social context together. If I was just like, guys, I want you to see my chest. I really want you to see my chest. Like, wouldn't that be fucking weird? Okay, so I don't take the risk of, God forbid, streaming shirtless because I could show something, but that's live. I wouldn't even make a video. That would be weird. To be fair, she's making TikTok she can edit, but why would you even take the risk? Why would you take the risk of your nip showing for a video that you would have to then edit? Why not you just wear a shirt when you TikTok? That I don't understand the layers of it. And then that's why people wonder, like, so are you transitioning? Like, is this a gender affirming care type thing? Right? Like, I don't get it. And yeah, I don't, like, when I watch, first of all, I skip all man thirst traps. If a man shows up on my thing, it's a thirst trap, I block. I do not want to see men do thirst traps. Girls? Okay, women? Right? Women? So it's like based off the context, I just don't get it. Like what's happening here. But again, I had no problem with her being shirtless this whole time until I saw this TikTok. And now I have a problem. I really don't think I ever have a problem with most people doing anything until they tell me they don't know why they're doing it. And then all of a sudden I'm angry. Because like, what do you mean that people are listening to you for philosophical or political points and you don't even know why you're shirtless? Why do you make TikToks? Why do you have a platform? Why do people feature you in videos? Why, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't like it. Chet says in her defense too, I think it's about the bodybuilding. Like her chest is crazy. I don't blame her for wanting to show it off. You're right. But she's not showing it off. She's not showing anything off. That's why it's even weirder. Like you're not even showing off. You're not making a statement, right? Because like what she's showing off her what are these, her traps? Like, okay, love it. But like, why are you doing, I don't know. I don't know. There's something, I think it's the not knowing. That's what it is. It's the not knowing why you're doing it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cared. If she said, oh, I'm just like, I'm breaking social norms and I really think women should be able to be shirtless on TikTok, I'd be like, fuck yeah. I love that. Yeah, Chet said there's a dissonance between talking about serious topics without a shirt, no matter gender or sex. That's what it is. Like, we are talking about this most serious fucking topics and you are showing up shirtless. Like, what are we doing? You know? And maybe she is just showing off her tattoo, but I mean, look at this page. Like, look at the page. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. Like, what is this? Like, what is this decision? What is the decision in this? Yeah, I don't get the branding. Like, what's the point of the branding? You know? Like, what's the thought behind it, you know? Chess says it sounds like she's making a political statement, but trying to get people to think about why they're asking. She sounds like she's implying she knows. That's being very generous. You know? I don't know. That's being very generous. Anyways, no judgment to her, literally. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Discord said maybe it's a fetish. Listen, I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know, because now I don't know. That's what I'm talking about. Sexual deviancy and weirdness, it comes from a place of not knowing, like, hey, why are you doing that? And then when people don't answer, I'm like, do you know what? That's why people start thinking you're creepy, because it's like, what do you mean you don't know why you're doing it? Because the reasoning is everything. Your why tells me if you're safe or not. Again, never in my life did I ever think it was a red flag until I saw that TikTok. And then I'm like, what do you mean you don't know why you're doing it? Well, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. But I will just say this. I'm sure she's fine, right? I'm sure she's a good person. Well, I'm not sure about shit. But I just don't understand. It makes me feel very... But I feel that way again, right? Chet says, is there any why for this that would make it okay? Yes, I just said. If she said, hey, I'm doing this to protest gender expectations, and I think the stereotype that, or the TOS rule that, I said TSA earlier, the TOS rule that women can't be shirtless is bullshit, I'm trying to challenge that. I'd be like, oh, dope. I support this. I support it. Have you guys seen the shirtless women in France who do activism shirtless and stuff? TikTok has them online because you're allowed to. You're allowed to be shirtless on TikTok if it's a form of art or protest, right? Okay, Chet says they went to the bathroom. Sorry, you probably just missed it. But, you know, so again, like I think there are contexts for which it's okay, you know? Yeah, Chet says, example, hey, it's hot in my room where I film and I don't feel like putting a shirt on. Oh, okay. It's kind of weird, but whatever. I get it. It's hot as shit. Okay. Yeah, I get that. Just knowing why makes a total difference. And saying I'm shirtless in my apartment where I'm comfortable is not a reason. Because now you're saying in my intimate space, in my private space, I'm allowed to. Yeah, but I'm here in your private space with you. Would you be shirtless if I was visiting? I mean, maybe if you asked. Because my friends are naked around me all the time. So that's okay. Being naked around your friends is also okay. As long as everyone's okay with it. You know what I mean? And when she said like, oh, would you guys have this question for me if I was a man? Again, even though I'm breaking down barriers, again, I went through a huge hippie phase where I was like, I'll be naked in front of everybody. I'd be naked in front of my family. You know, after much thought, maybe just some of the family, maybe just the girls. Because like, it sounds gender neutral to say like, oh, would you care if I was a man? I don't know. Which man? Did you see that TikToker who made the news because she got shirtless in front of her dad? Again, I'm not going to judge it. Family dynamics are different, but I'm not getting shirtless in front of my dad. But if I was shirtless in front of my dad for a medical reason, I expect respect. But if I was like chilling at my dad's house and I was just shirtless, I don't think I'm ready for that relationship. But if you do it with your family, I'm not even judging it. But I have questions. You know what I mean? But anyways, did you guys see that TikToker? I don't know what she's called.
Brooks Nader is getting dragged.
Hear this girl.
After going topless on a family boat trip in Italy while swimming right in front of her dad. And people cannot agree on whether this is completely normal or just insanely uncomfortable. Brooks was vacationing in Sardinia with her parents and sister when photos showed her ditching her bikini top and jumping into the water, wearing only white crochet bottoms. Her dad, Bro, was literally...
I don't know. Not for me. Not my family dynamics for sure. I'm not going to judge other family dynamics. People are very topless here in Croatia, I will say. I haven't seen them be that blatant, but there are a lot of topless people here in Croatia. Lots of men in Speedos. I'm not judging it. Genuinely, I'm not judging it. Would I want to do it? No. And that's all I'm saying. So for that girl who said, would you have the same heat for me if I was a man? Well, I mean, maybe. You know, it just depends on the family. It depends on the person. It depends on the social context. You know, but yeah, Croatia's very topless. So again, I love that, but I don't, I can see why people have problems with it. I'm not going to project it onto her though. Again, with lesbian lifts, I never in my life thought it was bad that she was shirtless until she didn't know why she was shirtless. And then I was like, see, now I'm weirded out by it. But if she just said like, oh yeah, like I like to be shirtless, I think it should be more normalized. It'd be like, you're right. It should be more normalized. Women should be more topless. Because look, I would love a world where women could be topless. Yeah, I would love that world. I think women should be topless. I just, you know what I mean? I think we have to protest for it because obviously the world doesn't agree. Speaking of the world not agreeing, let's talk about objective morality, you know?
What is so great about objective morality? I just watched this conversation where Joe Foley challenges William Lane Craig that the strength of theism is not that it can ground objective morality, it's that it can enforce it. If it is a grounded, objective truth that you shouldn't cause harm to someone else, if that's a universal truth, then you can actually just ignore it and not do it. The power of theism is not the grounded morality, it's the enforcer, it's the power. And if you are trying to be a good person because there is an enforcer of morality, you're not actually a good person. You're just doing self-serving on an eternal scale rather than like a limited Earth lifetime scale. And that's actually the flavor that I get from comments from Christians. It's not about calling me out for an immoral life because I live a pretty service-filled, love-filled, compassionate, spiritual life. It's more so that they'll say to me like, the enforcer's gonna get you and you're gonna burn in hell and you're gonna regret this. And that whole debate boiled down to basically what Plato discussed thousands of years ago, which is, are the gods good because they are creating goodness, or does goodness exist outside of God? Because if goodness exists outside of God, then you actually never needed God to ground morality. But if things are good because God said so, then it never actually was about morality, it was about power, that God says what is moral and can enforce it because he has power. So the argument that atheists can't ground objective morality, it's like, that's not even what you mean. What you mean is that atheists can't enforce objective morality because we don't have a God enforcer to do so. And secondly, even if there was objective morality, we cannot access it objectively. We still have to access that subjectively. How you read the Bible to get objective morality is still going to be a highly subjective process of highlighting which scriptures you like and aggressively negotiating the ones that you don't. And none of that is inherent in the text. That's what you're bringing to the text. And lastly, we just know that if you have some kind of subjective morality, but it's based on the science of well-being and empathy and compassion and conversation and really focusing on human thriving, that is going to get you a far more moral system than trying to ground it in something like scripture. And people who do good in this world simply for the reason of, I know what it's like to suffer, not preferred, 0 stars, not my favorite. I'm not going to wish that upon others because it seems like you're human who has feelings like me too. People who have their morality that way are far more moral than someone who is doing their morality of self-serving just in an eternal perspective in order to avoid hell. Or they're being nice to others for blessings. The strength of theism philosophically is not that it can ground morality, it's that it can enforce it. But then you have to consider, is that the God that's worthy of worship? A God that you worship just because he's the biggest bully in the playground and what he says goes.
This plays directly into my thoughts around punishment in general, is this obsession to make people pay for what they've done. Though a very human response, though very much a part of your lived experience, your feelings, everything. That I think comes from an activation perspective though. And if you settle down and meditate and really think about it, do you really want people to suffer? Like who's going to do the suffering? Like who's going to inflict? Who's going to be the enforcer? And I think that's a part of the dilemma. And I think this plays into like parenting, who's going to be the mean parent and who's going to be the nice parent, who's going to be the nice cop and good cop or bad cop, And I used to think when I was younger, if I became a mother, I'd be the enforcer because I'm just dominant personality. And I was like, I'll be the enforcer. And also, I think that plays into my concept of my personality, which is probably why I've deconstructed a lot of violent or sort of like violence as a mechanism of power a lot in my life, because that is my default go-to. I'm strong-willed, strong personality. I'm strong in general. When people need someone to fight for them, they call me. So, it takes I'm an earth sign, you know what I mean? Toph is my, girl. So it takes a lot for somebody like me to choose nonviolence. That's why I choose it every day, because it is, to the best of my ability, because it's too easy for me to choose it. And that's why I look at people who are so eager to choose it and I go, I know, I've been there. I've been in that thought process of like, kill the pedophiles, kill everybody, kill everything. But the thing is like, it doesn't matter how many pedophiles you kill, there's always going to be more. Because society makes them. We breed them into existence with patriarchy. You guys keep saying in my comment sections about EDP that like men hate EDP. They hate him, but all their friends who are EDPs, they still hang out with. Nothing that EDP did was worse than what my brothers have done. If anything, one of my brothers did worse than what EDP did. And they're still going to the family gatherings. So my brothers, the same ones who say they hate EDP and he's a fucking gross man, he should die. The truth is, you don't want him to die. You want him to stop being gross, right? You want, because like we love our brothers. Like I need you to understand that I love my brother. I'm sure EDP has somebody out there who loves him. I'm sure as a child, he had somebody who loved him at some point, right? The dilemma is watching somebody you love go down that path. That is so hard. I can't, there's no pride I have. There's only sadness I have for my brothers for going down a path of such destruction. They're hurting themselves and other people because they won't face themselves. When we talk about objective morality, we're talking about something that we wish was true because life would be a lot easier if it was real. Because then we could just say it's wrong and it's wrong and then we could all move it. But they don't know it's wrong. People don't think it's wrong. People think they think it's wrong, right? And so there's so many layers to this idea, but it's why I always go back to it. Like, I love humanity for what it is, a deeply flawed result of evolution, really. But like a deeply flawed but wonderful thing. Listen, I would never want to be without you. Right? Like, I would just never want to be without you. When I think of the world with just me or my loved ones, I just think I'd miss you so much. I'd miss the music you produce and the art you create and the thought you bring to the table. And I would just miss seeing you. I'd miss seeing you in public. And so I love humanity deeply. And I also don't think we're special. I think we are animals on a planet. And it would just be so great if we could get to the point where we within our culture encouraged each other to see each other as the same but different, because we are, but in a good way. And also that we are allowed, we should be dignified. We should be dignified. This person says, shouldn't feminists engage seriously in substantive critics rather than dismissing them as incels and trolls? Doesn't that just replace the argument with more moral labeling? I'll answer this in good faith, but then I'm probably going to block you because you sound like you are trolling. The reason and this is what the straight women were mad about when we called them transphobic. We call you transphobic. And again, there are bad faith people who are doing this. I will never call you transphobic if I don't think you're being transphobic. But what I think is transphobic, what qualifies as transphobic, is where we're disagreeing. In my definition of transphobic, think you're transphobic, right? And then people say, but that's not the definition. Okay, we can talk about that. Same thing with being a pedophile. Okay, pedophile words change over time. Pedophile is about children, and all children count, even 17-year-olds. Even though pedophilia originally meant prepubescent child. Okay? We're not academics. We're people speaking with each other in a social context. We're trying to explain something to each other. Okay? Feminists should engage with well-meaning people who want to move the world forward, not with misogynists who want to prove that feminism is hurting the world when there's absolutely no evidence for that. There's no evidence that feminism is doing anything more than helping the world move forward, even if eventually we have to update our feminism to be second wave, third wave, fourth wave. Feminism itself is not hurtful to the world. So the only people who have criticism for feminism are traditionally people who want to eradicate it completely. And that doesn't make sense when we're living under a patriarchy. So there's no reason to engage with bad faith people who want to eradicate feminism at a time when we need it the most. There is room for people who are saying, hey, we need to update our feminism to include people and make it intersectional. Yeah, we should do that for sure. And we should move away from TERF, and we should move away from RadFem. We should move away from a lot of things, right? Okay, yeah. But it's always still feminism when there's patriarchy. Right? So when we have these conversations, like, I think a lot of people feel like, oh, you're just avoiding the conversation. You're avoiding the conversation. I'm not avoiding the conversation. I'm stopping a conversation that I know is going nowhere because I've debated 100 people like you. Nothing about you is unique, original, or mind-blowing. You're redundant, typical, and boring. Respectfully. And there are so many other people who need my attention. I can help them, but you're not one of them. And that hurts, doesn't it? It hurts to know you're a joke. But you are. When we're talking about very serious topics and you show up, actually, pedophilia is prepubescent children. You're a joke. But for all those curious, I am going to experiment with a call line, and all those men who say they have very amazing debate points that they would like to debate can come on, and we can have those conversations. And as long as you're good faith, I'll be good faith. Right? So I'm going to try it. I'm going to try a call-in show. Probably in September, maybe towards the end of August, or maybe next week. Who knows? But I'm going to set it up on the Discord. I'm going to put a specific room that they can join, just that room, and not the rest of the Discord, because the Discord is a Patreon perk. But I'm gonna make it free, and you can come and debate, 18 plus, of course. And we'll see. But the point is that for all the people that say I have something to say, like Britt Hartley's watching these religious people talk about objective morality, use in one side of your mouth, say, there's objective morality, and I know because God exists. Well, now you're going to have to prove God exists for your objective morality through God to be real. Oh, I don't need to prove God exists. I know he's real. Like, what is that conversation? You know, the conversation's over now because no one's ever proved God is real. It's literally not been proven yet. So you're all of a sudden going to do it in a YouTube debate, and then where do we go from here? Right? It doesn't even make sense. Right? Chad says, I'm actually curious on how to cope with a predator in the family as someone with one that will get out soon. How do I respectfully tell my parents I can't see them? Of course, that is a specific situation. I think my recommendation of what I do is I decide what I'm going to do. I put down my boundaries for myself. That's what a boundary is. It tells me what I'm going to do, regardless of what other people are going to do. It's not telling them what to do. So if this person you know is getting out of prison and your parents, let's say, have them over for dinner and they say, hey, do you want to come over for dinner? You can say like, I have chosen not to interact with this person. Insert details here. And I won't be coming over for dinner. Well, they are there. And then maybe you could, if you want to take it a step further, and if you interact with them, I'm not coming over. Or you could say, I believe in rehabilitation or counseling. I think this person needs help. Maybe you love this person and you want to be there for them. But the boundaries are key here. You're not giving them ultimatums and you're not telling them what to do. You're telling them what you're going to do. And you're going to say, I love you, my parents. I wish you the best. I won't engage with this person the way you're choosing to engage with them. But you're adults, you can do what you want. Especially if it's their kid as an example. Like, who am I to tell a parent not to talk to their own child? They birthed and almost died in labor giving birth to this child. Like, who am I to tell them not to talk to them? You know, I would never do that. So if you want to engage with this person, sure. And this is the big part about collective community, because it's really, really difficult. This is why Republicans don't believe you're serious as leftists, that you want to build collective community, because they all know they're rapists. So they're like, you don't want to build community with me. That's kind of true. I don't. But I'm still going to fight for a government that protects all citizens and gives rapists health care while you're in prison. That's not prison, because we're going to abolish that too. You know, it's like, I'm going to fight for you to get health care. Well, you sit in a facility where you can't hurt yourself or others, and no one's going to hurt you while you're there, you know? So it's one of those things where it is really hard to recognize that the world is so fucked up. But that's why I say philosophy can liberate you, because it allows you to forgive the world for what it's done and then just show up for the world anyways. And that way we're angry for the world. We fight for our community. We feed it. We're not angry at the world because we don't shoot up our schools. Right? Okay, let's go ahead and take a 2-minute break. And then when we come back, I really want to watch this video from SBS with you. We haven't watched them in a second, but it's about, are we addicted to never getting bored? You know, it's my favorite fucking topic to talk about. I live for this topic because, you know, I have such strong opinions about it. And I really want to end our stream today talking about this. Okay, so I'll be right back and we will do it together. All right. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. And Great Point from Discord says he did have that childhood friend in the doc who said he didn't do anything. EDP? Yeah, great point. Why is my chair so squeaky? EDP did have that friend who said he definitely didn't do those things. Or the woman who dated him for a year and said he wouldn't have done those things. The version of him that she knows. Okay. I never blocked that person who asked that question. Did they end up being a troll or no? There you go. Okay.
Does the dopamine...
Excuse me. Okay. This is public television in Australia. Very exciting stuff. I'm excited to watch this with you. I love this channel. We love this channel. It's always great. It's great. And so much better than YouTube discussions. Here we go.
Chase lead to more pleasure or pain? Danny, you're a fashion designer and a printmaker. You look so bright and sunny. What inspires your...
Oh my God, we love...
Danny, you're a fashion designer and a printmaker. You look so...
Whoa. Beautiful, really.
Bright and sunny. What inspires your work?
My work is really inspired by sparking joy in the everyday. It's bright colours and really fun, poofy, feminine shapes and just things that really feel good to wear.
The clothes you wear, do you give that a name?
I definitely feel like I can identify with dopamine dressing.
Why do you associate your sense of style with dopamine?
My understanding of dopamine is that it is a feel-good chemical, and I can totally relate to struggling with dopamine through the lens of like social media, using too much social media. I would love for the way I dress to be a positive alternative to, scrolling on your phone. And I love the idea that dressing colourfully can be a fun, creative alternative.
Nick, you're Danny's partner. Are you also a dopamine dresser?
I don't know. I think Danny sort of inspired me a little bit to have a bit more fun with clothes. Like, we both really like dressing up, like costumes, going to costume parties and that kind of thing. And I mean, Danny's not wearing a costume, but you can have fun with costumes, right? Make people laugh, have conversations about them. And so, I mean, wearing a nice pair of pants sometimes gets you a compliment and that turns into a conversation. And so I think I can vibe with that part of dopamine dressing.
Okay. Because Chet says, is what she's describing different than feeling of confidence? If I'm understanding it correctly, is it the same dopamine I get when I go shopping? Because let me just tell you, girls, I love to shop. It hits something, especially if I have no pressure and no timeline and no budget. Girl, I love spending money. That's why I'm in such an amazing era of my life, being debt-free and everything, because you don't understand the high I get from shopping. It is such an amazing feeling, spending money. And mind you, I've worked my whole life, so, okay. But like, I love spending money. With that said, okay. It also ended up not helping getting dopamine that way when I was trying to save money. So now I get my dopamine in other ways, like playing Overwatch. It's not as satisfying, but it's pretty good. Or working out. I did yoga this morning and I had a really good yoga moment. And I was like, I feel fucking good. Okay. So when we have these conversations, it's not just shopping. Not all shopping makes me feel that good. Shopping for fun things makes me feel that good. Not playing all games makes me feel that good. Overwatch makes me feel that good. Not all yoga makes me feel that good. This yoga makes me feel that good. You know what I mean? So again, like, I think she's getting a high from it versus anything to do with confidence or joy, right? Chad says dopamine sounds like Gen Z's version of following your joy. Yeah, but it can't be that deep, right? It sounds really superficial. It sounds like a drug chasing feeling, which is like a high feeling, like jumping out of an airplane, one of the best highs of my life. So let's keep watching because I'm curious. It sounds super superficial for me right now. So let's see.
When you're going out together, how do people respond to Danny when they see her beautiful clothes?
I think my favorite is seeing little kids, like just being like, and pointing at Danny and then like, tugging on their parent's sleeve or something like that and being like, is that a unicorn?
Yeah. Really? That's so lovely.
Legitimately, a little girl was like, is that a unicorn? And so.
Oh, okay. Chad says, I don't mean joy how we mean it. Oh, okay. I see you.
That's really special.
Are there ways that you chase dopamine in your line of work?
Yeah, so in a kind of a very different way, I'm an archaeologist. And so, you know, there's a number of different elements to chasing dopamine there. It's not snakes and whips and punching Nazis.
Indiana Jones
From
reference.
that Indiana Jones perspective. But the real life of an archaeologist is more to that realistic sort of seeking little bits of dopamine here and there. So I love finding things. That's why I'm drawn to archaeology. And like, you know, dopamine I understand is a bit of it's a motivation and encouragement chemical. And so like, ooh, is that maybe a stone tool down there in the dirt? It just gives you like a little boost. And then if it is, and it's a really nice stone tool, it's a really good feeling.
Zoe, you became interested in neuroscience a few years ago. What sparked that?
Been a little bit confused by my impulses. I've had a long-standing sugar addiction and just kind of really exploring that a little bit. And also I'm a coach, so understanding my clients was became part of my training to get into that as well. And just found it fascinating the more I dig into it. And still now I'm always listening to podcasts and reading books and trying things out and experimenting with things just to see what the impact is on the brain. I find it really interesting and fascinating.
Apart from craving sugar, what other impulses were you driven by?
I do love a good op shop hunt. So going around op shopping and just getting the find was a big one. Scrolling, obviously, TikTok was a big one at that point. Games as well, and it was really lame. Now I've kind of gone into like slightly more highbrow games. There's now New York Times puzzles, but before it was like solitaire. It was just like so.
Yeah. Chat saying dopamine equal reward chemicals and endorphins equal happy chemicals. I think dopamine seeking is like, you're getting a reward from an action and it's like stimulating. That's how I think of it. So shopping stimulates me if I'm having fun shopping. Heck, I stream because when it's good, it gives me dopamine. When it's bad, it makes me tired. But I get dopamine from a really amazing conversation, an amazing chat day, an amazing stream day. Like, I mean, that's why people debate. They're getting dopamine for sure, debating everybody. I mean, I get that too. Some conversations give me dopamine. Often debates exhaust me. I don't get enough dopamine from debating. So yeah, that's why I'm thinking it's an action. Like when she dresses this way, but maybe gets also a social validation. There's something there, something like this, which is why like some people are like, oh, Brittany, how do you stream every day? It gives me just enough of all the rewards I need. It pays my bills. It gives me dopamine. It's socially validating. It lets me do the thing I like to do as a hobby for a job. Like it gives me all of the requirements to keep going. If I don't have that in my line of work, like I'm not going to work. And I'm a worker. I don't mind working, but my job has to give me. That's why when I think about what I do for a living, I have to remember why I'm there and I have to recontextualize it. And that's why I think like certain people just can't be streamers because like it probably doesn't give you any dopamine. You probably don't even like it, you know? Like, that's why I think like the job market is such an interesting concept because I think a lot of us are forced into jobs that don't actually give us rewards. And whether it's the money or the dopamine or whatever else, like, okay, I have a sibling that when they went skydiving, guys, 0 adrenaline happened. They were like this. That they had nothing. And I was like, I was high as a kite. Sober, the adrenaline in my body, the amount of dopamine, guys, I was like flying. I was like, this is the best experience of my life. I did it 3 times. It was so good. The natural high you get from jumping out of a plane was amazing. I recommended my sibling do it and they did it and they didn't feel any of it. We found out that their dopamine seeking, the things that make them feel good, definitely not jumping out of airplanes, but they found what makes them feel good. And that's the thing. We get a script from society of like what will make us feel good. Oh, example, doom scrolling, nothing for me. Like it doesn't, like one of my siblings, if they're scrolling, they cannot do anything else. Like they are the people that TikTok addiction is real for. Like they get sucked into the TikTok and they stop doing everything around their house. Not me. I do dishes and I scroll with my elbow because I want to watch like political videos, but I like to scroll or I watch a podcast, but I do stuff. Like I sweep my house and watch TikTok. I like do chores on TikTok. I get ready for stream and do my makeup in TikTok. They can't do that. Their whole life stops. So they don't spend a lot of time on TikTok. And I don't know that experience. So everybody has a different experience for how their brain gets them going or not. So learning that about yourself, introspection takes a lot of effort. And you have to know yourself. Like for me, if anything, TikTok makes me do more stuff. Like if I'm like, oh, I gotta do something. I can watch this podcast and I'll get it done. Cleaning becomes fun for me because I get to watch a podcast. Right?
Embarrassing.
Anastasia, you've written a book about dopamine that's been translated into 8 languages. Why is there so much interest in this topic?
People are wanting to understand how the brain and body work and want to understand their behaviours more. So we might be able to observe a specific behaviour, like
Going around op shopping and just getting defined was a big one.
What happened? Hello? Am I crazy? Wait, we already watched this. What happened? Let me go back.
want to grow some cucumbers to survive.
Releases of dopamine. So as that signal to see that a reward is and my McFlurry later.
Anastasia, you're a psychologist. If dopamine can drive behaviours, are some dopamine triggers better than others?
Sorry,
yes,
hold on.
8 languages.
Okay.
Why is there so much interest
I don't
in
know
this
what
topic?
happened.
People are wanting to understand how the brain and body work and want to understand their behaviours more. So we might be able to observe a specific behaviour, like I feel pulled to play games on my phone or scroll social media, but I think people are wanting to understand the science behind why that is. And so hopefully through this dissemination of this kind of scientific information and knowledge, people can gain those insights to be able to make more informed decisions and choices for themselves. Things like dopamine activation and any kind of chemical processes that happen in the brain and the body are often happening at a level that's not at our conscious awareness. We don't realise it's happening. So having information knowledge about how this all works can help people make those choices and decisions for themselves.
Let's look at what...
Hold on. Let me look at this. Discord sent this over. Hold on. It says, okay, dopamine, the rewarding chemical, completing a task, doing self-care activities, eating food, celebrating little wins. Oh, I love me some food. Serotonin, the mood stabilizer, sun exposure, be sun safe, meditating, running, being in nature. Oxytocin, the love hormone, playing with the dog, playing with the baby, holding hands, hugging your loved ones. Endorphin, the painkiller, laughing, exercising, dark chocolate, essential oils. Ooh, that's good. I like that. That makes sense to me. Okay, there you go. Thanks, Discord.
What dopamine actually is.
Dopamine is one of the brain's neurotransmitters. It's involved in several of the body's functions, including contributing to our pleasure, motivation, and reward systems. From an evolutionary perspective, dopamine is essential. Every time you seek something to survive, for example food, dopamine positively reinforces you to seek it again later. That's why dopamine is crucial for developing habits. But not all habits are positive, sometimes leading to addiction. Modern-day humans seek more than just basic survival needs. We desire stimulus, accomplishments, and relationships. Technology, social media apps, and other modern conveniences make these things easier to find. But the impact of modern life and dopamine is still up for debate.
Carly, you're a neuroscientist. We've heard dopamine plays a role in our reward systems. How does it work?
Yeah, so dopamine's often thought of as being this pleasure chemical in the brain because of its links with reward and happiness. But we know from neuroscience research that it's more complicated than that. So we see dopamine firing or being released in the brain when a reward is unexpected. But over time, as you're able to predict that reward, that level of dopamine drops off. So that when you can perfectly predict something, we actually don't see dopamine neurons firing. And then if you don't get something you predict, we actually see a dip in dopamine. So dopamine is really providing this teaching signal that allows us to learn about what's happening in the environment so that we can update our behavior so that we can do more of the things that lead to reward and reduce the behaviours that aren't being rewarded anymore. And what's really neat in this phenomenon is that as that signal to dopamine or that dopamine release that occurs with reward decreases, what happens is the cues that predict that reward see a greater increase in dopamine. So the dopamine neurons start firing to the cues or the things in your environment that are predicting that a reward is about to happen. And so those cues start to become the releases of dopamine. So you might imagine seeing the golden arches, and I might get excited because I know what that means. And so the dopamine release is really happening when I see those cues rather than when I'm eating my McFlurry later.
Oh, wait, is this like when ADHDers get the reward from just saying they're going to do something but never get around to doing it because they already got the dopamine hit? Because I have to be careful about that myself, where I have to make sure I don't give myself the reward of saying I'm going to work out. I get it after, and it's really changed the game. Like, I never became more consistent in working out than when I stopped announcing that I was working out or talking about it. The more I talked about working out, the less I was working out. And the more that I just like do it and it's a part of my routine, it's become much more rewarding.
Anastasia, you're a psychologist. If dopamine can drive behaviours, are some dopamine triggers better than others?
Yes, I mean, dopamine in and of itself is neither good nor bad. We need it for evolutionary purposes in order to survive. But typically, if we are putting effort into the task that we are doing and we're having that dopamine reward and activation at the end of that, that is a healthier way to activate dopamine compared to things that are very quick and easy and don't require any effort. So, for example, if I have a veggie garden and I want to grow some cucumbers and tomatoes, I have to put effort into tending to the garden. I have to have patience and commitment, and I'll get the reward of having those, delicious vegetables at the end. That is a healthier way to have dopamine activated, and I have that kind of reward at the end, versus things that are very quick and easy, like scrolling through social media, pulling out my phone, placing a bet, playing a poker machine, something like that.
Anna, you rock climb for fun. Can you talk us through how you're feeling when you're hanging up there?
This gives me anxiety. My anxiety cannot handle stationary heights. So even though I've jumped out of airplanes, even though I've done like bungee jumps at like the ones where they take you up on a crane and then they drop you, I've done those types of things. I couldn't do this type of thing. I did a rock climbing gym once and I got the harness on and I climbed to the top and I was frozen there forever. Rock climbing gyms scare me, even though I like them in theory. I never have a good time, even though I love them in theory. In theory, I would love to be a boulder, like a bouldering girly, but I don't like stationary heights. So it's so amazing that you know your brain and you get to know what actually works for you. And that's why I say you have to go out and live your life and test it out. See what you really like.
Particular climb I found quite difficult because it was maybe the hardest thing I had done at that time, and you have to place your own pieces of gear as you go. And I didn't have a whole lot of trust in my placement. So it was quite scary and challenging in a mental sense, but I had very good guidance, so I was very safe, and it was more mental.
So when you're feeling fearful or insecure, and I understand you had a fall a few years ago, how do you kind of coach yourself through that when you're out there on that rock?
It's so specific to the climb, but I think how I coach myself through fear is often through a mantra of just being like, I am safe, like I am prepared. And sometimes I just don't. If I feel too afraid, I will backtrack and then restart and get to a point where I do feel comfortable and I can do it safely without being afraid.
Okay, you know what's interesting? Because chat said, it's no, excuse me, it's no wonder why someone's upbringing could have a huge impact on dopamine function. If a kid isn't emotionally supported, how do they develop healthy relationships to dopamine-seeking behaviors? And then if you go back to the picture that I showed you, okay, let's pull it back up. You know how, okay, so I have a theory that I'm sure I've read it somewhere, so it's not my idea, I'm sure, but the dopamine oxytocin, I think, gets switched in toxic people's brains, so that completing the task that dopamine rewards is why people get on again, off again, or in toxic relationships, because when you fight with a partner and then you solve it and you fuck at the end, the dopamine is crazy. I think that's why in my 20s, when I was in a toxic relationship, the sex was so good because we weren't able to experience oxytocin except in small doses when we were in healthy places. Because we were mostly unhealthy, the replacement for that oxytocin was dopamine. And so the fight would end with good sex and an apology, and it would feel amazing. But I think we were chasing a high. We were both definitely neurodivergent, and we're chasing this high that we don't even know we're chasing. And that's why I say the difference between introspection now versus any introspection I've ever done in my life, because everybody introspects, it's just a tool, kids introspect, is now I can view my life when it's happening. Now, if I'm in a position, like if my partner and I are doing something, we can observe it together and be like, oh, look what we're doing. Versus in my 20s, when I was in the relationship, I couldn't view it. I couldn't zoom out and look at my relationship. I was just so in the relationship. I was like in a wave. I was like in a fucking whirlpool or something. Versus now I can be like, oh, that's not where we're going to get that. That's not where we're going to get that hit today. So, again, when we're having this conversation, right? There's just like so much here. Chat says we're missing serotonin. ADHD is a dopamine based. Okay, so then serotonin is the mood stabilizer. Meditating, running, being in nature. And a lot of the time, so like meditation is also a difficult process. I know a lot of neurodivergent people always tell me, Brittany, I don't know how to meditate, but you're going to get hella serotonin if you do, bro. Like, it's going to feel really good. I feel really great after meditation. Like, I feel fucking high as shit, But the problem is, like, you really got to get there. And so that's another thing. Also, I'm not educated in any of these fields, and I'm not a professional in any of these fields. I'm just doing my best, but I could be misspeaking from a technical perspective, right? She said, I grew up in a family that did not reward little wins because you're supposed to do that. You don't get a win for doing shit you need to do. That's interesting because I live by that, like no gold star for the basics. And I still believe that. But you do get a little bit of a star. You don't need a gold star, but you need a star. You do need to reward people for the basics, just not a gold star. A gold star is gold star. Do we not know that a gold star is a spectrum of reward? Or maybe we were thinking back in our elementary schools, like the gold star on the paper. I always think of a gold star as a spectrum of reward. I'm not giving you a gold star for doing the dishes, but I'm going to give you a thank you and a pat on the butt, and maybe I'll squeeze your boobs a little bit. I'm assuming the person doing dishes is my partner. You know? But like if I had a kid and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you did your chores. Thank you so much for helping. Now that we've done chores, do you want to watch TV? That was our reward as kids. My parents would let us play video games or watch TV or watch an extra movie or something if we, you know, or eat a snack, I guess. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's funny that you say that because yeah, I think I do say that all the time, but I mean it more like, I mean it more like you need to give people, you need to say thank you. Okay, that's actually something that I think is so key in a healthy relationship. Yes, your partner should do the dishes, and yes, you should thank them because people deserve to be thanked for their labor. And I think sometimes there's a mixture of like, you're not going to get a gold star for doing the basics, which I agree with. I do think that. I'm not giving you a gold star for doing the dishes. You're an adult, do the fucking dishes. But also thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. You know? So interesting, a lot to think about.
Because when you're afraid, that is when things go wrong, I find.
If there is that sense of fear, what keeps you coming back to it?
Note she said, when you're afraid, that's when things go wrong. I 100% agree. That's why I say the fear is the root of all evil. It will literally ruin your fucking day. If she lets herself be afraid on that mountain, it could kill her. And I'm saying, don't be afraid, be ready. Don't be afraid, be wise. And then be afraid later in the safety of your bed. I know you can't control it, but...
It's really interesting listening to the neuroscience side of things because maybe it is that type 2 fun, the dip, you know, it's so challenging and it's so difficult, but you get to the top and you've achieved something that was really difficult and you feel amazing, you feel strong.
Marley, how would you describe yourself growing up in Moree in northern New South Wales?
Well, I probably thought I was a regular kid growing up in the country. Lots of swimming in rivers, running around, like the Steely, there was this bridge that we used to jump off, it's quite high, and we used to jump off that quite a bit. Motorbikes, we had a motorbike track just down the end of the street. Moved to the coast, started skating, surfing.
Did your need for thrills have other consequences?
Yeah, unfortunately they came with a few other consequences. You know, things, I guess trauma and stuff as a kid and addiction, being around that kind of shifted over into that dopamine and chasing it that way.
Can you let us know any of those things that you might have done, or if you feel comfortable?
Like around the coast and stuff, yeah. Well, not proud of it, but just like, I guess, crime side of things, like stealing cars, breaking into houses, like all that. You know, started off stealing little things at shops and schools, and then just, it was more that rush, you know, like I wasn't a career criminal at all, but that rush, I like it.
In your early 20s, you discovered skydiving. What was your first jump like?
I still remember it like it was yesterday. It was a little Cessna 182, so it's basically like a little tin can, five skydivers at a time. Door open, that's when it gets real, the wind, the noise. You're strapped to the instructor and he's giving you a few instructions, okay, legs out, holding on, head back. I've pretty much done none of that. I was looking down at the ground, just going, holy crap, I'm about to jump out of a plane.
Wow.
But a part of me was like, I can't wait.
How did you feel when you finally made it to the ground?
I was buzzing off that rush and yeah, I was like, where do I learn?
Skydiving involves up to a minute of free fall before the parachute opens. What is that minute like?
Bliss. Even though you're racing through the sky, you know, nearly a couple hundred k's, like kilometres an hour, it's peaceful.
Really?
It's quiet. You're in the moment.
Carolyn, you're Marley's wife. Would you say you're also a thrill seeker?
No, I'm the polar opposite to Marley.
Really?
Yes.
Have you ever gone into skydiving or anything like that yourself?
Yeah, 14 years ago, a bit more than that. I travelled to New Zealand and I always wanted to go for a skydive, so that's what I did there. I went for a tandem. That's where we met. He wasn't my instructor, but he was just there. So yeah, I jumped out and I liked it so much. Like I was terrified, don't get me wrong. It's like really like you have to push through. But I was strapped to someone else. He took care of everything else and we jumped out and that was just, yeah, I love that. So maybe in that sense, there was a thrill seeker there. I went straight for another tandem, done a second one, and I thought maybe I should do this myself. Like, yeah, so I signed up for the solo course and done that. But like I say, I'm not a risk taker, I'm not a thrill seeker, and I just started overthinking things. So when you learn how to skydive, obviously you need to learn the things that can go wrong and what you do in that case, and that just freaked me out. And then just the fact that it made me that nervous. So when I had that question in my head myself, like in this scenario, what would you do? And I didn't have the answer. Then I just started not trusting myself, and that's when I thought maybe it's not for me.
Carly, does dopamine play a role in our decisions around risk taking?
There's the fear, the stress, all of these feelings that, which are rightly so when you're jumping out of a plane, and you're weighing that up against the reward. And so different people's brains operate this balance differently. And so we see some people being more sensation seekers. They're driven by this chase of reward and excitement and novelty, which are more likely to take risks in these kinds of circumstances.
Simon, last weekend, like many of us, you ran an ultra marathon, a 160-kilometre race.
Could not be me. Every time someone's like, oh my gosh, you should run a marathon, I'm like, literally would rather die. Would literally, if I ever go to hell, it's just going to be a fucking marathon. Any time in my life I have run. Oh my God. But the other day, can I just tell you something? My partner was like, can you run? I was like, fuck yeah, I can run, bitch. You think I can't run? And he was like, I've never seen you run. And I was like, oh shit, guys, I've never seen my partner run. We've never just gone outside and ran. And I was like, oh, I can run, bitch. Like, how hard could running be? I was like, I can run. And then I realized, like, oh, it's so funny the things you take for granted. You know how many times I used to run as a kid? My whole life was running. Not track running, but as a kid, you just run. You race your friends. You go, you know how many times I've just like raced my friend. You know what I'm saying? But listen to me when I say this. I have tried to buy shoes, buy sports gear, do the whole thing, wake up and go to the track. It's just not for me. It's just not for me. I'm not that girl. I'm not that girl. But I love something about running. Maybe just the aesthetic, I suppose. Like, Charlotte from Sex and the City, she's a runner. It's something I really like about her, but like couldn't be me. But shout out to my runners out there because you're really doing, that's tough.
Well, it took you 32 hours. How are you feeling?
Surprisingly, I actually feel pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, the body held up very well. I went into it with a Achilles injury on my right ankle, but we pushed through it, and yeah, I've got another run in 2 weeks. So
wow,
another ultra marathon.
It will end up being an ultra marathon. It's a longest mile race. Hardcore Harry's is setting it up. So what's actually going to happen is every lap, the cutoff time diminishes until there's only one person left. So I'm assuming I'll probably get to about 80, 90 Ks, looking at the times. But yeah, see how we go.
A standard marathon is 42 kilometres. Why is that not enough for you?
Because I'm a little up. So
I saw a girl running a marathon and her period blood was down her leg. Like people shit themselves and they keep running. Look, if I'm going to have my period blood all over my leg and I'm going to shit myself, I better end in an orgasm. You know what I'm saying? Like, you must get so high from running that you are running in public with period blood all the way down your leg and shit. Because, like, not me, girl. Like, you must get some there must be a crazy reward to that. Because it literally could not be me.
the distance has never really mattered for me. It's always been about getting to that point where quitting feels like the only option. And once you reach that point, that's where I feel like resilience is really built. When you're able to push through when everything in your body tells you to stop, the lessons that you learn from something like that, you can then take on into everyday life. And me, myself, I'm positive. I know that I never quit when things get hard because I've done these sorts of runs.
Would you say that you've always had a bit of a personality that sort of wants to keep striving and pushing?
Yes. There is a bit of an addiction to trying to find that limit. You know what I mean? I've always, since I started running a couple of years ago, the goal has always been to find my own limit. And the runs have gotten bigger and bigger over time, and I still have never quit a race, so I still feel like I've never found that limit.
You said you've just been running for a couple of years.
So about 3 years ago, I was pretty overweight, and I would chase dopamine through other vices, the quick fix, the social media, drugs, alcohol, just whatever I could do to get that fix in the moment, although it would make me feel terrible after it. Didn't really matter for me back then. Whereas now with running, it's kind of switched to I go low in the moment with running, and then after it, the high is just incredible.
Steph, you make online content about budgeting. Why?
I think it started very much as just a hobby, and I very quickly realised through my own journey of trying to get better with budgeting and impulse spend less that people just don't talk about money. It's so awkward, and I think we're kind of worse off for it as a culture because everything's so taboo. You get stuck in shame thinking you're the only one struggling. And I found that, sharing my husband's journey on trying to get better with money definitely was eye-opening to see how many people shared the same struggle.
You and your partner thought you were sticking to a budget, but you found yourself kind of going over it every month.
It happens.
What
it happens
was
so fast.
making you go over?
It's a lot of little things, and it really ended up being a lot of that kind of dopamine chasing. You know, if you had a bad day, let's get takeout. You know,
That's me, girl, right there. Most of my debt accrued with very small purchases, a couple of big ones for sure. Like I made 3 like big auto purchases, but other than those, the small ones accumulated like basically the equivalent, like going out to eat when I was so depressed and suicidal. And look, for the record, I don't judge myself. I want you to know we're on a floating rock in space. I'm not going to judge you for being in debt. Okay. Will I judge myself now for going into debt when I don't need something? Yes, but that's different. Okay. But I get it. I get a rush when I am like, especially in my 20s when I was in a bad place, girl, I would go to this Asian restaurant and get like very specific meals, and it was so fucking good. And for $7, it would like make my whole day better. Like I'm literally thinking about killing myself, but if I got this $7 like ramen, all of a sudden I'm like, why would I kill myself, bro? When I could eat ramen. And I'm going to tell you this right now, that shit kept me alive. So you know what? Shout out to Past Brittany for sliding that credit card because she's here today. Okay? Debt free.
if you are wanting to feel better in some kind of way, there's always some kind of way that money could fill that void. You go to the shops and everything is set up to get you to buy, and the Aldi special buys aisle, I mean, come on. So yeah, a little bit of everything.
You now use a dumb phone, which doesn't have any apps on it. Why is that?
It really was just kind of a natural progression. So my husband and I did 2 no-buy years where we didn't buy anything that wasn't necessary. And that really made us analyze our habits a lot. And
I think people get dopamine from this. I don't. I think people get like a big high from living frugally. I do not. I do it because I'm disciplined, not because I like it. Okay. If I was rich, I'd be spending money all the time. Hopefully on not overconsumption and hopefully on like reasonable things, like things I needed. But like everything costs money, right? Like leaving the house does cost money, including taking the day off of work to go walk or go to the beach. Because I am disabled, I can't do things like in the same day. You know, I can only do so many things in one day before I'm out of spoons. So like everything is money when that's your limitation. So that's something to think about. I think people forget that, like that taking a day off of work or not working 7 days a week or 6 days a week because you can afford to is spending money. You just don't, I don't think we're taught to think of it that way. But I do think of it that way because I get paid for my labor, right? So anyways, all of this to say, money is time, as they say, you know what I mean? I think that's interesting.
I think just progressing on from that, I kind of started to realize that what was driving me to spend.
Oh, but you know what does give me a huge reward? Seeing our savings go up. So not spending money doesn't give me a reward. Spending money gives me a reward, and looking at our savings going up gives me a reward. I get really excited when I see that.
It was also driving me to scroll, and I did not have the discipline to just stop, so I went for a dumb phone.
Annette, you live in Dubbo in the central west of New South Wales. What sort of relationship do you have with your smartphone?
I think I have a really good relationship with my smartphone. I hope I'm not kidding myself, but I'm very clear about why I use it, and I feel that I use it to enhance my life. I'm definitely there to connect with real people. I have a rare genetic condition. I'm legally blind and I'm a guide dog user, so those 3 things create a lot of challenges in life, and I feel that I use my smartphone and social media to connect with other people who face the same challenges, because the people around me don't have those challenges and don't understand them. So, you know, I wonder whether my dopamine chasing is a cocktail of dopamine and oxytocin or something, because it's about the connection with real people for me.
Carly, we hear about dopamine hits from scrolling social media. You're a neuroscientist. Is that actually what's happening in our brains?
Yeah, so if we think about dopamine being released when we see things that are unpredictable, that's exactly what scrolling is, right? You're just looking and getting all of this new content. You don't know what's coming next. And the algorithm is making sure that the stuff you're seeing is the stuff you like. So there's also this association with things that have previously been rewarded, whether it's food or friends or shopping, or these things that have triggered dopamine for you in the past are the things that are probably popping up in your scroll in an unpredictable manner. So it's kind of the perfect storm for having a dopamine release.
Zoe, has dopamine affected the way you form habits?
Yes, I got diagnosed with ADHD 4 years ago. And so basically I have a low dopamine deficiency from the outset with ADHD. So I'm always craving dopamine.
Had you suspected that maybe you had ADHD, but you weren't sure, or?
No, because I think there wasn't really, kind of it's been the last 5 years, I think there's been a lot kind of more around it from a social media point of view, and that's really, for me, it was TikTok. So it's interesting that the thing I was getting dopamine from told me that I had a dopamine deficit.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Yeah, it was really impactful, and more as I was getting older towards perimenopause, that was getting worse. So being able to kind of say like, oh, it's this, and these are the things you can do to support that, and these are definitely the ways you can be more kind about yourself were really significant.
Anastasia, how is...
I think this is such a cool video because I think when we talk about introspection and deconstruction, deconstruction meaning to pull apart and understand the details of, this is what you're doing. When you're introspecting and deconstructing yourself, you're saying, how do I get dopamine? How do I like things? What habits am I forming? It takes a lot of also humility to say, damn, I think I might need help, or, oh, I think I'm self-harming in this way, or, I don't think this is helping me. You know, like my spending, I can recognize that I don't care much about frugality. Like that doesn't do anything for me. Like I said, you're not a minimalist, you're just poor. There's a difference. Like rich people being minimalist is interesting because they have money to spend. But if you don't have money to spend, you being a minimalist is just because you don't have the resources. So I always say, like, and there's a difference between it being a philosophy. If it's truly a philosophy of yours to be a minimalist, maybe that's different. But most people aren't doing that. So I think there's something to be said about like, why are we doing things? And then chat said, don't answer if it's not too personal, but do you wait for a paycheck or do you get money as soon as you post your work? So YouTubers get paid once a month. AdSense comes once a month. So we all have to plan. So that's why we do a monthly budget. Everything is based off of like once a month payment, and then Patreon and stuff like that. It's now different. It used to be once a month as well. Now it's kind of throughout the month, but the biggest payment still comes once a month. So we operate on a monthly basis. Our whole budget is on once a month. So once a month we sit down and see how much money we have and see if we have any extra money to do fun money. And then we each give each other $20 a week usually to do fun money. So guilt-free spending, but we have to check in every month. It's not guaranteed. And that's how we stay in budget. Like nothing is guaranteed. Our basics are always the most important, and anything that is like not basic or necessary, that has to wait every month for us to redo the budget to see if we have anything extra. And then we can accrue or save the extra money over months and buy a big purchase thing. But that's how we do it, and that works for us. And we're both neurodivergent. And I think it helps us to do that. So maybe that's helpful to you guys. But yeah, I like for a 30-day has been very helpful for me. Because guys, we're already halfway through this month. Like for me, a month, it feels like 2 weeks. So if we did a budget every 2 weeks, I think I'd get overwhelmed because but we check in, we check in our food budget every day. My partner keeps it logged. We look at the numbers, but our real budget, we do it once a month. We check in with each other and go like, okay, but like, it's, yeah, crazy how much time flies.
Dopamine related to ADHD.
This is an interesting question because there's certainly a lot of research and literature emerging at the moment, particularly as ADHD has become more and more recognised. One of the things we know is that it was originally thought that dopamine and ADHD were related in the sense that people had an underproduction or deficit of dopamine. We now know it's a little bit more complicated than that. And actually what we see is rather than just simply a deficit, actually a dysregulation in the way that dopamine is activated, particularly in relation to the prefrontal cortex, so the part of our brain that helps us make decision and plan, but also the reward centres. So what that dysregulation can look like is dysregulation in terms of dopamine being activated, the levels at which it's maintained in the brain, but also then a person actually being able to disengage from something they're doing and turn their attention to something else. So in the same way that we see, for example, people struggle to sometimes maintain attention, we also see the opposite where people become hyperfixated and hyperfocused and then actually struggle to take their attention away from something and redirect. So it really comes down to this dysregulation factor. And a lot of the people, at least that I have seen clinically, who present with an addiction may often actually have undiagnosed ADHD, and they throughout their life have found ways to kind of regulate themselves when they have a brain that is in some ways dysregulated.
Carly, does dopamine play a role in other disorders or disease?
I think we forget like the disability part of all of these diagnoses. There truly is like a disability aspect to ADHD, to autism, to everything that we just kind of like, you know what I mean? So you have to be very kind to yourself because this is what I say when I say like a biological experience, like you're having a biological experience with your ADHD. You know what I mean? you can't introspect your way out of this biological experience, but you can introspect your way into having a better relationship with this biological experience, a deeper relationship with your biological experience. And that's my goal for everything that I'm doing, is like, how do I have a deeper relationship with this one facet of my life and this. And so just a reminder to be kind to yourself, because I just know that it's hard. It's hard. Like, as an example, I get so much reward from showering. Oh my God, the amount of TikToks I have seen about neurodivergents who do not like bathing or showering. Girl, I live for my shower. My shower is my favorite part of my day. Oh my God, I love my shower time. That's literally once a day, every day, baby, at least. I love a shower time. And when I see that people are really struggling with it, I have a lot of empathy, because, there was a TikTok that was going around, like, is it a red flag if the guy you're dating only takes baths? I'm like, I don't know. Are they autistic? Because, like, I get it. Neurodivergent people, I've met a lot of autistic people who do not like showers, but they'll take a bath. You know what I mean? Take a bath, girl. No judgment. But I think that's the problem, is like, it's only bad if, that's why I say, like, what is good in one bubble is bad in another bubble. And I don't mean it in like some, like, everything is relative, but kind of everything is relative. Like, it just depends on, like, what it is. And so, anyways, examples.
There are changes in the dopamine system in many different conditions. And dopamine has many functions. It's not just in reward. It's also really important for movement. So one other condition that we know about is in Parkinson's. There are neurons that produce dopamine that are degraded, or we have cell death in these pathways. And that causes movement deficits. So people with Parkinson's are often able to move in a direction, but then when they go to change direction or change their action, they'll kind of get a bit stuck. And that's because of the lack of these dopamine neurons. So dopamine has many functions and is implicated in many different conditions.
Glenn, you were diagnosed.
Chet said, what's wrong with just taking baths though? Water consumption, time in the bath, able to do other things. Like, if a bath, because you're going to draw all that water into a bath, right? That's a shit ton of water for one person. So you better utilize it. So you better be in that bath for at least like an hour or two to actually like justify the use of that water every day. Are you bathing every day? I don't know about you girls. My showers are less than 10 minutes. Okay. I love my showers, but I feel really guilty about water waste. So I turn off the faucet when I'm doing my stuff. I listen to music or a podcast. I put on a video that's like 8 minutes, and I time my showers on that video, like 8 to 10 minutes. I time my showers on that. I do my best. I haven't always been that person though. You know what I mean? But I just try my best to be very thoughtful and like get in, get out, And then if I'm in there longer, I turn off the water. Like, if I'm going to take a 20-minute shower, that water's going to be off for like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? So just things to think about. But I used to take a bath a lot. Like, I used to take baths every day, all day, because I just love the sensation of it. So there's nothing wrong with taking a bath, but a lot of people do take issue with how much water waste goes into bathing. Again, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Don't hold it against yourself, but that's just why there's a judgment from some people. Not to mention that people are dirty when they take baths. Fun fact, there are people who take a bath without showering first. So you're just sitting in dirty water. And then there are people who take a bath and don't shower afterwards. So when people say like, oh, are you just taking a bath? But like, are you showering? People who take baths, they're not necessarily grooming. They're not necessarily cleaning themselves. They're kind of having a nice time. Like, it's a relaxing thing. It's not a clean thing. So that's why I think there's a stigma in some bubbles. So you gotta ask the person, like, what kind of a bath are you taking? Because
with Parkinson's disease about 8 years ago.
That's correct.
What led you to seek a diagnosis?
Well, it first started, I was just driving the car and my thumb started tapping away on the steering wheel. And over a period of a few weeks, that was getting more prevalent. And so I went to the doctor and they said, oh, it's probably just a nervous reaction, or we'll send you for a brain scan, and then I had a nerve test.
Wow.
All those sorts of things were ruled out, and then suggested I see a neurologist to see if I may be having an onset of Parkinson's, which it was hard to find one that would, because it's so difficult to diagnose, I had to find one that said, yes, you do have Parkinson's, which was very upsetting because I wanted to know, yes, do I have to deal with this, or no, I don't. It was a kick in the stomach, actually. It's ripped my self-worth out of me.
Wow.
Now that I have to rely on assistance and help. I was a very independent man and strong growing up, and it's debilitating at times.
Robin, you're Glenn's wife. What did you notice when he started taking medication for his Parkinson's?
When he started taking the medication, he seemed to settle in his shaking. He seemed to be a little bit more focused. He was suffering from nightmares, something fierce, you know, shaking and screaming out and kicking out and all the rest of it. But that seemed to settle it a bit, but it progresses. It progresses.
After that initial medication, doctors put him on a different medication. What was that?
He was given an additional one because of the nightmares that is known as an agonist. It supports the levodopa. And he was put on that for a while, and that also helped, but that then sort of faded in significance. And so the doctor did increase the dosage of that particular agonist, and it did cause issues.
Glenn, what did you notice when you started taking more of that dopamine agonist drug?
I developed some bad habits and some obsessions, mainly gambling. I'd see a horse race and I'd want the thrill of it winning and betting on it. I wanted more of it. I had this constant thoughts of sex as well, which never entered my mind prior to that. Trying to get that out of my head, I couldn't get rid of it. It was just obsessive.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean about free will, guys. I'm so deeply compassionate about the human experience because we're so at the mercy of our biology, our environment, our medications, our communities, our education. Like, you know, you just don't know. Like, people are really going through stuff, and that's why we need a non-judgmental therapist, medical professional you can go to. People in your community you can go to get you help. Like, people are really suffering in silence, you know, and that's why I say, like, you need to have a community of reliable people who can help you. I think, you know, there's a benefit to also posting on social media, though that's very hard because, again, it's not always the safest place to post. But you just never know. Like, that's why I say, like, I don't think you understand if you haven't been there. But, like, watching my friend go through psychosis, it just makes me so much more compassionate for everybody all the time because I'm just like, you just never know how your brain's going to fuck you over today. Like, you're so at the mercy of this thing and you just don't know, like, you know, if you're going to be paranoid today or if you're going to see something that you actually think is real, but your brain is sending the wrong message. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just never know how your body's going to fuck you up. I mean, I have fibromyalgia. I'm going to tell you this right now. Sometimes the pain is so bad that I think to myself, maybe if I amputate my leg, it will be better. And then I have to remind myself that's not going to change anything because it's all in my head, like it's in my brain. But I literally think maybe I could seek amputation for my leg and it would make it go away. Like, it's so bad sometimes. And so I have to remind myself, like, we're not going to cut off our leg. You know what I mean? I would go to the doctor, though. I wouldn't do it myself. I'm not that independent, you know? But yeah, you just never know what's going on. You never know how your brain is going to fuck you over.
Robin, did you notice that change in your husband?
I did. Glenn's sleeping pattern changed quite a lot on this additional dosage. He'd gamble on the poker machines on his iPad through the night or watch, you know, go to sort of some porn sites, that sort of stuff. The specialist did warn us that that could become a problem with increasing the dosage. So once I became aware of it, that's when we started to speak to the neurologist and told him, he said, take him off it straight away and come back to the original dose that he was on. And things started to improve. So it really was an eye-opener of what this additional dose could do to a person. Changed him completely.
Carly, is it common to experience compulsions as a result of taking these medications?
Yeah, so these agonists, which mimic dopamine, so they kind of act like dopamine in the brain, cause about 15 to 20% of people with Parkinson's to experience these impulse control disorders. And so that can lead to all of these other side effects, like what you're describing. Because of that increase in dopamine, it's mimicking dopamine in these reward centres, which is separate to the motor symptoms that we're trying to treat.
Right, so it's basically every single part of your brain has been sort of turned up, the volumes up.
Yeah, you're taking it and it's affecting your whole body when you take these drugs systemically, which makes treatment really difficult. You know, this is why we try to do research to understand how these different compounds work and how we can make them more targeted to avoid side effects and to try to really emphasise the individuality as well. You know, dosage is important and different treatments work for different people.
Sonia, last year you started taking a GLP-1 injectable weight loss drug. Why was that?
I got diagnosed with adenomyosis and also uterine cancer and had to have a full hysterectomy to cure that. And the problem with that was I was weighing around 93, 94 kilos. So, and I'd had previous caesarean sections. So it put me in a high risk category for surgery. and the solution was at that time to lose weight. So I was put on Mounjaro for the purpose solely of losing the weight, having the surgery. My goal was to have it as quick as possible. Obviously, you get a diagnosis like that, you just want to have the surgery as quick as you can. So I lost 20 kilos within about 6 months and had the surgery, and then I was cleared of those conditions.
You decided to stay on the medication after the surgery. Why was that?
I've got a very high stressful job as a deputy principal, but also mother, wife. I have 2 teenagers. That's a lot. And I used to drink a lot. So for about 10 years, I used to drink 1 or 2 bottles of wine a night. I was probably what they call a functioning alcoholic. I'd get up every day and go to work. I functioned as an adult. And I noticed fairly quickly after taking the medication, when I was going to have my routine glass of wine, I had a few sips and I didn't want it. And I didn't think about it too much. That was unusual for me, but I just tipped it down the sink and went about my business. The bottle was still in the fridge because I wasn't going to throw that out. And then 3 days later, I realised that the bottle was still in the fridge and thought, oh, I'm going to have a glass of wine. Found that I didn't want it. And then I never drank again, and I still haven't 12 months later. I can't explain it other than it was like a switch in my brain had just clicked and the desire for alcohol just completely went away.
Okay, can I just tell you something? That's what happened with me and babies. It was like a switch in my brain clicked, and I didn't want babies anymore. And I'm like, oh, I guess I'm having a biological experience. I didn't take any medication. But it was like a click. I don't know. It just felt very similar. I was like, yeah, you can't even explain it. It all went away. This thing that was so part of my life and my identity and so important to me, it was like, click. And I'm like, uh-oh. Well, it's gone. So, okay. But I wasn't on any medication. So I don't know. I think it was just like a biological experience. Something happened, something. But interesting, like when that idea, and I wonder if she got off the meds, if it would change. That's interesting. I'm so interested.
I still have a stressful career. I still have 2 gorgeous teenagers and a husband and all those lovely life challenges and stresses. But for some reason, I just never think that having a drink of wine is the answer. I just don't do it. I just don't think about it. It doesn't enter my brain.
Carly, is there any link between GLP-1 medications and a reduction in addictive behaviour?
Yeah, so this has been something that's been noted by many people, and research is starting to look at what happens in people that are on these GLP-1 medications and those that aren't. But some of the early studies have shown that these GLP-1 receptors are in your gut, and so they have these effects on diet and eating, but they also are in your brain, and they are in the reward circuits. It might be helping to kind of prevent these big spikes in dopamine, kind of muffling those high dopamine peaks that you might be getting from addictive substances or the cues around them, so that it helps people to not feel that craving or that urge to have to indulge in those substances.
Simon, these days you compete in ultramarathons.
Wait, Chad's saying, Bray, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't you recently diagnosed with fibro when you decided you didn't want kids? They coincide, but they're not when the click happened one day, right? It wasn't like it's not like Brittany got fibro and then she didn't want babies. Like I wanted babies while I had fibro. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I had fibro and I still wanted children. Right? Like I had fibro before I got diagnosed with fibro. So the implication of your question is that fibromyalgia made me not want to have babies, but that's not what I'm saying happened because I had fibro like for years, right? Because it took me like 2 years to get diagnosed. So, okay, that's not years, but you know what I mean? 2 years. And then I had it. And then my partner and I eventually sat down and we talked about having kids. And then what we were centering on was my desire. So when my partner and I started courting, I said, hey, I want kids, but I've been on the fence about it lately, but I don't know why, because something changed in my body. So maybe getting fibro changed my biology. I don't think that's scientific. That doesn't sound right. I'm not a doctor. And that changed things. But the click came over a lot of meditation, a lot of like, I don't know what the click is what I'm saying. I just know it happened. There was like a day I woke up and it was gone. and I never wanted babies again. And I was like, oh shit. But it wasn't like a thought I came to. There, like, it's that thing is missing in my body. I used to have a feeling in my body, like a desire. You know, my desire went away, like the desire to have alcohol, except it's not alcohol, it's a baby. It just completely vanished. So yeah, you know, yeah.
What was life like before you took up running?
I felt very lost. Growing up, being young, I always had a very good family, and they always supported me any way that they could. But having that pressure to succeed from coming from a successful family, I feel like kind of pushed me down the path to do the opposite. And I started using drugs and alcohol very heavily, drinking every day, drugs constantly. If it wasn't every weekend, it was during the week as well. Running eventually was able to give me that escape from all that.
How did you turn things around from that drug addiction to seeking the natural high?
There was no real moment where things switched. Obviously, I was going down that very dark path, and there was some times where I was like, I really need to get out of this. But then it was through small wins, incrementally. So it started with the weight loss. Obviously, I've actually lost about 40 kilos. So I started with the weight loss, and then once I was able to get some momentum with that, I actually didn't get into a gym until I was about 23 years old, which is only a couple of years ago. And from there, training, just feeling better about myself day to day. That then eventually led me into running. And running for me felt like the most measurable way to see how far I had come from where I was. And still to this day, when I look back at the person I was only 2.5 years ago to now, it's absolutely mind-blowing what it's done for me.
Talia, you were 18 when you first tried speed at a party. What was that like for you?
It was exciting, and the process of doing it made me feel cool and like I belonged. And I guess, yeah, that did everything that I needed it to do at the time. Like I did it once, and then I did it for the next 10 years. And it was pretty much every day. Towards the end, it was more of the habit. So I smoked amphetamines, and so the cues of actually what that looks like was actually what I was chasing rather than the high, because the high didn't impact me anymore. It was just to function throughout the day. It was the process of smoking.
Okay, wait, Chet says I had the opposite experience recently. Never wanted kids. Then I met my godson, and I felt this super weird instinctual thing that made me be like, oh wait, maybe I do want kids actually. Hormones, I guess. Can I just tell you though? I think that's so real. Like, my partner and I, so we're not having kids, period. We're still open to having kids in our life though, because we're open to the changes that we might happen. We don't know. We've decided not to make a baby, okay? Which I think is reasonable. I'm 37. I'm chronically ill. I'm pretty sure my body would not make it. Like, I'm sick. I don't think that would be reasonable. But that's not to say we wouldn't have a baby in our life. It's not to say that we wouldn't want, maybe we'd be open to something in the future in some capacity, but we've decided not to have children. I think people really forget that children, when you think about the village, it's not just about you having kids. So it is interesting, but I think there are people who at 40 have that realization of oh my God, I think I want kids. And then they go, oh, I wish I had kids younger. But I think it's okay that you didn't, because you didn't want them then. I think that's real. I really believe in it. So I think you should celebrate it. I hope you do what makes sense for you. And if you want kids, go for it. But that's the thing that I think is so powerful about being a person, is that you just never know where your body, your brain, your life is going to take you. You know, I never thought I was never going to want kids. That's crazy to me. I joke around with my partner all the time. I was like, bro, what if it switches off again or switches on? What if the switch comes back and I want kids? But we can talk about it. We can have that. It's safe. It's a safe space to have that conversation in my marriage, which I think is so beautiful. So even if we both get sterilized, it's still a safe space to have that conversation as a couple, which I just think is such a powerful thing that we get to do as a couple. It probably won't come back on, but knowing that if it did, we could talk about it is so important, you know?
Did anyone around you know how bad it had gotten for you?
I like to tell myself that they didn't. I was high functioning for long periods of time, so I had really good jobs, went to university, maintained relationships with my family. I like to think that I hid it quite well. I don't think someone would have hired me to work in a financial institution if they knew that I was smoking ice in the bathroom. But yeah, I like to think that I hid it quite well. And then that obviously fooled myself into thinking that I didn't need to change because I was, fine and working and participating in the community. So, yeah, I like to say that people didn't know, but my parents tell me that they knew, but they couldn't stop me. I was unreachable.
When did that change, that sort of sense of functioning?
So I would have periods of high functioning, and then you can only go so far when you're smoking every single day, but then something would happen and then there would be a crash, and then I would be really dysfunctional and, you know, couch surfing, hotel hopping, in violent relationships, unemployed, really desperate, and then I would seem to get it together again and then be high functioning again. But it ended in me having one of those crashes and not being able to get myself back out, and I ended up making the really poor decision to sell drugs, and then that landed me in prison.
Marley, you said you found skydiving addictive. What happened 5 years ago?
Yeah, well, I'll probably say my life split into two. Had an injury from skydiving, just a landing, the way I was sliding, ended up breaking my left tib and fib. That was the first injury in skydiving. That was, you know, over 15 years of jumping and having fun. And then the next day, my wife goes into labour. I may or may not have had something to do with that.
Triggered the labour. Carolyn, is that how you remember it?
Yeah, I remember on the day, I just got home from shopping or something, and a friend of ours from the drop zone stood in front of the door, and I thought, what's going on? And then she's like, so he's all right? I'm like, okay. And then so I slowly learned what happened, but I actually felt quite calm. Like I thought, because I was 38 weeks pregnant at that time, and I thought, oh, we still have 2 weeks, roughly, like first time pregnant as well. Like I thought we have 2 weeks time to figure things out, no problem. Weirdly, I felt calm, but probably subconsciously at 4 a.m. the next morning, I thought, oh, what's that?
Wow.
Yeah, so I went into labour, but we had incredible friends and colleagues who all helped out. So they came actually with a skydiving bus to pick me up and Marley so he could put his leg up.
Wow.
Drove us to the hospital. Yeah, it was amazing, yeah.
Marley, you couldn't skydive for around 5 months?
Yeah.
What was that time like when you couldn't do what you loved?
It's pretty rough. Having an addictive personality and high sensation seeker, yeah, I've been abusing drugs and alcohol for a long time, and same with the painkillers.
So you're not getting that dopamine hit from skydiving?
Yeah, from jumping every day for nearly 15 years.
And
it was a big part of my life, just to numb that, I guess.
Carolyn, what was that period like for you?
Obviously, first-time parents, like everything's new, like that by itself is stressful already. But weirdly enough, that wasn't the biggest challenge. So the biggest challenge was actually dealing with Marley and his, like, that he couldn't skydive, what he just explained. So then falling into that hole, it was very difficult because I had to not only deal with the baby, but then also managing his moods and to get around those. So I would probably describe it as probably the most difficult time in my life, yeah.
Damn.
Marley, what was the impact on your relationship?
It was hard. It was stressful.
And you guys sort of split up for a while so you could sort of try and get yourself together.
Moved out.
How have you felt sort of since then? You know, if you felt like you've been able to kind of get yourself a bit more back on track?
Yeah, I guess dealing with it, being in those moments, in those dark places in your mind. I said to myself I never want to go back there again, but being there, I've learned a lot about myself and about those situations and how to handle them a bit better and try and stay out of that space.
So you try and get your dopamine in other ways?
Yeah, playing with the kids, doing cubbies and playing hide and go seek.
Carolyn, what's it like being married to a risk taker?
It's ups and downs. So with Marley skydiving, for example, like it's...
Okay, just for the record, I did not marry a risk taker. I married the opposite, an absolute must research everything before everything person, and I'm the risk taker, and I have become less of a risk taker, and I think it's for the better. I think, yeah, there's just such an unreliability with a risk taker, and it is nice to be with somebody who's really reliable and who I know isn't gonna, fucking, you know, I feel like I'm never gonna get this phone call. I feel like I'm never gonna have to go through this just because I married somebody who's like, that's not who they are. And that's a lot. I could not. My anxiety of hearing them talk about their relationship, like, you know, but I think that that's something to think about because it kind of sounds sexy, like a risk taker and they skydive and they're, you know, it sounds sexy, but yeah, I don't, you know, it's hard to plan for the future with a risk taker, you know? It's hard to, I think that's maybe the messaging around growing up, like maturing is leaving behind all your youthful hobbies. If your youthful hobbies are like drugs in bathrooms and jumping out of airplanes, you know what I mean? So I think there's something there because yeah, or even the last shroom trip, guys, the last shroom trip I did, it was so intense that I told myself purely for the sake of my marriage, I would hate to get stuck in that shroom trip. Like, for the sake of my, like, being married has made me a more responsible person because it's not just about me anymore. When I'm single, I'm much more of a risk taker because I'm the only consequence. So if I die, whatever. But if I die now, I'm abandoning a person. You know what I mean? Like, getting married definitely made me a much more stable person. So I don't think I'm going to do that many drugs probably in the span of my marriage, just because I'd be so bummed out if I died doing something like, you know, like jumping out of an airplane, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to take, there are already normal risks we take in our life as adults. Definitely. It just happens. But when I was younger, I never cared about dying because everybody was going to be fine if I died. And yeah, my partner would be fine if I died. And also, you know, what a bummer, dude, for drugs. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. It's interesting. Not to say that I wouldn't do shrooms. I just wouldn't do that much. And not that I wouldn't do drugs. I just wouldn't do that much. You know, like, I wouldn't try to hit my limits. I wouldn't try to go like more extreme. You know what I mean? I would chill. I would microdose or something. You know, chill.
We moved around a lot. So it's, we got to places, met great people. So that's a really positive side of things. So it's definitely not boring. The challenging part starts when he doesn't get his dopamine hit, I would say, because then you start managing the addictional side. And so it takes up a lot of space in the relationship just to attend to that. So it's a bit imbalanced, I think. And I said in the beginning that I'm not a risk taker, but I think I took a risk in marrying a thrill seeker. So.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Interesting.
I had my first horse ride when I was 7. And from then on, I was just like crazy horse girl. I've been riding horses for 21 years. I feel like riding after as long as I have. It's so second nature. I wouldn't describe horse riding as thrill seeking or getting a rush. Exposing yourself and the horse to these stunts. It's always there.
This is not vegan. I disapprove. Take that fire away from that horse.
Awareness of the danger and the explosivity of certain horses, but it's so subconscious because I've been doing it for so long. You can plan a day, but things are always changing. The animals, they're always adapting, and so you have to adapt. I think it's so often the connection and the partnership you get with working with animals on the ground or on its back. It requires a lot of trust, mutual trust. They feel your nervous system through your seat bones. So you can't really fake.
What was the fire for? I don't get the point of the fire.
You can't fake the calm, you have to be calm. I really enjoy the presence that being on the horse's back gives me. Your mind can't be elsewhere. You have to be so present with what you're doing, and you wouldn't want to be elsewhere. No, I don't think I can get that feeling anywhere else.
Anna, you rock.
Did the horses like fire or something? I don't get it. The fire was aesthetics? The fuck?
Climb, you horse ride, you're also a stunt woman. Have there been periods?
Oh, see, she's a stunt woman. Does she do stunts on the horses? Because I'm not about it. I'm not about using animals for the circus or none of that shit. Zoos, jumping, acrobatics, like doing flips and shit off horses' backs. I'm not a part of it.
And your body couldn't keep up.
Yes, actually I had one quite recently. At the beginning of the year I had glandular fever, and I just had to stop. I was training 4 times a week and rock climbing on the weekends and riding whenever I could, and I had to stop for a time.
What was that like for you, stopping and not being able to do what you love?
It was so hard. It was really difficult. I would try to get back to things too quickly and then need to dial it back again and rest, and it really taught me to listen to my body.
Did you find yourself sort of trying to seek that dopamine from other places?
Yeah, certainly. I started doing more acting classes, and then you get that kind of reassurance that you're progressing and doing.
Oh, Chet says people love flow state. Do you think people are confusing flow state for dopamine? Because I'm sure some of these people get to flow state. But flow state to me is not dopamine. It's like dopamine can be the benefit of flow space, but they feel different. And I wonder if people are confusing the two, because I definitely have to separate them in my brain. They give me a completely different feeling. Interesting.
Something productive in that sense. And I watched lots of movies and binge watched some TV shows for sure.
Do you ever get bored
I get bored, but I think I have so many interests and hobbies. I actually have this box in our garage that my partner calls the hobby box, and it's just got all of my like old scuba diving gear or punching things or sticks or bow and arrow. Like it's, I don't know, I feel like I'm always picking up different things. I play instruments, so I do feel boredom, but I think I have a diverse interest.
Anastasia, is there a connection between dopamine and boredom?
So I guess when we're talking about boredom, we're talking about this kind of felt experience where there is a sense of understimulation and the brain is kind of craving some sort of mental or sensory input, and that doesn't match what the environment is able to give us at that point in time. And so what we see is that often in these states, they're quite uncomfortable. It doesn't feel particularly good to feel bored. So this is when we are particularly vulnerable to perhaps being pulled to some of those more dopamine-driven behaviours. So we might reach for like a sugary treat, or we might binge watch some telly, or we might have a glass of wine. We might do something to give us some sort of stimulation that helps kind of relieve that emotion of boredom in the moment. But the thing is that boredom is actually quite a normal, natural and healthy emotional and internal experience for us to have, and one that we don't necessarily want to just get rid of very quickly. Boredom is where things like creativity can spark from. I love hearing Anna talk about all her hobbies because that sounds really quite creative in the way that she's applying her boredom. But it's also when our mind is quiet, a different network in the brain is activated, and that's the default mode network. And this is really important for self-referential processing and thinking. It's the kind of inner voice that helps us process our sense of self, our sense of identity, who we are in the world, the life that we want to live, etc. So it's actually really important for us to have that quiet.
Am I confused why people use the word boredom this way? Not to be like an emotion characterized by uninterest in one's surroundings, often caused by lack of distractions or occupations. Am I crazy? Okay, let's listen to what she said again. Hold on.
Quiet sense of processing and thinking. It's the kind of inner mode network. And this is really important for self-referential processing and thinking. It's the kind of inner voice that helps us process our sense of self, our sense of identity, who we are in the world, the life that we want to live, etc. So it's actually really important for us to have that quiet time.
Has modern technology changed?
Why do people associate the word boredom with quiet time? Like, I don't get bored when I sit in silence. I'm not bored when I don't have my phone. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not bored when I'm chilling. So when we use the word boredom, I don't understand that word in association with like chilling. You know what I mean? Bored, I know what boredom feels like. I used to be bored as a kid all the time. And then I completely like switch what bored means, because bored means like, I'm bored, man. There's nothing to do around here. I can't figure out how to entertain myself or enjoy my life. And your parents would say, go outside then, you know, go take a nap if you're bored. Boredom is a lack of direction. Boredom is, do you know what I'm saying? So like boredom for me is hard because I just like, it's like a state of being that I am in that now I have to figure out how to fix. So it feels different. Just that I'm bored when I'm in an uninteresting conversation. See, I would say I'm uninterested, which could lead to boredom. So maybe people get to boredom and I just stop it before we get there now, which is because my friend's father said to me, if you're bored, you're a boring person. And it stayed with me my whole life. It became my whole identity. But then maybe that's what he gave me. He gave me the ability to say, if you're uninterested in something, don't do it. But I think more people feel pressure to do something they're not even interested in, so they're bored. But I just don't do it. Maybe that's why people think I'm rebellious, because they're like, some people have to do things, Brittany. I'm like, not me. Not this girl. Not me. I'm not wasting my one life. Which is probably why I did poorly in school, because when I was uninterested, I got bored. But I love to learn. I am neurodivergent, you know? I love to learn. I just don't want to fucking be uninterested in this class. You know what I mean? So maybe that's, you know, that's a whole other thing.
Change the way we cope with boredom or that kind of discomfort in nothingness?
Yeah, I would say absolutely. Technology and the accessibility of tech and screens and so many things means it's very easy for us to just take ourselves away from that feeling of boredom. And in the moment, that might feel good, but what that means, particularly kind of for younger generations growing up in this day and age, is that they don't necessarily get to build that skill of frustration tolerance and being able to sit with that uncomfortable feeling. And the reality is that we can't always in life escape uncomfortable emotions and experiences. So we actually do need to work on building the skill to be able to be present.
Okay, yes. And then so when I didn't have this skill as a child, the way that it helped me was my friend's dad was philosophical with me because that's what he was doing. So it helped me learn. But she's right. I had to be uncomfortable to be like, I don't like this feeling. I don't want to be bored. And then he was philosophical with me. And then my brain goes, oh, interesting. Because I have so many things I'm interested in, right? I don't have enough time to do everything I want to do, including sit in silence. Though there is a saying that my partner likes to use when I'm especially too consumed with work is like, you need to meditate. And a person who doesn't have time to meditate 5 minutes a day should meditate for 30 minutes. And then you meditate for 30 minutes. And you're like, where'd those 30 minutes come from? They were always there. They were always an option.
With those experiences.
Zoe, you have ADHD. You've done dopamine detoxes. What does that involve?
So I've done 2 now. They're 30 days. I read a book called The Dopamine Nation, and she recommended a 30-day dopamine detox to really reset everything. And so I did 30 days the first time with no scrolling, no sugar, obviously, no online shopping or any non-essential shopping, no games, no TV series, so anything that could hook your attention. And I was really bored. By the first week.
Really?
I feel like deathly bored, like, like kill me now, I'm so bored. It was so bad.
Did it highlight how big your cravings were?
Yes, and actually the sugar cravings went pretty quickly, but I was so surprised about, like, my hands were almost like please, pick up the phone.
Oh, you know where I got bored recently? Well, like a long time ago. Church. Usually when I'm at church, which I never go, I just go for my mom on occasion, and this was a long time ago, I was so painfully bored that I started imagining if there was a church shooter, like who would I save first? So for the whole hour of the church, I was like, okay, I'm going to grab this little fucker first. Then I'm going to put all the old ladies down. And then I'm going to grab, and then I'm going to signal. And the whole mass went by because I was imagining like a church shooter. That's what I was running scenarios in my head about what would I do? See, but I fixed it. So I was able, but you know what? Okay, wait, hear me though. Am I bored in church, or do I also have the added pressure of being forced to be in church? Because as an adult person, I would never go to church. I just went to church for my mom, so I'm stuck there. And that's why I think kids get bored. Yeah, because I'm stuck there. Maybe I don't get bored because I have such I'm just going to leave. Like, I'm just not going to be here. You know what I mean? Like, if you're in a conversation with people and you don't like it, I just be like, oh my God, I got to pee. And then you go and you pee. And then come back. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking of a very specific scenario, you know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, if I'm not enjoying myself, I just don't. But my life is set up that way. My life is literally set up that way. I worked really hard. I'm 37. I worked really hard to get here. Okay? Something like this. I don't know.
I'm going to play a game. It was like actual physical to do something dopamine, and it took so much willpower.
What did you do instead?
Well, the first week I was just like, wow, I'm so bored. And I had prepped because obviously I couldn't do any non-essential shopping. So I had bought some crafts and things. I thought, that'd be fun to do that. But I couldn't even bring myself to do that the first week. And then the second week I started to kind of tap into my more creative spirit. So I'm a creative person, but I found that when my dopamine is being stolen on a frequent basis, that kind of falls to one side. So I created some pretty large abstract art pieces. I learned to macro weave, which is macrame and weaving together. And it did definitely reset everything. And probably I was off TikTok for about 6 months. I've never played solitaire since. I don't dare. I'm like, no, I've got other games that have come in, but yeah, I've just kind of gone through that process, and then about 2 years later I did it again, and I would say I'm due again right now. Like the cravings are coming back, and so it's like I'm very aware that it's time.
Anastasia, are dopamine detoxes effective?
They can be, depends how they're done. So dopamine detoxes did the rounds on social media, and there was certainly a lot of sensationalization around them. They were kind of sold sometimes as these 24-hour quick fixes. So 24 hours, no music, no socializing, no tasty food, nothing that could be fun at all. You have this really kind of boring 24 hours. You push through and you come out the other end. Of course, 24 hours of most things is not enough time to actually create any sort of long-lasting, meaningful change. So if we are talking to someone about taking a period of abstinence or taking a break from something, we're typically recommending around 1 month. But that said, if someone someone has somewhat more of an addictive tendency to something that is much more intense, it can sometimes take up to 3 months or more for the brain to kind of recalibrate and come back to a level of homeostasis. Those first 1 to 3 months is where we see most people will experience the most intense cravings and urges. And so when we're working with someone who's in the process of addiction recovery, if they get to that point, we're really celebrating it, because that's when they start to come out the other end of having those very intense and strong craving and urges.
Talia, you used ice for 10 years. How did you overcome that addiction?
I was incarcerated on 3 separate occasions prior to my final term of incarceration. So that was in 2018. And after a while of realising that I wasn't getting out, I started to seek out like therapy and some things to do while incarcerated. You're sitting in a cell that's 2 by 4 metres for 22 hours a day with nothing to do.
Torture! That's what I'm saying. That's so fucked up. How do we do that to people? I can't believe we do that to people and we call ourselves, what are you talking about?
Soon in a cell that's 2 by 4 metres for 22 hours a day with nothing to do, you soon realise that you have to start to look inwards and work on yourself and do something, because I didn't want to go back there. And so after a few months, I started to seek out therapy. So looking at how I regulate my emotions, because that's what really led me to start using drugs in the first place, was I wasn't very good at regulating my emotions. And whenever I felt something that was distressing or stressful, I would go straight to risk-taking behaviour, which obviously led to the drugs, and really doing some self-work and working out what it is that I want from life. And yeah, that's what I did.
During your rehab, did you ever wonder if a full recovery was possible?
Yeah, I had always heard, you know, that when you use ice, it pretty much kills the dopamine receptors in your brain. And
okay, Chez says forced introspection, kind of. All introspection is forced. I would argue that introspection only shows up when it's a need. And then when it's a need, it either it's a small need or a big need, because most of us are not introspecting. Most people don't need to. We can have a whole life where we never do, but that's why the world is a reflection of itself as a whole. I got to the point where I better introspect or I was going to kill myself. Like, I better fucking face myself or I'm going to literally kill myself. It was like life or death for me. Now, it wasn't always life and death, but eventually it really got to life and death for real, for real. So I think that most people are probably never going to have that. But when you do, yeah, but I do think introspection is something we take for granted because we don't even know we're doing it. It's also a privilege of being in a position where when you're pushed into a corner, you introspect instead of killing yourself, or you introspect instead of robbing, or you introspect instead of, and that's why it has to be the right timing for who you are as a person, plus the process. You know what I'm saying? Chez says, what are we calling introspection? Does it have to be extreme? Introspection is simply the ability to look inward and face yourself, to contemplate, to ask yourself, to go deeper with who you are and what you're doing. So that skill is learned plus opportunity. And so most people don't have to do that. Like most babies, like children introspect, right? Like you can ask a child, like, what's your favorite color? And that baby taking the time to think, what is my favorite color? That's a type of introspection. Yeah, they're introspecting in that moment. But most people don't have to introspect very deeply for a lot of reasons, but usually it comes about from something, because something happened. Like something happened. It doesn't have to be like life and death, but it's not forced in the sense that like somebody's holding your head to the water. It's more like I don't even know if you make the choice to think so much. The opportunity shows itself and then you engage. Does that make sense? Like, yes, you have to choose to introspect, but I don't think you can really do it until the right things happen. So the right opportunity happened for her at the right moment in her life to choose to introspect in that way. Right? Chet says, I'm saying she did it because she was in prison with no other option. Maybe people can be in prison and not introspect. Yes, people can be in prison and not introspect, because just like she was for 10 years an addict and went to jail 3 times. So she went to prison 3 times, she said, right? So she didn't even introspect the first time, second time, the right circumstances plus the ability to introspect plus, you know, it has to be the right formula. You know what so kind of interesting. That's why I'm very empathetic to people not having like free will, because in my head, if we all had free will, we'd all make good choices, but we can't make good choices because we're not, that's just like, no, I just know that for myself. All my life, I made choices that I thought were the only choices I had with my options. And I always chose the one that I thought was the best, even if it was bad for me. And it took a lot of effort, education, introspection And I also had to be the person that I was to make a different decision. And that seems to be a pretty universal experience. I've yet to meet somebody who didn't have that, seem to have that experience. Yeah. Chad says introspection is an answer. Someone has to ask the question. Introspection is a tool that often arises from a question, contemplation, because ultimately the ultimate introspective question is why. Why do you do that? Why do you like that glass of water? Why do you drink that thing? Why do you wear that clothing? Why do you dopamine seek? Why are you bored? These are all introspection questions. Introspection is the tool that allows you to look deeper. So it requires a question.
Certainly for the first little while, you feel like you're never going to feel joy or happiness or good.
Oh, I love that she separated joy and happiness. Absolutely.
Whole. Again, it feels really empty and it's really scary. And I didn't know for a long time if ever I was going to feel happy again. But yeah, slowly but surely, I got to feel the full range of emotions. So joy and happiness, but also, you know, anxiety and sadness. And I hadn't cried for everything that had happened within those 10 years for the whole 10 years. And so, yeah, crying for the first time and not being able to stop. And so, yeah, being able to feel the full range of emotions, not just being able to feel happy or joy again.
And Chat said, hold on, where's that? I lost it again. You said, you said like, I missed it. I lost it for some reason, but I had it just a second ago. But basically there's a difference between self-awareness and introspection. Oh, I think this is it. That makes sense because, we can choose to reflect, but it's not the same as introspection. Exactly. Like, I reviewed all of BoJack Horseman. BoJack Horseman is very self-aware, but not introspective. He can identify, he can call out, he can name, he can't do anything about it. So people mistake self-awareness for introspection. That's why like very specific debate bros always get told they're so smart, they're so introspective. They're just self-aware. But your self-awareness doesn't matter because you're not doing anything about it. You know what I mean? It's like,
brings you joy today?
My kids, their laugh brings me so much joy. Also doing the work that we do, like that I do now, going back into women's prisons and seeing the light turn on for women, that is a dopamine hit for me. That brings me so much joy. Hiking, good food, and just being around people who like love me, which is, yeah, really joyful.
Thank you so much.
Oh my God, thank you for watching my series on BoJack. I hope you enjoy it. I had a lot of fun reviewing it. And is this the end of the show?
And thank you to you all for being here.
Yeah, it was. I'm so glad you're reviewing it. I almost kind of want to rewatch it a bit, but I really liked reviewing that series. So again, like extrospection is you in relationship to everything outside of yourself. Introspection is everything related to you. So we introspect to get to know ourselves. We extrospect to understand the world. Okay. And then self-awareness is to be able to name and identify, but the ability to actually like deconstruct, take apart and understand or move away from. These are all varying levels of the different facets of, I think all are required for deeper introspection, obviously, but all of them are required, like baking a cake. A cake isn't one item. The cake isn't the flour or the eggs. Like this journey of getting better and having a deeper relationship with your biological experience, you're going to have to do it all. Deconstruct, introspect, extrospect, self-awareness. Like you're going to need every ingredient to make the cake. But usually throughout our life, we do a little bit of introspection. We do some deconstruction. We do a little self-awareness. But the point, or at least the journey I'm on, is to bake as many cakes as possible, you know, vegan cakes. Just that introspect in order to change. Self-aware doesn't want to change. Well, it isn't. It's not about a motivator. You don't assign. I think it's probably not great to assign an aftermath to this self-reflection, which is what society always does. So, example, society will say if you're high IQ, high intellect, you'll be a good person. Wrong. We know that's not true. Oh, if you're smart, you would be successful. Wrong, right? So the dilemma we're doing in all of the work that we do as people, we set up society, we say, oh, if you're this, you'll be this. And I'm saying, first, you are this. Then we see what you are after. But to make the assumption, if I am self-aware, then this, I am self-aware. What does that mean? Then you look at the data. But the assumption is it's a part of the unlearning you got to do. You have to unlearn what this society has taught you, which is to assume if this is true, then this must be true. Wait, let's double check the data. BoJack Horseman is so self-aware, which is why that narcissistic kind of BoJack dark triad is so attractive to people. Oh my God, he's so bold. Oh, he's so blunt. He says things that everyone's thinking, but no one will say out loud. But they're miserable. They're horrible community members. They're the worst men to date. They don't get along with anyone. They burn every bridge. And it's because you think they're great because they can call out the obvious. So like, and the conclusion they come to with that obvious isn't even that big. That's not even the right conclusion. It's all ego driven. So the goal here, especially with the work that I do, is I'm trying to give you as many tools to bake the cake that's supposed to bring you your joy. I don't know what your joy is supposed to be. Maybe you're making a crepe and it only needs 3 items. Maybe you're making a cake and it needs 5. But the goal, I think, of being a person on the planet is to have a deeper relationship with yourself. How deep that goes, I don't know. The goal is not to have a goal that I have to be this deep. I have to be a level 5 or something. Like, that's not the goal. The goal is to be joyful, philosophically joyful. And every single one of us will have a different number of ingredients to get there. And it will look different for all of us. But I do think the more introspective you are, the more kind and compassionate you will become, the less bigoted you will become, the less violent of a person you'll become. Because I think that's that association we see, right? That association with like participating in like we're doing less bad. I think it takes a lot of effort to be less bad and to be a good person. It takes more effort to be a less bad person. But in order to be a less bad person, you have to admit you're bad in a way that actually gets you there. So BoJack always says, I'm a bad person. I'm a horrible boyfriend. I'm an abuser. I'm a horrible. Yeah, I fucked that girl. But he doesn't do anything about it. And that, like EDP literally got on the YouTube and with his full chest was like, I'd fuck that 16-year-old. Andrew Tate brags in interviews, I did fuck that 16-year-old, he says, right? Okay, you're self-aware, so you do recognize you fucked a 16-year-old. He's like, yeah. You want to do something with that? You know what I mean? No, they're not going to do shit with it, okay? Anyways, okay, that's all for today. Thank you for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. Because it's, what, tomorrow? Thursday. I'll be back tomorrow. It's Friday. Oh my God. Girls, my appointment this morning. Wait. My appointment this morning was to test my hair out to see if it would dye. She dyed my hair. She bleached it. We were going to see how my hair survived the processing. Hey, yo. Yo. Look at her. I'm very excited. We've gone over a lot of photos. We've gone over a lot of pick inspiration. I'm very excited. I hope it comes out good. We've been really working on it. She's so good. She's such a pro too. She went through my hair and she was like, I can see where you dyed your hair and where you didn't. She is so good. I love a pro who respectfully calls you out for your bad dye jobs. She was like, I can see in every patch where you missed hair, where you didn't do things. You know what I mean? But anyways, yeah, I have a hair appointment next month. So it'll be exciting. It'll be fun. But she's so pro because like, I started laughing so hard. It's like she told my whole life in front of me. She never even met me. I was like, that's literally what I did. That's literally what I did. And she was like, I know exactly what you did. I was like, I love a person who's so good at their job. That's what I want to be with my life. I want to be so good that I'm like, no, I know what this is. I don't even know you and I can call you out. Like, I want to be that. Like, she's so inspirational to me. I love that. You know what I mean? Anyways, okay. Chat said, I wanted to ask you about your hair. What made you decide to dye it red? It looks great, but how'd you choose it was your color? I just love red hair. My mom's, actually, that's not true. I do love red hair. Do I have it here? I don't know if I have it here anymore. I don't have it here. I wanted my mom's hair color. My mom had beautiful, natural red hair. Like the most beautiful red hair that at 40, when she dyed it for the first time, hairstylists cried. Like people cried. They were like, please don't dye your hair. Please don't dye your hair. My mom's like, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm 40. I'm ready. She had the most beautiful red hair you have ever seen. And I have all these pictures of my mom's red hair. And I think I just chased her red hair my whole life. I never got it. It's so beautiful. But yeah, like just like the most beautiful red hair you've ever seen. When my mom dies, I would love to show the world what my mom looks like. She's so beautiful. She won't care. When she dies, she doesn't care about nothing. That's her rule. She's like, when I die, I don't care. Who cares? But while she's living, I keep her very private because that's her wish. But you should see how beautiful my mother is. Her beautiful red hair and me as a little girl in her arms, like so pretty. I wish you could see how beautiful my mom is. But anyways, that's why I was redhead for a long time, because I was trying to get that red. Anyways, I'm not going to tell you what color I'm dyeing it this time around. I'll probably show you inspo pics and stuff after, but you will see it when I come to stream. And it'll be exciting, but it's not happening till next month, so don't worry about it. Okay, with that said, I'm just excited that I found somebody who I trust to do it, so that's exciting. I will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Thank you for being here. Great convo. It was really good. I really liked it. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.